Happy Saturday, SMITE fans. It is semifinals day here at SMITE Summer Masters. Gore is happy about it. I think that was a happy sound.
Yeah.
Unsure.
That was a ha-ha.
A ha-ha sound. A ha-ha
really
happy
high
sound. It's a great Saturday. It looks like we're on an island here. And you at home can be on an island as well, hunting or, I don't know, searching for the beasts of Maravala Island, free this month with Prime. I hope you're not hunting beasts in that game. I don't know. I should play it and find out because I'm a primer and I can play it for free this month. And you at home can play it for free as well. A whole slew of other games for free as well as in-game content for SMITE and Paladins, free subscriptions to your favorite streamers, and so much more. All of that with your Prime membership. And thanks to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League and with us for SMITE Summer Masters. My name is Dolson, the man with the happy laugh here on Saturday morning. Gormizer joins me, and Gore, a day that we thought may have like 1 or 2 3-game sets ended up being mostly 3-game sets.
I'm still convinced that yesterday didn't end and it's all just kind of blended together. There was definitely, I got like some sleep in between, but that's about it.
Let me tell you about some beasts, and they're the ones living above me in my apartment complex and how I couldn't sleep because they were just stomping around
I did wake up at 7:30 because someone above our bedroom dropped something heavy on the floor, so that was fun.
Yeah, you know, it's nice living on the ground floor and like just taking Ramsey out immediately, but also people coming and going on like Friday and Saturday nights and parking their cars and playing loud music. A little less fun. At any rate, we're here and we're excited. we're excited for Summer Masters. It is semifinal Saturday. What matchups do we have?
Start of the day.
I know. We got to keep it together, Gore. It is minute 2 of our day. Camelot Kings versus Tartarus Titans is your first semifinal, and then Oni Warriors and Jade Dragons, your second semifinal. Honestly, the direction of these 4 matchups, I think, maybe expected. Oni Warriors sneaking in above the Bolts is probably the biggest shakeup as far as our semifinals go. And so I'm excited to see how these 2 semifinals break down. Remember, best of 5s. And also worth mentioning, from this point forward, all players will be playing from home for player and staff safety. And so the Camelot Kings, Titans, Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons will all be logging in from home. And
Speaking of apartment living, that's how we tie it all together.
That's how we tie it all together. We bring it back. So, yes, for player and staff safety, the remainder of the matches will be played remotely throughout the course of this weekend. But talk to me a bit, Gore, here. 2 semifinals, best of 5s, potential for another lengthy couple of sets.
Yeah, so I was talking to Mifflin about it last night, like as we closed the show, and it feels like 4 games. And I feel like 4 games for both of them. I know a lot of people out there want 5, and honestly, I kind of want 5. And I could see Kings Titans probably pushing there, but I don't know why. The air in the atmosphere today is telling me that we got 8 on the horizon. I couldn't tell you anything else about it.
Do you think it's a 5 and a 3 or a 4 and a 4?
That's, you know what? 5 and a 3. That's my predictions up top. In that order too.
And I said this yesterday on the Oni Warriors death segment. Phase 1 and 2 started with were still the conversations of what Oni Warriors are we going to get today. Like mid-phase 2, we stopped talking about that because they were just consistently so good.
Yes.
You know, like top 3 team in the league. Feels like we've gotten back to what Oni Warriors are we going to get today. Looked great yesterday. Hopefully they'll be able to push a competitive set and maybe grab themselves a finals berth up against the Jade Dragons. But we are not there yet. We've got a semifinal to get through first. And what a matchup it is. The Camelot Kings versus the Tartarus Titans. And the solo lane matchup in this one you do not want to miss. Variety up against SOT. When you talk about role player for your squads and dynamic players, both of these players have to come to mind, Gore. And for the Kings, Variety, you know, he likes to dictate his own picks a good bit of the time. But he has earned that right because of how he plays them.
I think there's a lot of portions of their set yesterday that some of which is won just because Variety exists in the map and is able to kind of exude a force that otherwise wasn't necessarily being super dealt with. And that, again, is just the big deal to me. I think being able to look at what this team was able to accomplish in that matchup and being able to, I believe, with the RDO that he had played, as well as, if I can remember some of the other ones, the Bologna? No, that was on the other side. The King Arthur. We got, of course, the Ratatoskr. Things that allow you to get incredibly aggressive and kind of showcase, I think, a lot of strength. And like you said, and you know, like it's overused as a joke at this point, probably, but like he has a very wide variety of gods. Like he is maybe the most accurate player name that gets thrown in there. And it is this really fun thing to watch because, you know, like he pulled out this RDO yesterday, and it was that question of, okay, well, game number 1 you were playing Rat and you were getting super aggressive and being able, or sorry, Tier, you were playing super aggressive and getting in there, but eventually he started getting blown up. And then in game 2, it's like, well, you're RDO, so you're trading some of the I can be aggressive, but he didn't. He just kept being aggressive. He just kept blinking in, leading the way as the RDO. And so it is going to be fun to watch it, to see what kind of picks we see out of him. You know, we've been talking a lot about like the King Arthurs. We've been talking a lot. I think RDO, when King Arthur's in the meta, you have to kind of keep her in the back of your mind just in case. But your Cullens, your Ratatoskrs, your Osiris is like the list just keeps growing and growing as the weeks have gone on.
6 different picks in the last 6 games for Variety. He's not repeated a pick in his recent performances. On the flip side, SOT has consistently been playing this King Arthur 4 out of the last 6 games on King Arthur, but still a player who you never quite know, right, with the Tartarus Titans, and that's a good thing. You know, SOT, the type of player that'll keep you guessing, and has similar consistency to Variety, but maybe more of a propensity to run it down in a good way for his team.
And I think it's interesting. Yesterday we got an incredible showing from the Valks, and by no means do I want to take anything away from them, but we also saw, like, he started his set after getting, like, 30 different ratios on a tweet he made, and that has to be a little rough on the mental going into a competitive set. So I'm wondering if today maybe a little more in the zone for him, but also, like you said, it's one of those things that we've seen a lot of consistencies. I think this meta, actually, if you go back towards when there was a lot of hunters over there, Sop was just absolutely insane. Ullr was a must ban against the Titans, not because of Cyclone, not because of Paul, but because of Sot of all people on the other side of the map and the presence that he can exude. And again, matching Variety, I think, in terms of at least God pool, maybe not exact God to God parity, but a lot of similar picks and then some that are fringe picks that only work for that player. I expect that this is going to be a really fun one to watch because Variety has been an absolute force for his team, given the right circumstances and most of the wins that you see. If the Kings are winning, Variety's having a great game, like almost every single time. And bad news is that they've been having a lot of great games as of late. Whereas for Sot, very similar. The Titans are capable of finding wins without them, but they have been such an integral force for them that I expect that the solo lane matchup, both pick and ban-wise and literally play on field, is going to change.
Well, Gora, with both of these two, I think, if you look at picks and bans, which we'll be able to take a look at for game number 1 here soon, there are a couple of God picks that for each of them that you probably consider banning out throughout the ban phase. But to your point, always something a little deeper in the pocket for both of you. If you ban out the King Arthur, you ban out the Bologna, there's still so much more to look at. RDO, Xingqian, all the stuff we already listed for Variety over there for the Kings. Also, I want to give you your podium now to talk about that fun milestone that we've got in this.
Well, that's actually funny because I can tie it together really well. We were talking about Variety. This is probably not the typical numbers. I don't normally like talking about the deaths column because it's just kind of like, oh, hey, like it's very similar about like loss columns, right? Where it's just kind of like, man, is getting your 250th loss really something you want to celebrate?
You and Miff are two opposite humans, and
nah, we want positives around here. That being said, Variety is number 4 on the death list total for SBL, and the only reason I mentioned that is because all time. And the only reason I mentioned that is because Aror on the Titans was number 1 for so long, and I was just flipping through all the different milestones in the rankings to find that Twig overtook him at some point, like this year,
recently,
had to take him over, and is about 50 deaths ahead of him. So if Aror dies somewhere up around 50 times, and
it's a 5-game set,
just does not die at all, then they're going to be looking pretty solid and tied.
Yeah, Aror just needs to die 10 times per game, and
Twig needs to have 5 deathless games.
And it somehow still needs to go 10 or 5 games full. If Aror is going 0-10, I am hard pressed to see how that happens, but we'll leave it open for the opportunity. Lancelot left open, and Lancelot first picked here. Now, for other teams, you might still look at this and say, all right, this could be a jungle pick. Heck, for the Titans, I might be thinking this is a jungle pick if you see the Lancelot locked in for layers. I tend to think Lancelot Variety when I see the Kings lock in Lancelot. Twig has been loving the Nemesis, Hunbatz, Ratatoskr, Naja, and Lancelot solo has really been forged into victory by Variety here lately.
Yeah, and honestly, he's tanky. He's got a nice large cripple field, good engage, good disengage if he needs to. And I think it's something, Trelly talked about it in the jungle specifically because how fast the horse can get you around, and not something that we're foreign to seeing, right? I think Layers played it yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised if Twig was capable of playing it. But at the same time, I think that mobility, while it's a little stinted in the solo lane because, like, where are you running to? For the first portion of the map and match, yeah, you're not probably going to be using that too often.
You cannot hit what
maybe
you
around
cannot
like even
see.
level 8, like all of a sudden you have faster rotation power and things like that. And we've talked about that a lot on the other side of the map, in the duo lane, things like that. That's why like Chernobog has been so high priority, things like that. So I would not be surprised if this goes solo, we start seeing maybe Variety getting active a little bit more often. It's also the Kings. I won't be surprised if we don't see Variety say his name for 25 minutes. Like it's something that I think that it's very possible. 18 minutes in, there's a single kill because that's the pace of game that they're good at. And it's the pace of game that they can control because they get a lot of macro play in the meantime.
Yeah, and then we'll suddenly start saying his name a whole lot from like 25 till the end of the game. One of the two.
They make it up. It's that balancing point. It's like you would have said it like 15 times by now, so I'm going to make you say it 30 times in 20 or 10 minutes.
That's right. All right, so the Tartarus Titans are able to draft themselves some consistency in their first 3. Khepri, been one of the most popular support picks over the last couple of weeks. First pick worthy for sure. Ratatoskr and Merlin end up being the next 2. So, Gore, you get some great utility here with the Scarab's Blessing, of course, stalling out team fights.
Yeah.
If Lancelot jumps on his target, Chernobog locks down a target. Of course, Scarab's Blessing there for that second wind in a team fight. But I think you kind of cover a lot of bases here if you're the Titans with your first 3. You get good initiation, jump in with the Ratatoskr. Also late game burn and shred scaling with this Merlin. So I think the Titans have touched on a lot of their needs here in their first 3 picks.
And honestly, I think that, like you said, you've got good engage. This Khepri pick has just been a pain, I think, for pretty much everybody. And it was for a long time the matchup. Like, okay, they got Khepri, we're going to grab Yemoja. Yemoja was forgotten and kind of left by the wayside for a majority of yesterday. I don't know what it was. Like, for the King sets, she was banned for every single game. But for some of the others, unbanned, unpicked throughout all 10 that come through of both. So it was impressive to see the lack of maybe balancing that comes out. And it's that weird thing where it's like, Khepri has good control, good roots, decent teammate safety, and then just a res. Like, that's the big one, is having that on top of it. Yemoja has good healing, Riptides can be solid, like better control, I think, in the middle of a team fight, but the res outweighs the heal whenever you're looking at that, and so Khepri's definitely been like a force to be reckoned with. Still here, I think that Yemoja has been phenomenal. Like, she's one of the best supports and most pick supports since she came out for a good reason. And so seeing this here for the Kings, I think it kind of gives me hope for him, just because I know Genetics is incredibly good at Yemoja, and even though you're going up against a Khepri, you've got this.
I am feeling similar levels of confidence, I think, for both drafts here so far, and for all of the reasons you touched on there, Gore, and interesting mid lane bans, but you got to remember it's BigManTingz. Discordia has kind of taken over a few teams' pick and ban column as far as mid is concerned, and then Kukulkan, that has been so popular on a couple of teams, and really one of them, of course, being the Camelot Kings around these setup style picks, a River's Rebuke, a Riptide, a Stun, Lancelot, Cripplefield, things like that. It's stuff that the Camelot Kings love to knock down with that Kukulkan ultimate. So I think smart from the Titans here on a couple of bans. And then the Kings, Gore, I think, sensing that this is a Ratatoskr jungle for layers, will ban out King Arthur and Bologna. Still leaves open Chulainn. Great value Chulainn, the name brand King Arthur, as we've been calling. No, the
great value King Arthur.
That's right. Yeah, I got it backwards.
He's the store brand.
Store brand King Arthur. Still looks good, though, over in the solo lane. As I mentioned to Miff yesterday, store brand oatmeal is still pretty good, so I'll take it.
In fact, most of the time, I prefer it. That might be growing up having eaten exclusively store brand for a long time.
Are you preferring this store brand?
I don't know. It feels like in this matchup specifically, like with Lancelot locked in, it feels like Lancelot in general has a decent matchup into the King Arthur. Like, King Arthur's just kind of a lane bully.
12,
he can
21,
out-clear you.
12.
He can out-bully you. He's just going to kind of control the lane. So I feel like this was one where it's like, okay, what's going to give Variety the most irritating lane to deal with? And I think that's the King Arthur and the Bologna. Is the Chulainn still probably on that list? Yes, but I think to much less of an extent than the other two. As far as a matchup goes, I still think we're going to see him be oppressive. When it comes to late game team fights, I think Chulainn still has a really good impact when played properly. So I think that one's going to be an interesting balancing point, but Lancelot still very powerful right now.
Yep.
And so while there might be some like growing pains early on, I think they'll be in an okay spot.
Gore, if I look at the Titans draft in its entirety, that is about as standard, and that's a good thing in this case, so as well-rounded and standard of a SMITE draft as I've seen in a little while. I mean, a Khepri, standard shred and burn mage in the Merlin, Xbalanque.
You've got
nice,
the one of every
ADC.
class.
You got one of everything, right? Which is surprising considering it's the Tartarus Titans playing it. What do you think this composition wants to do, though? What does a standard comp get you? It seems like there's some good objective burn, potentially some good team fighting, very well-rounded.
I was going to say well-rounded might be the best way to describe it because it's got everything, right? You need engage for a team fighter for gank school. You've got Ratatoskr, semi-global presence. You need to burn objectives. While you don't have secure the same way, you do still have Merlin, so like killing off Gold Fury is going to just happen faster for your team. And it's not like they have like wild secure on the other side. If a Fear No Evil is available, that's not necessarily used as a secure, but it is used as a, hey, you stay off my objective, we're going to take that. So that is something that maybe the Titans would have to be worried about. But outside of those specific things that are, I would say maybe a little early game, although Merlin's all game oriented, you've got really good team fight, right? You've got the Khepri who can res as well as really good CC from him, great CC and control from a Chulainn, and then good damage and engage coming from a Ratatoskr, good damage from a Merlin, great damage from a Xbalanque, especially the later the game goes. And then the ability for Cyclone to turn off the lights anywhere on the map. If you're going for a gank on solo, it's like a 2.5-man gank all of a sudden, just if Cyclone decides to throw that ult out just for the help that it can have. He'll get an assist on it. That can help farm up specifically against the Chernobog. It's not going to match the global presence in one sense. Like, Chernobog being there is better than just, hey, you can't see for 6 seconds. Or not even 6 seconds, like a second and a half. So all of a sudden, it is, you know, something that helps you keep up without fully keeping up or fully committing to it. But like you said, late game, you got a lot of good damage. You got decent clear. I think it's a well-rounded comp that's going to accomplish good smite.
Gormizer, an expected and an incredible matchup here in semifinal number 1. Camelot Kings, Tartarus Titans, game 1 with J-Mac and Trelly.
Thank you so much, Dave and Gore. Jumping into our first game of semifinals Saturday, and it is a rematch back from Masters 1, Trelly. The Camelot Kings, the Tartarus Titans facing off. Last time, it was the Titans who came out on top in 3-1 fashion, but the Camelot Kings have been on the rise ever since that Masters. Came into this event, #1 seed coming into week number 1, still coming through #1 seed into week number 2. They're going to need to reprise that. They're going to have to play their best smite to go up against the hot Tartarus Titans team.
Yeah, no doubt. They want to come out swinging and make sure that game 1 you're riding that momentum. So I expect to look at these junglers. And first thing I do is look at the relics. CaptainTwig, he's got Blink. Layers also has Blink. Both of these junglers want to get active in the early. And honestly, surprising that so many Aegises and Blinks are picked up when the Fear No Evil is available for CaptainTwig. We're going to have to see how active this Fear No Evil can be on the map because, you know, forcing out beats is usually the name of the game. It's just CycloneSpin with that beat, so not too much respect put towards the Hunbats in the early. I think CaptainTwig has some avenues to get active just because of the relics alone.
We'll see where he decides to put that pressure. Mid would be perfect. As mentioned, Paul does not have those purification beats, so no CC immunity to try and react or deal with that Fear No Evil. He's just going to have to depend on hoping that he's got the flicker distance to do so. Meanwhile, pull in from Aror on towards Netrioid. We'll get a little bit of poke onto the Hunter of the Camelot Kings. It's a Shell versus a Meditation, so Genetics going for the Ultra Sustain route, where Aror trying to get a little bit more of that team-oriented defense and via way of his relic.
Yeah, the Meditation is going to help out a ton. We've just seen so much early aggression in the meta currently. When you have a Meditation, it sort of thwarts that a little bit. If Aror and Cyclone found any avenue to get aggressive, they're like, wait, but they have 2 health bars, their mana's never low. Of course, Genetics doesn't have that problem, but Netrioid can always be topped off with the auto attacks from Genetics as well as the heal. So I don't imagine too much pressure showing up in this dual lane unless, of course, it's looking at a purple buff invade. Kill-wise, it's just not going to happen with the way that the Kings have itemized. But again, you got to look towards that solo lane matchup. Variety did get the Lancelot a pick that he's been liking quite a lot in that solo lane. Up against budget King Arthur in the form of Kikola, and SOT wants to get active as well. It really just depends on how often you're getting these items stacked up, right? Soul Eater from Variety, that's going to be a big power spike, but SOT happy to just grab a Sovereignty, get some HP 5, and then every time you can transform, you want to get active. Layers is showing some presence on this side of the map, looking at that blue buff.
Blue buff invade. Should go over towards Layers unless Variety can find the sneaky shot to steal it away. He does not, so that's a blue buff down for the Lancelot, and that's going to put a hurt on his fight. It's going to put a hurt on him for now, pushed back by SOT. But not level 5, so no ultimates available towards either of them. So for now, Variety will just have to go back to base. He's got his teleport up, so he won't lose out on too much. But not having that blue buff means that for the next couple of minutes, Variety is definitely going to be hurting in the mana department, not going to be able to box as often as he wants to.
Yeah, CaptainTwig was on the speed buff. Layers walked past the speed, walked past the back, said, hey, I'm going to make sure I'm at that blue spawn right away. And I think Twig realized, hey, I'm actually not close enough to even get to that buff, so I'm just going to farm up. Sorry about your mana, bro. Like, good luck next time. Get a totem if you want some MP5, which has not happened. It's been always going over towards the Tartarus Titans. SOT's been confirming that one. So, Variety not going to be able to spam as many abilities. However, does have the teleport, came back in, and got a mana potion. So, that will help just trying to get towards Soul Eater, trying to stack up that item in lane. But you really can't spam your abilities as much as you would like to. And just because of that invade alone, I don't think there's any reason for Twig to hang around right lane anymore. I mean, it's just going to be so difficult to poke out SOT. It's going to be so difficult to get this Khepri low. Because Variety can't just throw out his abilities as he'd like.
No, CaptainTwig aiming for that level 5 mark, so use that Fear No Evil and try and put that first real big damper into the HP, maybe get that first kill online for the Camelot Kings. Now, level 5 has been achieved. Now it's just a question of, is he going to go back in and maybe pick up some cooldown or anything like that before he goes for a fight, before he tries to get things started. At least for now, it's tier 2 Mace. Keep your eyes on CaptainTwig and where he puts his first rotation.
Yeah, I usually like seeing the Jotun's Wrath just because you can use that Fear No Evil pretty easily, right? You know, there's always the Crusher start or the Brawler start if you're feeling the healing. But just Jotun's means you can throw out that ult every second that you really want to whenever you have it. It's available. Layers is going for this blue buff again, but the ult come through.
Ult is there by CaptainTwig, one by Variety. A dunk in will get the tree out of Layers. Blue buff secure for Variety. SOT will get his ult and transform. Maybe a re-engage by Layers, but I don't think he recognizes Genetics is nearby. So instead, Layers will go back towards the tier 1 tower instead. And now it's the Camelot Kings who can make an aggressive play up by the blue buff.
Yeah, Layers is hiding around the wall here with love to try and confirm that blue, but the Camelot Kings don't have the timer. They don't know exactly when it's coming up, and they don't want to sit there any longer. So SOT will get at least the XP and the gold from that blue buff, and yeah, it's going to help out the rage a little bit when you're healing. So that's going to be good for the Tartarus Titans. We're seeing a small surge of gold over towards the Tartarus Titans as well. Not going to be the biggest deal. It's nothing massive. It's just farming the map a little bit better, so some successful invades and better lane clear all around. Aror finally has rotated out of that duo lane and sitting in mid with Paul at the moment, whereas BMT kind of by himself, just sitting in the lane, trying to do his red buff. It takes so long to clear this by yourself, but hey, you can't wait for CaptainTwig because he's at his speed, and that's more important to a jungler. That speed buff is key. You want to make sure you're on that at cooldown. If you lose that, I mean, game's over.
I mean, that's the jungler's lifeblood.
Oh, yeah.
If they don't have their speed buff, it is just not a fun day. They're going to let you know that they're not having fun. But all jokes aside, CaptainTwig does go back, picks up Crusher first, so not going to go for the cooldown, just going for some extra burst damage on this Hunt Batz. We saw that first Fear No Evil at blue buff. That was just to secure the buff for Variety. Maybe try and get a kill if possible, but Variety is a little too far away with that Grand Joust to really land home. So now where will CaptainTwig go? Beads are up for Cyclone, so not the easiest target, especially with the Xbalanque ultimate. Makes it hard to go. So you think that CaptainTwig tries to put a little bit of pressure onto Paul, or maybe even Aror, who has stepped very far forward. 3 of the Kings here. River's Rebuke. Some decent body blocks hold him back for a while, but Aror should go down, even with a Scarab's Blessing to hold him out for a little while longer. He will drop right into the ground. It's first blood to BigManTingz. On the opposite side of the map, CaptainTwig and Variety almost find a pick on towards Layers, but with that ultimate, able to get out.
They did use the Fear No Evil, and it looks like Variety held on to the Joust just in case there was some chase down there on the Layers. First blood does go the way of BigManTingz over Aror, stepping a little bit too far up to try and grab that obelisk. Actually, it looks like Genetics is going to steal him right back, so that steal will be in vain. The Trebuchet is not going to go the way of the Tartarus Titans just yet. And now the slow does hit for CaptainTwig, and here comes the Joust field.
Joust is in, but Variety is low on mana. Not many abilities left to his name. And with Layers coming back in on the blink, it could be Variety going down instead. The Tartarus Titans have turned this team fight back and found their first kill of the game. CaptainTwig just far enough under the tower for Layers and SOT not to commit.
Yeah, chasing SOT just a little bit too far. Didn't have the damage or the mana to confirm that kill. And great rotation by Layers to make sure to help out the solo laner. Now evening up the kills, but the gold lead certainly in favor of the Tartarus Titans. And you know, the first blood bounty going to BMT was massive, but like I said, the farm throughout the map has just been better for the Titans. SOT's got a level lead. CaptainTwig trying to get aggressive on the Layers, but the ult's not up, and one stun should be enough to thwart that gank attempt. And you know, you're seeing the XP lead through and through. CaptainTwig's a level up, but SOT's a level up as well. Where are you going to use that aggression? It looks like just going back to the farm game. No more fighting. You got 2 more minutes before Pyro spawns in, and no one's looking at a Gold Fury.
Gold Fury completely off the menu, at least for now. That's saved at least for the main course. Right now, we're still getting through the appetizer stage of our meal, Shrelly.
Of course. Wait, is Pyromancer the appetizer, or is these fights the appetizer?
I think Pyromancer is the appetizer in this case.
So is this just like the drinks? Like
you're
sipping
yeah,
water?
this is like you go to like the Olive Garden, they give you like your first round of breadsticks kind of thing.
Okay. So this is the appetizer before the appetizer.
Yeah, this is the free appetizer, the chips at the restaurant kind of thing.
Okay, I understand. So I think both of these teams excited for the appetizer to come in a couple minutes. Camelot Kings, I have to imagine, will be on point with this Pyromancer spawn. Doesn't mean they have to pull it, but vision will certainly be down in about 1:10 on this side of the map, just making sure that objective is always going to be looked at. With Layers having through the Cosmos, it's never an easy objective to pull. Whenever Rat goes into the sky, DPS sort of has to stop, but a good stun around the wall means CaptainTwig's getting low.
Does overhand smash on Layers, but that's going to deter Layers from going any further forward for now. Curtis Scorpion started up by the Kings. Layers is sticking around, but not a chance that he goes in against 3 different players. Variety has been getting the worst end of these trades in solo lane. SOT, with his first full defense item, has mitigated so much of the pressure that Variety tried to get earlier on in this game. Variety just cannot catch a break right now up against this Chulainn, struggling.
Layers is going in
to find anything. Layers will dunk in to the right side, finds the root. The joust is out by Variety, and that holds them off. Genetics should be able, with CaptainTwig, to find SOT. Scare's Blessing does get the Soul Laner back, but Netrioid is rotated, but a Riptide accidentally doesn't catch him in time. Instead, it's Layers who does go down. SOT makes it out, but Aror should not, because all 5 of the Camelot Kings are here. Aror goes down. It's the 2nd kill for BigManTingz.
I mean, the Titans used everything to try and save SOT there, but they lose Aror and Layers in the process. Here comes that appetizer. Pyromancer has spawned in, and already 3 seconds in, the Camelot Kings were on point with that DPS. Paul might be able to throw some over the wall, but he's a little too late. Camelot Kings will grab 2 and the Pyromancer.
Camelot Kings. And this is the method of play that we were alluding to yesterday, Charlie. I mean, we were watching the Camelot Kings. It's like, man, these guys are just taking weird fights. They're not fighting over objectives like they normally do. Like, what is going on? This is what we're accustomed to with the Camelot Kings, a team that will not take a fight until there's something to be fought over. What happens right before 10 minutes? Camelot Kings go straight to solo lane, pick a fight that, well, obviously they were losing at that time and needed some help, but then they win the fight. Pyro's right there, and they can grab the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with the gank on a Variety, but whenever that jousting field is available, diving tower, it's never easy, right? I mean, Layers was full HP, but SOT tanked that tower up for way too long, was 1 HP. And of course, the Riptides in from Genetics weren't able to grab SOT, but killing Aror and Layers in the process. And a great Scarab's Blessing by Aror as well to make sure that SOT didn't go down to the Fear No Evil. Just meant that all-out aggression from the Camelot Kings still paying off in the kill department. Still, though, that gold, it's not in favor of the Camelot Kings just yet. The Tartarus Titans have been able to keep their farm up consistently. Paul hasn't been rotating out of lane too much, so been able to farm up pretty well. BMT does have a bit more gold in that department, but I think most of the gold probably sitting on these side lanes, right? Whereas CycloneSpin has not left. You know, Netrioid's been able to fly in with that Nightmare trying to join these fights, but Cyclone just sits farming, as well as SOT has been able to outfarm Variety for the time being. So that's where that gold lead is sitting at currently.
Roar didn't end up missing that abduct on Genetics. And you can see the level of poke that can get thrown right back out at him for missing that ability. But Netrioid down. It's level and a half to CycloneSpin. to make it a little difficult for any kind of ganks in the duo lane. But Genetics coming back over should be able to ease at least the pain of trying to go through a purple buff. Cyclone, Layers, and Aror are here. But it seems that they don't want to take a fight with the Yemoja. Phantom Shell not available towards any of them yet. Would be difficult to try and fight into River's Rebuke.
Yeah, Genetics upgraded into Cloak of the Aesthetic very early on. That meditation upgrade with the cooldown resets. Usually you'd see and wait until about 12, but early on was the case. SOT did knock Variety off the horse, but the root missing means no more aggression on this side of the map. Once again, whenever there's a slow moment, you always got to look towards these globals. You're looking at Layers. Where is this through the cosmos going to land next? Again, no sort of pressure in that soul lane anymore. SOT's going to de-transform, and after that, no more kill potential. I think Layers wants to hit level 12 before getting aggressive again. Fear no evil. Never something fun to fight into without beads. So I think smart call just to wait until level 12 before any more aggression comes through. And still, that Gold Fury has not been looked at. We've seen some wards thrown down, so just some 50 cents, no sentry wards just yet. Haven't really been going for any sort of aggression on that left side of the map. It's been vastly untouched.
Man, can I just applaud Paul for a moment for the level of confidence that he has to go 12 levels without purification beads against a Hunbat and a Yemoja. And not only that, lived through those first 12 levels without having any aggression thrown towards him. Maybe that's a bit of a slide over at CaptainTwig and Genetics for not trying to punish this Merlin, but the fact that Paul just ran from level 1 until 12 without beads against this composition, not dying at all, that's a pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a Paul strategy. CaptainTwig does blink in, but Sacred Monkey Toss is going to land. Netrioid is there with CycloneSpin on the dash.
CycloneSpin uses the ultimate. He's not going to get very far. Netrioid crashes back in, and it's CaptainTwig to slam down the hammer. Pick up the 4th kill of the game for the Camelot Kings. And now immediately, the Kings could go towards this Gold Fury, but a full rotation from the Tartarus Titans and missing Variety means that it will not be the objective the Kings go for just yet.
Yeah, I really did think that would be an immediate gold pull, but with SOT making that rotation over, it's still a 4v4 situation. Layers goes to the sky and will be just fine, just in time to time out that Fear No Evil. You are getting an ult for an ult, but Fear No Evil is one of those ults you'd love to have during a team fight. Aror is going over and fighting versus 3, but here comes SOT. I don't think there's going to be any fight after the fact. Layers is gone on the right side of the map, so Tartarus Titans are going to let this one go.
CaptainTwig can go back to base. Both he and Layers have started stacking up Transcendence in their second slots in the jungle. So waiting for a little bit later in the game before those two really come online with their power spikes. Meanwhile, mid laners are starting to finish up some of their big power spike items. Warlock Staff's already done. Mirrodin finished for BigManTingz, now working towards Soul Reaver, where Paul working on some of that anti-heal. Not a whole lot of team sustain, just really Genetics on this Yemoja. But Variety with that Soul Eater. We've seen what he can do in 2v1 situations when he's got a bit of a lead.
Oh yeah, if you're able to just spam Lancelot's abilities with the Soul Eater into no anti-heal, it's always going to be a good time. Tartarus Titans, though, are going to make the pull onto the Pyromancer. Variety's here very early on, but it's burning fast.
Pyromancer low. Tartarus Titans do secure it. Despite Variety's best efforts, the Camelot Kings not able to stop the Titans from grabbing that objective. And now we'll push the Tartarus Titans very slightly back, at least as far as gold lead is concerned. XP sitting pretty even, slightly up for the Camelot Kings, 16 minutes. We are at a dead even state between these teams, passing around these objectives, passing around this neutral farm. Does not seem that either team can find that standout, that breakout lead. And I think, Trelly, this Gold Fury might be the one objective to do so.
Yeah, I do think the Gold Fury would be the one that tips the scales in either team's favor. As we see, the trebuchets have been mirrored as well. Not in the same lane, but one on the side of both of these teams. Paul, double Riptide, forced to Aegis early, and now trying to get aggressive onto BFT.
CaptainTwig goes in. Beads from Paul.
Panic beads.
I think he was expecting the Fear No Evil instead of the Monkey Toss. And instead, because of that, Paul is now down both of his relics. Will have to play very passively and very far back during some of these fights. Aurora is going to have to be there to make sure Scarab's Blessing can keep him up. CycloneSpin will turn the corner just to see his purple buff stolen away. And the Tartarus Titans, once again, SOT rotating out of lane and grouping up towards this Gold Fury.
Yeah, SOT's on this side of the map, which means Variety either clears that wave and comes over or continues to get pressure over in that lane. In Paul's defense, CaptainTwig did blink in extremely menacingly, just didn't use the ult, just threw the monkey toss and looked at him and said, go ahead, beads. And Paul's like, okay. And just used the Aegis previously against the Primordial Onslaught from BMT, and now the beads are down. So this is the time for the Camelot Kings to try and get aggressive. If you can find an ult onto Aror, who doesn't have any relics at the moment, besides the shell, and Paul, like if they are stacked up, you could get some real value out of that Fear No Evil. Certainly have an opportunity to try and get a pick onto Paul. But it looks like, again, Variety is comfortable in lane, just sitting over on that right side of the map. You would love your solo laner to go for a play like that, and I'm thinking the Camelot Kings are fine with this slow style of play because they're so confident in their team fight. They don't need to force these objectives early on. They know XP-wise, they're going to hit level 20 first in most of these lanes. Gold-wise, they should be able to climb ahead if they keep up at this pace as well. So they are going to send out the mid-Trebuchet to try and get a little bit of pressure with that, but with the 3-man rotation towards mid, Aurora, Layers, and Paul should be able to make quick work of it.
Yeah, something that the Camelot Kings have gone on record saying is that they're very confident in their team fight stage more than anything else, just because each player on their team individually knows the role that they're supposed to play in the team fight. They know what they need to do to make sure they can win their fights. Now they're going to have to put that to the test up against Aror and Cyclone, with Layers on the way. Not willing to commit to the ults, not willing to commit to the fight just yet. Camelot Kings biding their time for a perfect pick. Maybe they can find it here, with Genetics finding a Riptide, a Fear No Evil on Aror, who will get himself back alive, but he's right into the River's Rebuke, and will use his shell to get back out as well. Now both relics down, Layers crashes back in, Variety has to joust his way on out, and a full 5v5 on the left side, Variety and Aror, the only two low.
Paul is full HP though, rotates into this fight late. No real ultimates available for either one of these teams, but it looks like the sustain route is in favor of the Camelot Kings. If they let Genetics heal up, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go for a re-engage. It doesn't look like that is the call though. Go for the red buff, stay back, keep your eyes on this Fury just in case the Tartarus Titans go for a pull. But the Camelot Kings are just heading over back to right lane, continuing to farm, not even for a moment, but SOT is going to pull this objective. They realize, hey, the Kings are over on right, we're going to go for this.
Netrioid's here. Genetics and BigManTingz join in. The Gold Fury has been leased, a Riptide dropped by Genetics to try and catch out CycloneSpin. The Camelot Kings have held the Titans away from the objective. Variety still on the right side of the map, so it's only going to be 4 versus 5. It's only going to be 3, and the Tartarus Titans get the Gold Fury. But they don't really get much off of that as far as the gold lead is concerned. They've only just bumped it back up to their side by a couple hundred gold. Meanwhile, Variety is just going to continue his split pushing, his solo farming over on the right to make sure the Camelot Kings stay in this.
Yeah, I'm surprised Variety was not able to grab that tier 1 tower and right, but it should go down with one more minion wave if no one rotates over. Just good play by the Titans there, sticking around that objective, recognizing, hey, Twig and Variety have left. Like, this is a 3v5. It was still a bit of a coin toss, but as long as you're able to body block the Primordial Onslaught from BMT, the bubbles from Genetics are not doing that much damage. The steal potential wasn't too great. The Tartarus Titans were able to grab that Fury, as the next objective spawning in should be that Pyromancer here shortly. And that's why we're seeing the CaptainTwig, as well as all of the Camelot Kings posturing towards the right side of the map. Netrioid's not going back to lane, heading over towards this Pyromancer immediately, and they're going to start the pull.
Roar's here. Shell back up in 4. Bead still down for 40. So Roar doesn't have all of his safety tools back up just yet, in case there was too much of a commit. Netrioid was on the middle of the map and is now teleported back in left. It's not only boxing in Cyclone, but make sure to keep that wave at bay. Camelot Kings with yet another Pyromancer, yet another objective. Pulled the gold lead back to himself. But Charlie, we haven't really seen a huge full-on breakout 5v5. It's been picks that grab ults from one way or the other. It's going to continue with that same trend. CaptainTwig beads and ults are down, and so is he. Layers crashing off the tree. Finds the damage necessary to pick off the jungler. But what can the Tartarus Titans get from this pick?
I mean, Paul played that about as well as you can. Knew that the blink was available, but did not let it happen. If CaptainTwig held onto that ult a little bit longer, maybe would be sitting just fine. But that's the benefit of turning off the lights. Twig had no idea who was around him, didn't know when Layers was going to land, just had to drop the Fear No Evil and hope that the blink could come out after the fact, and that's not the case. You're asking what the Tartarus Titans want. I think this tier 2 tower and left could be the option, but it looks like Variety is not going to let that one happen.
Variety and Genetics, the frontliners of the Camelot Kings, holding back the Titans. But Fury is still down for 2.5 more minutes, so nothing to gain there. Pyromancer down even longer than that. So the Titans will have to settle with just this tier 1 in the left side of the map. Maybe they can grab something elsewhere across the map, but with those lizards pushing up by BigManTingz, keeping it difficult for the Tartarus Titans to really make a move on either portions of the map. And we saw what happens if Aror gets isolated, had to use the Scarab's Blessing on himself earlier on, had to use the beads to get a Fear No Evil to even get that ability off, and then had to use the shell right after. Is that the same kind of method that the Kings have to take when they start approaching these jungle fights?
I mean, I can't imagine that picking Aror is going to be too easy at the moment. Once Netrioid gets, like, you know, upgraded starter item and maybe a bit more CC online, you could look to win a fight that way. But if you're using Fear No Evil and River's Rebuke on Khepri, the fight after the fact is not going to be going too great for the Camelot Kings. And also Aror played that engage perfectly, right? I mean, he used the ultimate, revived himself, used the beat to Fear No Evil, then Phantom shelled out and was able to escape that way. So he's at the point where he's got plenty of tank stats. Relic Dagger is up, so these relics are consistently available for Aror. I just don't imagine it's going to be too easy to get a clean pick onto Khepri. That Fear No Evil needs to be hitting at least 2 targets. Now the Camelot Kings are on the right side of the map, trying to get aggressive in the jungle, get a little bit of vision. We're at Fire Giant territory. I don't think that'll be pulled before the Oni Fury, but one pick, a big fight where someone has to retreat. Either one of these teams have the DPS to try and pull the objective this late into the game. So you gotta always make sure there's some vision on this side of the map. With the global presence from Netrioid, I don't imagine he's gonna have to make that rotation over. Can sit in lane, try and get that tower if possible. Whenever the Camelot Kings need, Netrioid could always click 4 and fly over and help in this right side of the map.
For now, Camelot Kings just trying to figure out where they can make their mark known, figuring out where they can put some of their damage out to try and find any advantage possible to get started on this Fire Giant. Leaving Netrioid alone in left, he'll be able to farm up. He has hit level 20 now, so a nice little potential power spike for him once he does go back to base, upgrading that starter item to himself. And Variety on this King Arthur does have his Bluestone upgraded, so we're starting to approach 6 slots for a lot of these players in the lobby. We haven't really broken out of this gold lead of any kind. I mean, 1,000 here or 1,000 there, back and forth between the teams. And it's the Camelot Kings who pull the Fire Giant. Aurora and Layers are here. Variety gonna try and zone Layers out, but you can only zone a rat for so long. Fire Giant down to 20% health. The Fear No Evil dropped early. The River's Rebuke doesn't get the kill. The Camelot Kings do get the Fire Giant. Layers has the ultimate on top of him. He'll be revived. Back over to Aror in a swift escape for the Camelot Kings. They grab the fire and they get out.
That is a clean disengage by the Kings. In a situation like that where you use all your ults on the objective, worst case scenario is that they, you know, the Tartarus Titans are able to force a fight. But that is not the case. They will be able to grab the Oni Fury, but the Camelot Kings are not slowing down. They didn't back. They're on the right side of the map going for this tier 2. If all of the Titans wait to get this objective, that right side bird might not be too long for this world, and it looks like that is the call. Lizards are dropped, and Variety's charging in before the Tartarus Titans can even respawn.
Variety's there. Netrioid's batting away at the health bar. Phoenix goes down. And Layers is here. Genetics might be the only one caught out amongst this. Does get knocked up by SOT. The root doesn't find him. And now it's Variety and Netrioid. The front line zoning through, but Netrioid so low in HP. The Camelot Kings have not only snuck a Fire Giant out, they've also taken 2 towers and a right side Phoenix. And now is the time where the Camelot Kings will decide to make their retreat.
Yeah, BMT was zoning the rest of the Titans just with that tornado alone. Not going to be easy to run into that one. This is a late game Tiamat. And the Camelot Kings are able to go back. Variety's actually sitting over and right, possibly looking for a 1v1 opportunity on the CycloneSpin. If he sits here a little bit longer, he certainly will get that opportunity. No one from the Tartarus Titans are on this side of the map. I'm curious how much damage is about to be done here, and it looks like everyone's flying in. CycloneSpin, you're going in the ground.
Yeah, CycloneSpin, it's just a matter of who gets it. It's CaptainTwig this time, but the brunt of that damage done by Variety on this Lancelot, a pick that he has gotten time after time in the solo lane, and it has worked out time after time for the Camelot Kings. CaptainTwig goes in with the monkey toss, finds some decent damage against SOT. And the Camelot Kings with a one-man advantage should be able to push at bare minimum this tier 1 tower. Could go for a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, there's no way the Titans can step up to the tier 2. That Phoenix is the only place they can really look for some defense. There are some Oni minions pushing left, so if they wanted to go left side, the Camelot Kings would have to go clear that way, but they're more focused on this tier 2 tower, and Variety already riding the horse into the back line.
Netrioid there. Tower doesn't stand much of a chance in the back line. Fear no evil catches Aror, and that's the beads and the Phantom Shell burned away by one small play out of CaptainTwig, who has been making nothing but big plays this entire game for his team.
Yeah, that was a massive ultimate. Getting both routes from Aror is going to be big if the Camelot Kings want to try and re-engage for this left side bird. We already touched on those Oni minions. They are batting away at the tier 2 tower, which means this siege will be stalled out a bit longer. Only about 1 minute and 10 left on this Fire Giant buff, but the Camelot Kings got plenty, right? I mean, this is the first Fire Giant of the game. You're expected to get some towers down. Maybe you take a crack at a Phoenix, but usually it's not going down when the game is this even. But because the Tartarus Titans went for that Oni Fury, the Kings used that pressure, got that Phoenix easily, and then got the pick on the CycloneSpin. Only about 45 more seconds. I imagine tier 2 tower and get out's the play, unless the Tartarus Titans step up a little bit too far.
Titans will just have to let go of the tier 1. Cyclone and Aror, along with SOT. Yeah, they're going to give up the tier 2 tower as well. So Camelot Kings, with their Fire Giant buff, have swept every single tower and a Phoenix off of the map, and have extended that gold lead to nearly 8,000 now in their favor.
I'd say that's pretty good.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
With one fell swoop, I mean, one single objective, we were sitting at a dead even game, and now you see the stair-step climb there that the Camelot Kings have been able to make in such a short amount of time. With their 4 minutes of Fire Giant buff, it was non-stop, constant farming and taking these objectives.
Yeah, I actually have been seeing this more recently lately. BigManTingz grabs the Bancroft's Claw last item on the Tiamat. It's one of those picks that you can get benefit out of if you just hold on to it until the end. The shielding is going to help you out for some survivability, but also last item just helps you out with some damage. You know, usually Bancroft's, when it was in the meta, was one of those items you get first, and then maybe you'd upgrade it towards later once these glyphs come out. But now it's fitting pretty well into the end of these builds here. And it's just nice to see on the Tiamat. BMT has been having a fantastic game, sitting about 2-0 at the moment. Hasn't been able to die just yet, and even more survivability is going to go in his favor. But now it's time for the Camelot Kings to look at the enhanced Fire Giant. Should be touching down here shortly. With only one bird down, and actually just spawned back in, the Tartarus Titans should be able to send that Trebuchet, clear these fire minions out, and I imagine should feel confident enough to step up towards this objective.
They're going to need to step up this time around. There are some minions pushing the left side from BigManTingz. That's going to cause some problems, at least keeping the minions back there. But Variety at the front line for the Camelot Kings, galloping around on his horse, waiting for an opportunity for somebody to step in. SOT is the one to step up first, but the enhanced Fire Giant was pulled, and it's at half HP. Layers has gone up onto the tree, will crash back down towards mid, and that's a big win for the Camelot Kings, because that is one major ultimate now down for the Tartarus Titans.
Netrioid used the ult as well just to make sure they were able to see where Layers was going to land, and now the enhanced Fire Giant's being pulled once again. SOT trying to frontline here, but BMT is just zoning the rest of the Tartarus Titans out. The enhanced Fire Giant was dropped and reset. Genetics will have to sustain to keep everyone topped off for this engagement. It just really depends. Where is CaptainTwig going to go in? Is this a Fire Giant commit? Are you looking for the fight? SOT backs at this point, has to upgrade the teleport. That's got to be the go button.
BMT, though, in danger. CaptainTwig in the back line. Does find CycloneSpin, but now it's CaptainTwig who is in danger. Rivers Rebuke comes through, but it will not save him. SOT finds one pick, and SOT is full HP in the back line, fighting against Netrioid. But now the Camelot Kings on the retreat. Netrioid cannot find the autos he needs. Layers dashes in. Netrioid dashes out. And the revive will get him back in. SOT has found the double kill. SOT looking for the triple kill as he will de-transform. Runs right back in. Needs one more hit on Genetics, but Paul will grab it. But now BigManTingz back in because everybody else is so low. Double kill for the mid laner of the Camelot Kings. They turn the fight back.
BMT is not afraid of anything. It looks like Variety is going to try and chase down Layers on the horse, but BigManTingz has to deal with the Trebuchet, has to not lose that tower. Variety is still chasing out Layers. No way that the chase will ensue too much longer, though, unless Layers goes for this speed buff. Has the ultimate available. The second he sees Variety, he has to dash away. That jousting field's not going to be enough to close gap, but they're going to go for it anyways. Gets the ult. Close, but not going to net a kill. Layers goes back to base, and it's going to take quite some time for Variety and BMT to get either one of these objectives. CaptainTwig spawns back in, but not going to be at this enhanced Fire Giant just yet. So a net wash, 20 seconds for SOT to come back, 15 for Paul, and Genetics is about 8 seconds away. This is going to be another 5v5 team fight while CycloneSpin heads over and grabs that Primal Fury in the process. But SOT goes massive there. I mean, what a goal deficit to fight into. I said the Titans should feel confident fighting for the objective, and they should, but just a 5v5 team fight around the objective should not have felt that confident, and it looked great, even off a great start of CaptainTwig, finding a pick where Aror wasn't even about to scare him. Blessing, this Fire Giant's getting burned, and only Layers is close by.
Quarter health, Layers and Aror to try and steal it, but the Camelot Kings grab it, and once again, the Camelot Kings will make their swift path out. Not a full retreat, though. Pyromancer is up, so you might as well grab an extra little prize with the Fire Giant. But now where will they go? Do they push up the left lane? Do they push up mid? Seems the call for a couple is to at least go back to base and spend up some of that extra gold that they've been saving up. Teleport for Variety finished up. Blink upgraded for CaptainTwig. And so now...
Does Variety get red? Let's see, and it looks like Variety
wow,
gets red.
Oh, it's the consumed one.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, who's getting the second red buff? I was curious if it was going to be like, you know, Twig grabs it, doesn't want the speed. Genetics could pick it up, but give Variety the second red buff, and now you're going to see even more damage in the backline. The Tartarus Titans are not hiding underneath their Phoenix. They are grouped up at this Primal Fury, looking to set up an ambush somehow. They don't have a Fear No Evil go button. It's usually going to be an abduct from Aror or some sort of knock-up from SOT. Variety is going to be the first one to walk in.
He will graze on by, realizes that there's quite a few in the jungle. He'll walk over a ward. Monkey toss in the backline for CaptainTwig, finds Paul, but Paul turns it right back around. CaptainTwig is the first one gone in the fight. Variety dives into the back to try and find CycloneSpin, but the two frontliners of the Tartarus Titans are holding back the Kings, if only for an extra moment. Dash out is good by SOT because he transformed, but the Riptide holds it back a little bit longer. The stun just off the mark, and the Camelot Kings are still pushing forward.
Yeah, they're feeling confident here, and it looks like they're going for that mid-Phoenix. The minions are walking in. Paul's low, but not low enough that he can't clear the minions out, and Layers going up in the sky.
Netrioid pushing at the Phoenix. Layers misses the ultimate at the back end of the fight, and the Rivers will zone away a few. And now it's Variety to go on the solo mission to find Layers, but that Phoenix ate about half of its health with just a few autos from Netrioid, but the Camelot Kings down a man cannot continue.
Yeah, CaptainTwig gets absolutely deleted in that fight. Hits a massive Fear No Evil, but Paul just clicks beads and returns the damage, and that's all it really took. The Camelot Kings still were feeling confident, tried to push in, but without your jungler, without CaptainTwig, without Fear No Evil underneath that Phoenix, even with EFG, a 4v5 is a tall task, and now it's time to go back to base and figure out, do you have enough time to go for a second push here. Enhanced Fire Giant will be up for a little bit longer, about 1:30, and it looks like Netrioid is pushing up mid lane. That's the only Phoenix that's looking kind of weak, right? Phoenix also weak, but has been healing up for quite some time. And it looks like that will be the call. One more siege, one more group, and pushing up the left side of the map. SOT and Paul missing out on beads, so CaptainTwig should be able to get a little bit more value this time, but I don't think your job as a Hunbats with this build, this full damage build with no Aegis, is to be the first one in. I mean, let Variety go to the backline, get some beads out, get some escapes, and then you can blink in. But if you're a 1v5 as a Hunbats, what just happened can easily happen again. Paul has the damage to return and just say, I don't even care about your role. We're going to delete you before the fight starts.
The Camelot Kings, with 30 seconds left on their Fire Giant buff, will now group around the Phoenix for one final push before they'll have to go for a reset. Can they find the opening that they need to break open the base of the Tartarus Titans once again? Remember earlier on, right side Phoenix went down, so there is still that as a fallback option on a later siege. The Camelot Kings are gonna stick around. 10 seconds left on Fire Giant. Rivers Rebuke up by Genetics to open the door for Netrioid and for CaptainTwig, but it's a dive in the back by Layers. CaptainTwig low, but CaptainTwig is out. Instead, it's the Trebuchet that's gonna bat away at the Phoenix's health bar.
Variety's in the back line, does do a little bit of damage. The Phoenix drops down and the Camelot Kings, they want to go on retreat here. I don't imagine the Titans have too much chase down, but they are surging forward. SOT's looking a little worse for wear.
SOT hit by the Joust, and the ultimate expended for the solo laner, but it's Aror who needed it most as Netrioid puts down the support of the Tartarus Titans, and the Camelot Kings now with a 5v4 are feeling confident enough to go for the mid lane Phoenix as well. They have the 1 minion there, and that is more than enough for Netrioid to get his opportunity to shut down another Phoenix. Only the right weakened bird still left standing.
Yeah, Aror unfortunately pays for SOT's crime, steps up with way too little HP, baits out the Scarab's Blessing, and then Aror is the one who really needed that revive. The Camelot Kings get 2 Phoenixes off that play. The first one was guaranteed, but that second one I think only happens if they grab that pick. Enhanced Fire Giant already touching back down here shortly. CycloneSpin and Layers are close. This is going to be another 4v5 situation. It's not easy to fight into this. If they just stall, if the Camelot Kings wait for fire minions to push in, there's no way the Tartarus Titans are able to keep everyone around this objective. They have to deal with those fire minions.
SOT, the lone front line for the Tartarus Titans at the Fire Giant. Gets pulled by Genetics and Netrioid. CaptainTwig will deward in enemy territory. The Variety is looping around the back to CycloneSpin, and Paul will dismount off the horse to disrupt Paul. Joust in the back line. CaptainTwig is there. Fear no evil. Will keep Paul away. Netrioid needs a little bit of help. BigManTingz needs all the help, and Netrioid will be there to give it for him. Layers goes down. SOT goes down. Double kill for Netrioid and the Camelot Kings. They may not even need the Fire Giant if they can find one more pick.
I mean, the fact that BMT lives there is an absolute crime, but that's Bancroft's Claw for you. That's the shielding and the sustain from Genetics. Has just been spamming that heal, even into a ton of anti-heal. 2 down for the Tartarus Titans, cannot defend this Enhanced Fire Giant. The base is being broken a little bit by some minions. And now it's time for the Camelot Kings to charge up the right side of the map. You're going to be missing all of your ultimates for some time. But I mean, it's a 5v3. It is not easy to hold the base up against EFG. It's going to be a tall task to ask in Variety, already charging in with the horse. Going to be the first one to break the base.
Keeping himself pressed against the wall so he doesn't have to trot too far in enemy territory. Right side Phoenix gone. 15 seconds on Layers. Minion wave in tow, and that should be the final call for the Camelot Kings. The Bracer is down by Genetics. The ultimate is still down for a little while. Inside the throne room, the Camelot Kings go. Fear no evil keeps Paul back. Variety dives in to get the Aegis away. Paul makes it to the fountain. Layers makes it to the backline, but the Camelot Kings just have too much damage. And game number 1 of our first best of 5 semi goes to the Camelot Kings.
Clinical play there from the Kings. What an even gold lead up until 20+ minutes, but 2 Enhanced Fire Giants. At that point, it's difficult to come back from the Camelot Kings, looking extremely solid. The Tartarus Titans found some fight back, and I think Layers was consistently getting to the backline, but not finishing those kills. Doing a fair bit of damage, but you got to finish those kills because BMT just would not die this game.
No, BMT living way too many times on too little HP, especially that last little skirmish around the Fire Giant coming out with red health bar at that point. Just needed a little extra backup, and at least fortunately for BMT, he had the backup of Netrioid.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the carries are in the back line. You don't even need peel. Just peel yourself with damage. If you can kill them first, then you're not really in too much of an issue there.
And with that one, the Camelot Kings take game number 1. This is a best of 5 set, so game 1 is only the first stepping stone. Can the Camelot Kings keep this up? We'll find out in game number 2 right after this.
I win? What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
neck and neck in game number 1, but it's ultimately the Camelot Kings who are able to strike first. The good news is game 2 in a best of 5 is the most important game there is. So Camelot Kings able to grab first blood. Will be answered back by the Tartarus Titans, remain to be seen. We are very, very close here, up to like halfway through the 20-minute mark, 25 or so minute mark, Gore. I mean, kills actually edging towards the Titans a bit. Kings able to answer back. But gold within a few hundred of one another. Experience very close as well. It's ultimately late game team fighting around those enhanced fire giants that makes the difference. And the Camelot Kings very good at that.
What I think is funny is, like, when you say that bit, it's the same as every Kings game, right?
Yeah,
It's like late game team fighting makes the difference, and the Kings are able to kind of find a win off of that. But the thing that's interesting to me is that prior to that, it wasn't, like you said, a very similar game. I mean, you know, looking at this, I had mentioned I was kind of joking in the green room where I was like, man, I'm going to laugh if, like, we end up at another, like, 18-minute first blood with a king set. But I think that they were very active early on, right? Maybe, it took a few minutes, but who cares? They were able to get in there, find a lot of kills, and lead in that regard. But like you said, when it came down to gold lead, I mean, even here, looking at this highlight, they're up 3-1 in terms of kills. They're down almost 1,000 gold in this fight itself. And so as it, you know, approached towards the late game, as they were getting a little more adept at I think, controlling some of those fights, that's when it started turning into macro play all of a sudden. That's when it started becoming, oh, yeah, the Titans might be able to get some kills, but, you know, you're down 8,000 gold every time you go into the fight. And so even if you are able to get something, it feels solid. You know, that gap closes up slightly for a little bit, but not enough that it ever feels like they, you know, truly have control. They start getting some fights and, like you said, kills that go their way towards the Titans. But a lot of that one does not end up being, you know, fully in their control. After like 20 minutes in, 25 minutes in, then the Kings really start to run away with it. And it's just a matter of, can we get a controlling enough fight that we can just win the damn game? And the answer was yes.
And really, I think Tingz impressed me towards the end of the game on the Tiamat. Because, you know, think about the picks that Tingz has been playing, the control style mages, the Merlins, Neath, obviously not a mage, I'm going to cover my bases there, some magical ADCs. Tiamat has started to sprinkle its way back into BigManTingz's picks here as of late, and it has just looked so good. The late game scaling, 40,000 damage. And I think back to a fight, it was early, one of the early Fire Giant fights, where it looked like the Titans had won it. BigManTingz stays alive, BigManTingz jumps back in, gets a double kill, and suddenly it's the Camelot Kings who are in a much better spot in that fight. I think Tiamat, and the only player at 600 gold per minute here in game number 1, everyone else 500 or below, even into the 400s. So good at farming up, so good at doing damage. Tiamat's got to be looked at one way or another here, I think, for the Tartarus Titans. Either you got to plan against it, pick ban, because this is the style of pick that Tingz might just keep going.
Honestly, won't be surprised. You talk about that GPM. I won't be surprised if you told me that was like the highest that we've seen in Masters, and maybe the highest we'll see. Period at Masters. Like it's just so difficult to hit that high of a number, and I think that's something that the farm-wise was really solid for BMT. The thing I'm wondering is where you go back to it, because you know the Titans, they banned out Nemesis, Chiron, Cupid. All of those were incredibly strong picks for the Kings. Discordia makes sense because Discordia. And then the Kukulkan maybe is someone that you could have forgotten or left behind, but like, I don't know if you really want to. I know that's something that Tingz has gone back to. With the Tiamat, kind of slowly on the rise, it definitely has to be thought about. The other side, it was the Morgan, the Hell, the Isa. Like, a lot of mages had been stripped down, so it was definitely in this position where you were going to be worse for wear, I think, no matter what. And then Tingz comes out and does 40,000 damage, so it's like you kind of feel like no matter what, that was a losing scenario for him. I'm wondering what they'll change, though, as first pick, just because all of a sudden you can, you know, like, you can still grab Khepri first as long as it doesn't get banned. But Lancelot was a little bit of a problem, a bit of a problem. Yemoja was still problematic throughout that game. And it definitely feels like you have to make a change.
We are zooming through bans here. We have knocked down quite a few all in a row here. Some mid lane centric bans from the Kings take away a lot from Paul there. Between the Iset, the Hell, and the Morgan. On the flip side, BigManTingz will lose his knees, potentially his Chiron as well, though Netrioid has looked really good on the Chiron specifically for the Camelot Kings. Cupid left open. That's first pick worthy across the league, it feels like right now, but obviously for CycloneSpin, it's going to look really, really nice as well. So the Titans was something pretty standard, Gore, with their first pick. Tiamat left unpicked, unbanned, still something Titans can look towards a bit later on in the draft. And why not if you're the Kings? Go right back to this Lancelot.
I am Yemoja.
Yemoja left
Do
open
not
once
forget.
again, and a fantastic top 2 pairing for the Kings.
That was the thing I was really curious about. Was what do you value? Like, you know, last time it was they locked in Khepri, Yemoja's still
value
open.
in
Let's
life?
just grab that. And yeah, like what do they value in life when life is SMITE? And that was the question, right? Is it's the Yemoja versus the Khepri? I was curious as to which one they would go over for first, because Khepri, like I said yesterday, was I mean, astonishingly highly valued over the Yemoja. And then actually now looking at it, and there were some sets where he was just completely ignored as well. So it's been interesting to watch this dynamic between these two, because I think both of them are highly valued as supports. I think Yemoja, in the right hands, just the best support in the game, and it makes sense for the Kings to go back to it. If it was that balance, though, of do you value the res more than you value the kit from the Yemoja? And I'm happy to see that the answer to that was no. I think that they've showcased, and they just did, that you can handle a Khepri, and we've seen it countless times that it's not necessarily guaranteed. Yep. It's much more difficult in my mind to handle a good Yemoja. Those walls, yeah, you can use a Phantom Shell, but then you're forcing them into a relic. You get a Riptide, you're forcing CC, you can control things around there, and you know, maybe it's not like the blanket statement always going to be the best support into X draft, but I think if you don't know what's going to be on the other side, or if you can play it well, then Yemoja is just always going to give you a leg up.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the Titans here, especially with Cabrakan, that I'm assuming will be Aror's. Titans have every opportunity to get maybe the most sought-after duo lane, which is Khepri and Cupid right now. Instead it'll be Cabrakan and Cupid. So there's got to be pressure building up in that duo lane for the Tartarus Titans. When you've got a Cupid, you've got Cabrakan. Those two should be able to mount some pressure, but you're right, Gore. I mean, you're going up against a Yemoja, the sustain, plenty of pressure for Yem over in the duo lane as well.
Yeah.
Now, Merlin, a 64% win rate, if I saw that correctly, through like 14, 15 games. So has had a great Summer Masters here so far. And is often that next pick up for BigManTingz. You know, there's the Neath, the Tiamat, and then like if it's not specifically one of those, then drops down to Merlin a good bit of the time. And I say drops down, but it often looks good. Has had some fantastic games on this Merlin. And honestly, I think similar ability to output big damage numbers as the Tiamat as the game goes on, and also provides some good objective shred.
Now, I'm curious about this because, you know, you mentioned not only the Merlin and how much he can provide for the team, and I think right on the money is it's going to be great for the Kings and for Tings specifically.
Nice.
They banned the Tiamat, like it, right? Like if I'm looking at these bans, I see the Morrigan, the Hell, the E-Set, and then all of a sudden Tiamat, cool. Paul's the target, and you know, Paul has a wildly large god pool, but you've taken out a majority of the good mid laners that are in the meta right now, and then you have the Merlin on your side, so that's 5 mages, not including the Neath on the other side, and to an extent the Chiron, but really just the Neath. And I feel like that King Arthur ban is definitely, I mean, it's necessary. Sot's really good at this pick. But should this not just be the easiest Discordia pickup? Like, I mean, if you're going for like things that have been meta,
Sure.
you get, you know, if your King Arthur's gone, but you want to empower Sot, you can still get a Discordia and have Paul be effective on that. Maybe there's something about Paul's Discordia, I don't know. But I have to imagine he's really good at a lot of mages. That's something I can imagine him playing very well. And as of right now, it's one of the top of the tier list.
I wonder, a triple hunter composition, maybe, for the Tartarus Titans. One magical ADC, of course, with the Olorun to diversify that damage just a bit.
Into my trap.
And then Ullr. So this will be a solo lane Ullr. Should be, if my SMITE GPS is accurately calibrated this morning. Should be Ullr over for SOT.
Where is
in the
SMITE
solo
True
lane.
North?
I am not a goddess of mercy.
Well, what is True North? It is like a guiding star, right? No, well, that's the North Star, but like True North is.
I don't know.
Define
Isn't True North and Magnetic North separate? Like the actual like north versus where like the magnetic pole, because the magnetic pole is like shifting or something like that.
Gore,
like,
I don't have a
wild.
great answer for you. I don't know what the one true direction of all of it is.
We should read it. Chat, I'm going to just recommend this. Read about magnets and like magnetic fields, because that stuff is just true wizardry.
Yeah, order
I
yourself.
don't know how it works.
Use your Prime
It's just
membership.
cool.
Get a magnet book shipped to you just ASAP. Let's talk about this composition though from the Tartarus Titans. Cupid, Olorun, Ullr.
Yep.
With initiation from Ratatoskr and Cabrakan.
Yep.
This is I'm walking at you, running at you, diving at you, and dealing a lot of damage style of composition. Feels like a lot of it's got to do with SOT being able to find pressure and find a lead over in that solo lane. A dynamic
Yeah.
composition that Titans fans, I think, will be excited about, but
Yeah.
potentially a bit wary of.
I don't know if I'm too worried about it. Sai has, speaking of magnets, he puts magnets in the pockets of everybody he's up against. Those axes never miss. For some reason,
sure
it
don't.
feels like they will wind. It's a straight line. I know it is, but it feels like he can hit it around corners like, like he's in Wanted or whatever. Like, it feels like he's hitting shots with these things. That just should not be possible. So I'm always really impressed watching this one. I think that that's going to be fun to watch. And like you said, it's a team comp that is relying on him, but it's overly aggressive, right? Like, I mean, you've got a Rat, a Cabrakan, and like you said, 3 hunters technically to work with. Olorun, chat, I know technically not a hunter, but magical carry, all auto attacks, whatever. AA. And so that's what really matters here, and I think that's the thing that's going to be great. But you also translate well into a late game, right? You have a lot of early game pressure. That translates into a pretty decent mid game for almost all of your gods, but they also have sanctified fields. They have fields of love. They have great initiation for late game team fights with the Ratatoskr. Cabrakan can get very tanky. Ullr and Cupid and Olorun are all just going to do more damage as the game goes on. So I think that it is a very Titans-esque draft. Actually, kind of even double dipping into like what I would expect maybe to see out of like the Dragons. Very aggressive, very straightforward, whereas the Kings are just playing the Kings again.
Can the aggression, can the unique composition from the Titans win things out here, tie up this best-of-5 set in Game 2? We got to go down to JMac and Trelly to find out.
Thank you one more time as we hop in to the second game of the best-of-5 series. A very important game for both of these teams. For the Camelot Kings, it puts them 1 game away from moving on to the grand finals of the Summer Masters. For the Tartarus Titans, it would mean tying up the set and guaranteeing, at minimum, a 4-game set up against the Camelot Kings. It's JMac, Trelly, and Doug back one more time with the triple hunter comp that came out during Masters 1 that brought success for the Tartarus Titans, for the Jade Dragons, teams of that time. But how will it fare up against the draft that the Camelot Kings have, Trelly?
Yeah, that is the question. It's a pretty tanky draft in its own right, but they also have Netrioid in the backline on this Freya that's going to have a slow start, but will come on strong come late game. So definitely got to be watching out for the Freya. A lot of pressure here on SOT to perform and make sure that he's consistently landing these abilities. Usually, when this pick comes through, SOT gets like infinite lane pressure and is able to just constantly poke out the opponent. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what character they're on. It's just consistent pressure from the Ullr. But variety on the Lancelot, I imagine, should be just fine in lane once that SoloOrTroll gets finished and you're able to trade effectively. Interestingly enough, though, once again, Paul going for the shell, not putting too much respect on a Beads or an Aegis, just going for that team fight relic, trying to get some extra HP. I mean, effective HP, not actual HP. And CaptainTwig already blinking in on the layers, looking to get aggressive in the jungle.
Get some decent damage there. And as far as pressure is concerned, dual lane, wave pressure 100% goes to the Camelot Kings this early on. But kill pressure could be for the Tartarus Titans. The Heart Bomb lands onto 2. Tremors slow them down as well. And now it's the Tartarus Titans who are fighting back against this Camelot Kings duo.
Yeah, it is a bit of a kill lane here, as the desk highlighted. Cabrakan into the Cupid. Just stun, Heart Bomb, constantly looking for pressure. But if the Camelot Kings don't have kill pressure, what they do have is sustain for days. They've got Yemoja and the built-in lifesteal that Netrioid has in the kit. So it's going to be very difficult to find kills in a lane like that. SOT, of course, on a hunter is forced into beat, so you have the teleport from Variety. Should be able to get back into lane effectively, doesn't care too much about losing some HP. But a good axe combo here would be deadly. Variety's already getting very low, and again, does not have the beats, only teleport. Can't be immuning one of those axe stuns and not getting hit by the combo after the fact. I think that's why we see CaptainTwig coming over to the right lane, just to relieve some of that pressure, but also possibly look for an invade here at the blue buff.
Level 3 for Variety means he does have some access to a couple of, or at least one ranged skill by tossing the horse. CaptainTwig eats a little bit of a combo there from SOT, but nothing too dangerous. No invades happening this time around. Both teams recognizing that they don't have that same level of kill threat or really wave threat more than anything else. This mid lane is where I think a lot of people should keep their eyes on, as you mentioned, Paul. Not having beads or Aegis available could be very susceptible if CaptainTwig makes a rotation over. But that Sanctified Field coming online at level 5, that'll probably be the biggest safety net that Paul will have.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the farm of the mid laners. I don't think there's going to be too much aggression towards this mid lane unless CaptainTwig or Layers finally decide to pull the trigger on those blink cooldowns and try and go in for something. Layers was looking at red buff, but a little too late. Not going to be able to go for the invade there. And you know, you're really on a timer because level 5 comes through. CaptainTwig's got the Mannequin Scepter, should be able to finish either the Golden Blade or the Stone Cutting Sword, and that's going to be a ton of damage. SOT trying to hit the combo onto Variety, but doesn't have the Transcendence built just yet, so not enough mana to spam these abilities as freely as he probably wants to, and also not doing that much damage this early on the Ullr. Smart ward, though, just to catch out CaptainTwig if the rotation comes through like it did last time.
SOT will confirm the Totem of Coup for now. That gives him a little of that extra MP5 for the time. Variety finally with that level 5, able to get a little bit of wave pressure for himself, be able to finally full clear out. We do see a small invade by CaptainTwig to steal the Serpent Camp away. Level 5s on both the jungle and the solo. Level 5s in the mid as well. Now we just wait for the dual lane to catch up to that point. But it could just be a fight onto Paul. Knockback and Sanctified Fielder there, and CaptainTwig with no beads and not using the ultimate won't go anywhere except to the grave. It's Layers to come up for first blood.
I mean, I was just waiting, like, is he just not, he thinks he's dead, he's not going to use the ult. Maybe he didn't want to gamble with trying to juke out Layers' ult and decide to save it, but I think ulting under the tower would have at least granted some safety there. Now, Variety could be in some trouble, does have the Jousting Field to escape if need be, but that blue buff certainly going to be under some fire by Layers.
Just a questionable play by CaptainTwig. Maybe, as you said, not wanting to waste the ultimate, that way he can have it for the next fight, thinking he was dead no matter what, but I mean, he had his blink. He could have ulted away, and by the time Layers gets off, he only needs to wait, what, maybe an extra second before blink is back up to try and get out. But for now, CaptainTwig, the only one to take a spill early on. And BigManTingz kind of going against the grain on stacking items. Normally, it's Warlock staff in that first item if we are seeing these mages go there. But instead, he's gone towards Book of Thoth.
Yeah, we've seen Paul go towards the Book of Thoth, but it's always double stacking, right? Warlocks first into the Book of Thoth. BMT prioritizing that damage once the just the mana online to be able to spam those Merlin abilities, but also just going for raw damage in that slot. We'll have to see if there will be some more survivability later on in the kit. Possibly just that Bancroft's Claw late game, which did numbers for BMT as was, so maybe that's all the survivability that he feels that he needs on this Merlin. It looks like Layers obviously upgraded the Acorn and is going into that Transcendence Star, whereas CaptainTwig just grabbed the Golden Blade on this Osiris. Will speed up the farm a little bit and allow clearing these back camps to hurry up, but damage-wise, not going to be the biggest power spike in the world for this Osiris. Still able to get aggressive with the rest of the team, I feel, but yeah, I don't think you're forcing 1v1s versus Layers anytime soon. The damage-wise, you're just not able to match it.
I don't know what genetics are. Okay, they're fighting over a chalice is what it was. I'm like, what are the two supports doing here, slapping each other around in the jungle for a little while? But there's all the fight over the chalice that ends up going to genetics anyways. CaptainTwig and Layers are here. BigManTingz around the corner, but so is CycloneSpin. Fields of Love are available. CaptainTwig ults out, and that's a call for Cyclone to go in. That will lock CaptainTwig down for a dunk by Layers, but the shell is there by genetics to keep him alive. Only for a moment longer, though. Layers able to pick up that kill, and now genetics stuck inside the Sanctified Field. Hardly any Omi to his name. He will go down to the might of the Tartarus Titans.
That was the slowest kill I've ever seen. Just in the tremors, in the Sanctified Field, had the heart bomb on. genetics was never going to get out of there, but the health bar, it was so tanky, so much sustain from the support of the Camelot Kings. And now it's the Titans stealing away some obelisks. Remember, Aror died doing this last game, but feeling pretty confident with 2 members dead there. Now the gold lead certainly in their favor. BMT hasn't been shy to the farm. Has just been sitting around this mid lane as we expected. Paul doing the same. But the farm game alone has been pretty solid for them. SOT jumps in, gets a little bit of damage on the Variety. Unless some more auto hit, there could be a kill potential here. That's going to be all she wrote because the axe missed.
One more hit, bladed arrow off the mark, and now SOT will have to jump over the wall to get away from CaptainTwig, but there's not a whole lot of mana to his name. SOT is doing anything he can to find that last swing, but he will go down to CaptainTwig unless Layers shows up to bail him out, but the dunk is there from CaptainTwig. That will finally get a kill for the Camelot Kings. Maybe a second one with BigManTingz and genetics showing up. Layers has the juke boots to get out for now, but can he survive against 4? Finds a stun on 1, rooted in place.
What?
Dash is out. Are you kidding me?
There was just no stuns. I mean, Layers was speedy enough to juke them all out. He was even jumping around. I think he was confident he was making it out the whole time. So CaptainTwig does pick up the first kill of the Camelot Kings, but Layers is able to make it out of there alive and hold on to that 2-0 shutdown bounty that you don't want to let the other team have. Smart call. And SOT, if that axe landed, or the bladed arrow, I mean, there's definitely a solo kill on the Variety. Unfortunately, this is what I said going in. If you're going to go something like the Ullr, I mean, you got to be landing absolutely everything to make it work. I'm not going to say it's not working, but first kill of the game goes towards the Camelot Kings, and now Variety's getting ganked.
And a little bit easier to kill a lone assassin with no defense when you got 2 people to do it this time. Tartarus Titans will finally find that kill that they were waiting for earlier on. They put down Variety, and they can go for a blue buff invade, and maybe a little bit more. But it's a few seconds till that is back up, and teleport is available for Variety. Tartarus Titans will stick around to the right side, though. Layer's going to make sure that buff is stripped away from the solo laner.
Yeah, there's no way the CaptainTwig gets over here in time to help out, so Variety's going to have to be without the blue buff once that teleport does come through. Greater Scorpion should be spawning here shortly, and it looks like the Tartarus Titans want to invade that as well, not let the Camelot Kings get any sort of upgraded buffs this time around. Variety could be in some more trouble. The gank, re-gank.
Wow.
Joustfield comes through. The Crusher ticks, I mean, the Bluestone ticks are not enough, but that teleport got used and already done.
And now he'll have to go back and rethink his choices. Slowly trot his way back to the lane on the horse. BigManTingz walled off by Aror. Sanctified Field to lock him down, and Paul to put him down. Once again, the Tartarus Titans come up with a kill, almost finding another one. CaptainTwig has to dunk away from SOT. And this is a problem that we see so many times teams go against the Titans, is they forget that SOT is kind of sick on this pick, because he can just do this time and time again. Missed the arrow, Aror grabs the kill, but the Titans put 6 up on the board.
Yeah, Variety is just not tanky enough to survive the onslaught of damage between Layers and SOT. Aror gets credit for that kill. Paul already on top of this Pyromancer making the pull. So we saw a little aggression towards that left side of the map. CycloneSpin was not worried, as the Pyromancer will go down for the Tartarus Titans, and that gold lead, 3K in their favor at 10 minutes. I mean, in game number 1, it was at 10 minutes, the Kings were pulling that Pyromancer, and they had the lead. This time around, anything but. Off the back of SOT getting immense pressure in that solo lane. Layers sitting 3-0 on this rat. Wherever these Hunter and Assassins are on the map, they are able to find some pressure. They're able to find those kills. Variety just cannot step up in this lane.
3-0-2 for Layers. 1-0-3 for both Paul and Aror, and 1-0-2 for CycloneSpin. 6 kills up for the Tartarus Titans, and all the aggression in the world has been towards this right side and this middle of the map. The Camelot Kings so far have not been able to keep up with the pace that the Tartarus Titans have set in this game. And maybe that just comes naturally from SOT coming back to this Ullr pick. I mean, every time when we're talking highlight plays for SOT throughout the end of phase 1, early phase 2, it's when he gets this Ullr pick and he's soloing his opposition who are on tankier targets.
Yeah, now Layers is going for the wraparound here on a Netrioid. Valkyrie's discretion is available, so diving this tower would not come easy. But with 3 members and now Genetics on the way, looks like the gank was spotted out. Netrioid still trying to clear this way, but it's not going to be easy even to kill these minions.
No, Heart Bomb doesn't get the kill. But there's a lot of minions. SOT finally gets put down on the right side. It's CaptainTwig and Variety team up to get a revenge kill. But that sets up when you throw 2 to the right side of the map. Netrioid low in HP. Gold Fury started up by the Titans. Genetics there to try and steal, but he's too little, too late. Tartarus Titans have grabbed the Gold Fury 12 minutes in, a very early objective.
Yeah, that is a very early Gold Fury pull, but as you said, 2 members on the right side of the map. Netrioid didn't have the HP to try and step up. It was only Genetics who could go for a possible miracle play there, and as you said, didn't even show up in time for it. So now, gold lead's sitting about 4,000 in favor of the Tartarus Titans, with a pretty solid late game composition, by the way. The Olorun is only going to get better. SOT going for that fail not style of build that we've seen on the Chirons, and Aror and CycloneSpin almost wrapped around again onto Netrioid. I was thinking maybe some aggression coming through towards this left side of the map. It looks like they realize, hey, we got the gold free for free. We should probably just back off. Either way, SOT making sure that, yeah, there's going to be some crazy ability damage going through, but just this fail not pickup alone, make sure that whenever you switch stances every couple 45 seconds or so, you're able to get some big crits as well.
At least with all the damage that's been thrown towards Variety, he's able to put that right back. That SoloOrTroll is keeping him topped off during these little 1v1 battles. It's only in the 2v1s where it gets a little dangerous for either of the solo laners. But having Aror as the lone frontline for the Tartarus Titans, you know, once we get to that late game, if the Camelot Kings can get past the Sanctified Field, is there much for the Tartarus Titans as far as the team fight is concerned, Trelly?
I mean, they're trying to go for overwhelming damage here. It's one of those situations where if one of their carries dies, they still have two more, right? If SOT dies, Paul and CycloneSpin can pick up the slack. But in a situation where the Camelot Kings are just W-keying and Sanctified Field is down, I do think they have an advantage late game if they're able to get online, if they're able to close up this gold deficit that they're under at the moment. So the Tartarus Titans have to keep this pace up, and already Aror looking for more aggression, trying to find the stun onto BMT. Doesn't land, and Genetics has the Riptides to get his team out of safety, or towards safety, out of danger. That's what they were.
Yeah, you don't want to get out of safety. You definitely want to be as safe as you can. Paul setting up for a gank around the red buff, but Genetics not going to bite this time around. Tartarus Titans can steal that buff away, keep more farm away from BigManTingz. He was a star in last game as a 2v1 against SOT. He's using every ability he's got to get that jump back online. Jukes out a little bit of damage. Bede's gone from CaptainTwig, but he doesn't have the ult. Age is now gone for SOT. Aror and Layers on the rotation, but Layers was too far away. Blink by Aror, finds the stun on the CaptainTwig. Layers finds a second stun on the CaptainTwig, and SOT finds the damage needed to take down the jungler. What was a 2v1 to start turned into a 3v2 for the Tartarus Titans.
I mean, we have the benefit of looking at that fight from above, but even from the start, that looked like SOT had no chance of dying. I guess if CaptainTwig pre-beads the axe and no one else made the rotation over, you might have a free kill on SOT. And by free, I mean you're using everything and barely getting the kill underneath that tier 2. But the rotation in from the Titans makes sure that this Ullr won't fall. And Aror is pulling Fire Giant at 15 minutes in. I mean, Variety's on the way over, but this is not going to be free.
No, for sure not. Might just be a bait. The wall holds out. The Lancelot at least. Fields of Love drop through. Variety nowhere to go. Genetics tries to save his team, tries to save himself as a Riptide gets him out. But now the health bars on the Tartarus Titans not looking so hot. Instead of Fire Giant, they'll have to go for the Pyromancer instead. No, they won't even go for that.
Yeah, it looks like BMT was making the rotation behind. And now the Camelot Kings should be able to make a pull on this objective. It will go down. So the Fire Giant pull turns into a Pyromancer for the Camelot Kings. XP and gold still certainly in favor of the Tartarus Titans. So not going to be the biggest deal, but this just shows the pace of a game that the Titans are trying to play here. They are pulling Fire Giant at 15 minutes in just to bait in Variety and wall off that jousting field, trying to find some kill potential. Didn't work out, of course. They were able to, you know, minimize that gold lead a bit in the Camelot Kings, but I think that just goes to show the amount of aggression that the Titans are willing to put out here. They have triple ADC, they want to get to late game, and they don't want to give any chances to the Kings to come back in this game.
So T spamming abilities as the team groups up in the mid lane. CycloneSpin at the left side on his own, but with essentially two Hunters, mid-tier 1 stands no chance. And with Netrioid now having to deal at least with the Trebuchet on the left, that tier 1 tower will not stand for much longer. Tier 2, now a potential threat if the Tartarus Titans decide to go for that. For the moment being, they're going to start grouping up over in this mid lane. Maybe a pushback towards Fire with Cyclone rotating over.
I'm thinking the Oni Fury's got to be on the cards here for the Titans. We do see some presence over on the right side of the map from the Camelot Kings, and it's really only SOT. CycloneSpin and Layers are going to make the rotation over. Not really looking at the objective just yet. Checking to see how close Netrioid was. Having to deal with that Trebuchet means Oni Fury's going to get pulled. And the Camelot Kings are forced to give this one up. No one in sight. Variety's heading back over to right lane to clear some minions. Trebuchet going up mid lane and left side. the Tartarus Titans have nothing but presence. They can do essentially no wrong here. Wherever they go, there's going to be pressure. And back towards the Fire Giant, it seems like they're posturing.
A much faster paced game number 2 from the Tartarus Titans. 8 kills up already. When we were looking at almost 30 minutes into the last game before we saw this kind of a kill count. The Fire Giant started by the Titans. Paul pushed back by Variety. Sanctified Field thrown behind Paul, but it's still necessary to keep them alive. Variety gone. Genetics through the Riptide. SOT over the wall, but he mixes the ass toss, and now he is stuck inside the Rivers of Puke, and he is now in the grave. CaptainTwig finds the dunk. Aror by himself needs some help from his damage dealers to peel off the rest of these guys. But it's a 1-for-1 to start out this fight, maybe a 2. If Aror can find some extra damage, no, it's Netrioid who finds Paul.
Netrioid is absolutely popping off. He is doing so much damage, running up against 3 Tartarus Titans. The Whoop is going to confirm another one for the ADC. He just walked up and won this fight himself. I mean, CaptainTwig ults in to confirm the kill on the Sot, but besides that, that was Freya damage. Paul dies from Valkyrie's discretion, Aror dies from Pulse, and SOT gets the 1 HP from the Pulse as well. This Freya, 3 items deep, he's online. I mean, Netrioid has arrived, and the Tartarus Titans have to rethink the strategy. Someone has to be putting some presence onto this Freya.
This goes back to even the original days of Freya. No matter what incarnation, no matter what items are meta for this control, it feels like that is always the storyline. Once Freya has items 1, 2, and 3, whatever those 3 are.
Fatalis, a ring, and insert item here.
It was like boots. It was like boots, Fatalis, and Bancrofts for the longest time. The boots were gone, so it's Bancrofts and a couple ring, 3 ring, whatever it is. 3 items. Freya's on.
Yep, you got to put some presence towards this Freya. I would not be surprised if we see SOT looking at this Freya more often now, looking for those axe tosses, trying to hit some big Deathbringer crits. It's not online just yet. Fail not Hydras, and then Deathbringer could just delete some squishies if you're using the fail not combo correctly. Walking around in axe stance, axe, switch, auto attack. Like, that's all you need. And it's enough to really one-shot someone with the build. Not quite online yet, only level 16. But the Camelot Kings looking revitalized whenever Netrioid joins the fight. Pyromancer's going to be up here shortly, but CycloneSpin's on this side of the map. I mean, the Tartarus Titans are still in a position where they're feeling confident going for these objectives. Genetics and CaptainTwig are going to walk up. They're going to back up, though, because they walked into a lot of the Titans.
Variety walled off. Will jump over the wall. Aror picked up, drop back down. Netrioid by himself at the front is swinging away with those autos, but eats a damage from Paul, who can sustain up his team just a little bit. But once again, Netrioid feeling very confident on this Freya, walking up alone with the rest of his team on the other side of a wall.
Yeah, feeling a little bit too confident there. Did have to use the beads and took a lot of damage from the opposition. So Netrioid is going to have to play a bit safer as this Pyromancer spawns back in. Variety is able to frontline safely now that the wall is down, but CaptainTwig takes a lot of damage.
Half health, layers in the back, finds the stun, finds the spin. Netrioid up in the sky, Valkyrie's discretion as a disengage because Paul is low. Layers up on the tree, will crash on towards 2, finds the stun on just 1, and BigManTingz will return fire, gets the beads away from the Ratatoskr.
Yeah, this Pyromancer still stands tall. SOT sends an axe over to Genetics, but this is the prize that both of these teams are after. Tartarus Titans are looking weak, and they have a bit of burst damage to try and confirm this one. Looks like Variety gonna take a chunk of change, and now the Pyromancer's leashed again.
Leash, picked back up, dropped, picked up again, and into the back line. It's the Tartarus Titans who get the Pyro. It's the Tartarus Titans who find a massive Fields of Love on 2. SOT credited to the kill, but that was all the setup from Aror and Cyclo. Genetics surrounded and Genetics burned down. SOT with the double kill for the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, they stayed around a little bit too long here, and now Fire Giant will be pulled. Variety is available, has the jousting field as well. There's some low health bars, and Fire Giant also getting pretty low.
Aror almost down. Layers still stuck in the pit, has to dash out, and may go down. Not quite enough. CycloneSpin finds CaptainTwig. Variety hunting for Layers, needs the cooldown, but misses the horse toss after, and Variety dashes to his own doom as Paul brings him down. 13 on the board for the Tartarus Titans. The Camelot Kings are struggling in these fights.
About 6,000 gold ahead are the Tartarus Titans. And I think, honestly, the Camelot Kings were winning that engagement up until Netrioid tried to frontline with no ult, no beads, and the shell was the only thing surviving. So now it's time for the Tartarus Titans to be able to pull this fire giant for real. No one from the Camelot Kings is even on this side of the map. They're getting farm on the left side. Primal Fury might be grabbed in the meantime. The first fire giant of the game definitely going over towards the Tartarus Titans. 6,000 gold in their favor as well. And that tier 2 tower already has a minion wave. So that's time for the Tartarus Titans to grab even more gold in their pockets. Right when this Primal Fury goes down, I mean, you got to back. The Camelot Kings are going to have to back, or else that right side bird could be looked at. They had no idea that the members were on the Primal Fury, though, so the Tartarus Titans have to back up anyways.
Tartarus Titans will retreat after grabbing Fire Giant and a tier 2 in right. 2 towers left standing for the Titans to take down before they can start working towards the Phoenix. 3.5 minutes left on the power play. Layers on the tree. CaptainTwig and Variety are out. CaptainTwig used his ult, and so does Variety, but CaptainTwig gets stunned as soon as he lands. SOT wants this kill, finds the stun on Variety, but that's not the target he was aiming for. Tartarus Titans, they pushed forward, but now they're pushing back.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings are going to step out of base just a little bit because Paul is still in that mid lane. Would have been a 5v4 if CaptainTwig was able to rotate back into that fight after healing up in base. But I think the Tartarus Titans smart to back up here. There's still one more tier 2 standing in left side. You can invade some buffs on your way over. Just trying to get some extra gold in hand. It's getting a little bit outrageous here, J-Mac, gold-wise. The Tartarus Titans have been able to find so much. And they're not going to stop here, right? I mean, they have Fire Giant for quite some more time, about 2 minutes and 30 seconds or so. They'll have plenty of time to go in for a siege. Layer's ult will be coming off of cooldown here shortly if you can just stall. Once Through the Cosmos comes up, you still have Fields of Love, you still have Sanctified Field, and SOT essentially is a walking ult. Like one axe into some crits is going to be doing a ton of damage. Smart call here though, the Titans will go back to base and spend a bit of that gold that they picked up. It's not true gold until they've spent it, so that lead that they have is official now. Gonna be able to go back, get some more power spikes. Paul finishes up that diamond arrow, giving him some extra damage on those auto attacks. CycloneSpin looking a little bit better build-wise as well, upgrading that Hunter's Cowl, whereas Netrioid, still level 19, hasn't been able to upgrade that starter item, hasn't been able to get any more itemization online for this Freya. Looks like it's going to take a little bit longer, but finally the Tartarus Titans are grouped up. They're going to push down this left side.
It's the last tower standing. I don't imagine the Kings will put up a hard defense at this tower. They should just let this one go. It is 3 Hunters, after all. That one won't survive for very long. Not all the Titans are grouped together just yet. It's 3 on the left, 2 pushing up mid to go for a split. Paul and Cyclone team with Aror should have enough CC and zoning to be able to deal with as many Kings that get thrown at them. But as far as the mid is concerned, somebody's going to need to be there with CaptainTwig. It'll be Variety, because SOT and Layers as well can push this bird down pretty quick.
CaptainTwig doesn't have too much defense though, so one axe. I mean, Variety has defense, and look at the damage that SOT was able to do. You gotta watch out for the auto attacks and the axe tosses coming from this Ullr. Paul takes a little bit of damage, but has the sustain to heal up on that side of the map. Look at that damage. That's what I'm talking about. You cannot step up to this Ullr. CaptainTwig needs defense, and now Paul rotates over to mid. Mid Phoenix might be the target for this engagement.
Throws out the orbs and gets some good damage on Variety. I believe it dismounted him, at least for the time being. He'll go back up on the horse, but he'll throw it out right away. Double dash in. This is just a poke game, is all this is. And SOT is winning it in spades. Between him and Paul, they're able to keep Variety and CaptainTwig at bay. But with only 15 seconds left on fire, Tartarus Titans not going to stick around to the birds. They're going to back up, spend up some of the gold that they have earned, taking out that last tower, stripping away this jungle, and then heading back towards the right side. So with no Phoenixes down, this is a perfect chance for the Camelot Kings to still fight around the objective.
Yeah, you're looking at about a 9,000 gold deficit, but build-wise, I think power spikes have been hit for the side of the Camelot Kings. Netrioid's got to be close to upgrading that Gem of Focus. Once you're looking at Fire Giant territory, it's not going to be EFG for 3 more minutes. It spawns in about 1 more minute. So once the Tartarus Titans get onto that objective and are able to pull it immediately, unless some fight back from the Kings, it's not going to be enhanced this time around. Genetics is looking decently tanky. Whenever I see a Fed ADC, in this case, SOT and CycloneSpin have tons of damage online. You got to look towards the support builds. Are you able to frontline? Can you step up to the axe tosses of SOT? At the moment, Genetics is looking fine, has a bit of sustain with that Mail of Renewal, and the Spirit Robe will come in to help when those axes connect. It all just depends on how much damage is being focused. SOT did go for the Corrupted Bluestone, trying to get some extra attack speed online, as well as dealing with the attack speed of the opposition. Fire Giant spawns in. Only Variety's close. The rest of the Camelot Kings, they're in a tier 1 tower and left. They're not even trying to defend this.
They're not going to be able to. Variety might not even get an opportunity with how fast that this Fire Giant is going down. Second one of the game for the Tartarus Titans. And the Camelot Kings still split pushing 3-1-1. But now everybody is going back to base. And CaptainTwig loses out on his beads to Aror, spamming his abilities, trying to get his passive up. And now without Blink and an ultimate, CaptainTwig, no defenses for this next fight, which he might not even be able to take. Layers finds the dunk, but doesn't have the follow-up after. CaptainTwig out for now.
You get beads, blink, and ult, but now Netrioid standing up against 5 is going to have to go into the Valkyrie's discretion here to get away from the walls. SOT looking for an Axon landing, is not going to find it. Now the siege on left side will begin. Remember, you got blink, beads, and ult from CaptainTwig. Forcing out Valkyrie's discussion from Netrioid before the fight even starts is massive, but through the Cosmos is also down. Auror's best engage is just some stuns, so the walls would be nice, but I'm still thinking the front line of the Tartarus Titans would be able to stand strong here. Because the minions are so far back in left lane, actually looks like mid-Phoenix will be the first target here for the Titan siege. Players in CycloneSpin, though, aren't sitting around in mid lane. They want to push up all these waves at once, try and split up the opposition. Confident that SOT is going to be able to poke out CaptainTwig in the right lane. Looks like that's the call. Send Paul and Layers with Aror sort of mediating between the two lanes. And then look for some poke whenever you can. Right side Bird looking like the first target, though, as the Bracer gets dropped.
Bracer down with 2 hunters there. It's a lot of additional power with those minions now walking through, but those minions got dealt with swiftly by the Camelot Kings. 3-2 split. Paul and Layers with Sanctified Field and through the Cosmos. They can either bring the fight right to the Camelot Kings, or they can prevent the fight from even coming towards them and slow this down. But right side Phoenix down to a last bit of HP, about 10%. Netrioid with no ultimate, caught out. And SOT picks up the kill. Phoenix is down. Genetics down as well as he gets dunked on by the jungler. And the Camelot Kings now to fight into a 3v5. Double ultimate in. CycloneSpin is gone. BigManTingz finds SOT, but BigManTingz will also find the grave himself. Aror and Layers plus Paul are the last 3 standing. Right side Phoenix gone, mid Phoenix gone. And the Tartarus Titans might just push for the end here. Layers is still a little far back. Variety full HP on the horse. Has plenty of damage with CaptainTwig. With Sanctified Field through, Layers needs a little bit of extra help. I'm not sure that the Tartarus Titans can end this one just yet.
No, it's not going to be easy. Body blocking the auto attacks from Paul is really all this is going to take. Aror can tank up this Titan for now, but not for too much longer. Variety goes to the backline, but now he's a target.
No, Variety is gone. CaptainTwig down to 3/4 health himself. Now the damage dealers are in full swing, and CaptainTwig will get stunned out, taken down by Layers, and the Tartarus Titans have taken game number 2 of the set.
Now it's going to be tying this one up 1-for-1. SOT on the Ullr, doing so much damage. Layers on this Ratatoskr once again, finding so much global presence, just being able to fight from across the map. Netrioid had some pop-off plays, but this triple ADC comp from the Tartarus Titans got online, and it really never stopped. Like, there was a few moments where I was like, wait, the Kings can fight back here? And after that, it was just ran through by the Titans.
A couple of bumps in the road along the way for the Tartarus Titans, but at the end, they're the ones who are still speeding on through. They're able to make this triple ADC comp that worked so well for them at Masters 1 all the way back in spring. Worked so well for them to start the phase out, and now continues to work in game number 2. Will game number 3 go the same way? We'll have to find out right after this break.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
Neilma speaking the truth, and remember Neilma playing from home today on his Alienware PC. And so thanks to Alienware for allowing our pro players to get the same experience at home when they're playing here live in studio, of course, powering us here on the desk, everyone back in production, and can power you at home as well. If you head on over to SMITEGame.com/Alienware and use code AWSMITE09, you can get discounts on select Alienware products and play the games like the pros that you like watching. Play the games that you like watching. That all tracks and it all makes sense. My name's Dolson, and this is Alienware. SmiteGame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSMITE09. And Goremiser's with me. He's also got an Alienware. But you didn't have to use code AWSMITE09 because Alienware hooked you up.
What, this one or the one that's in the green room?
Both.
Both. Yeah, you're right. And you know what? I love both of them.
And they're fantastic.
Actually, I think
the number of stats that these things
I'm going to be honest with you.
Siphon
I'm
through.
partial to the one in the green room, but that's because I'm signed in on everything on that one, so it's real easy for me. This one is like communal.
I'm signed in. My Drive account is signed in on here. And so like JMax recaps and stuff randomly keep popping up in my account.
I remember at one point he said you're benevolent because you could have just deleted all of a recap at one point, but you didn't.
You heard it here first.
That's how you know Dave's benevolent.
You heard it here first. Dave, benevolent, and I gift happiness to all
I lied.
the
I do
casters.
think I'm logged in on both of these, actually.
All right, Gore, let's talk about games. You might be. Let's talk about game number 2. I know you said number 1. Game number 2 here, and we are all equalized. We now simplify into a best of 3 between these two teams. The Tartarus Titans able to take game 2, and Gore, it's exactly how we figured this composition would play for game 2 here for the Titans. W key, aggression, fight, gold leads, all of it's there. A little pushback from the Kings, but ultimately a great look for the Tartarus Titans to get back into the set.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises from this one, right?
Nope.
Like you see this comp and you go, oh, so they want to fight, and then the Titans said, yeah, so we want to fight, and then so they fought and they did really well with it. Like, and it exudes beyond that, right? We talk about it a lot. Fights in Smite only matter as much as the stuff that you're able to do with the space you create. That's why the difference between some of the SCC teams and a lot of the SBL teams will be fights over nothing versus fights over something important, right? A lot of these are oriented to give you lane pressure, whether it's to help you clear faster, whether it's because you're just going to straight up kill them if they step forward, or if it's going to then exude around Pyromancers, Gold Furies, Fire Giants, things like that. They're fighting for bigger objectives overall in the game, and that gives them a lot more gold. And the Titans do that with flying colors. I think it's interesting because, Sot goes 5, 4, and 7. I think as far as slash lines go, doesn't necessarily look beautiful there compared especially to the rest of the team. A lot of 1s in the death column, 0 there for layers, a lot of great assists. But that 26, almost 27,000 damage really does make that difference, right? Sot is getting in there. I even saw people in chat spamming because they were laughing, like, who were like, Sot's still frontlining. Like, he's playing Ullr, but he's still frontlining. And, he went for a different build than what we're used to seeing, but at the end of the day, he's hitting really hard with his abilities. He's hitting most of his axes, if not all of them. He's getting a lot of damage out there, and he's leading his team into this fight alongside a Rat, alongside a Cupid and an Olorun. Like, you just have a lot of damage and a lot of ways to essentially just walk up and kick down the door.
Yep.
And they did that with flying colors.
Maybe that's the way to beat this Kings team is just run them down, aggressive style of composition. Don't allow the Kings to get into a position where the objectives are just going down quietly, easily. You got to be able to contest. And I think that's really important. Even if you're not playing the aggression in your face play style, Ratatoskr finally takes a ban here. Playing a composition that can contest the early objectives and the mid-game objectives is so important against the Camelot Kings. Because if you're playing like full late game slated, you can't contest the objectives at all. The Kings are just gonna burn you out. And the Titans able to contest. And then some here in game 2. And on to game 3 we go in picks and bans. And Gore, you chuckle a bit at the Ratatoskr ban. Cupid also going to get banned out. As well as the Chernobog. Chernobog had not seen presence at all in picks and bans. Maybe since, we saw what, a little bit in week 1 of Smite Summer Masters? Like a game of it yesterday. But now right back in the ban column here between the Titans and the Kings.
And you know what? He's still got all the powers that he had before. What does he do? He rotates
powers?
Globally. Well, yeah, he has 4 different abilities. He's a god. Typically, that comes with powers.
With powers.
Lancelot.
And so, yeah, he, again, like, can rotate incredibly well. does a lot of good late game damage. I mean, he's a hunter, right? He's a hunter with global presence, so it makes sense to try and ban him. And also after watching it specifically in game number 1, have that presence and be prevalent, I think that it's something that specifically for the Kings here, recognizing that maybe they don't want to deal with that kind of pressure from the Titans. And if you're not going to ban Sott's Ullr, Sott's Chernobog is going to come out. That's something that he has played, although not as often and not as recent. I think that it's something we could see. And it's a limiting factor, right? Now, you try to control how many hunters go together. How often can you put these in mid and in long lane and in short lane and make them all work together? And I think that they tried, and they got rid of a big threat, but not every threat.
I wonder how the Kings now start to strategize. I want because if it could still be Sott on Ullr solo, you could put Chiron duo or mid, and there's still magical ADCs available. I mean, you could run back such a similar style of composition. I also wonder if the Titans want to lean towards that Cabrakan. I feel like Cabrakan for Aror was so pivotal to the win there in game 2. That kit feels like really stifles a lot of, or at least in game 2's instance, stifled a lot of what Lancelot wanted to do and facilitated the rest of the team to move forward. You won't have the Rat, yes, but can wait if you want this triple hunter composition a little bit further down in the draft if you're the Tartarus Titans. But the Kings can also ban against it or pick against it. I wonder, maybe start to pick some late game scaling style picks of your own. Titans have the Kings in an interesting spot here where they're threatening potentially running something very similar back. Freya does help with some of that late game scaling. AMC would also help.
And I'm really, and they answered the question before I could even get to it, interested to see if they could decide to go for damage dealers, DPS and stuff, over grabbing something like a Khepri, a Yemoja, your supports right now that are still available. If the Titans opt for the same thing, then we're either going to see a round of jungle bans or we're going to end up seeing a round of very specific guardian bans to try and deal with. Well, admittedly, maybe the hardest two to ban up against. Aurora can play pretty much anything. Genetics has showcased several times that you can dump all 5 bans and then some on his footstep or a doorstep, and he's going to be fine with it, so not going to sway from that too heavily. And so I'm curious what approach they're going to take in the second phase, but like you said, Freya, super late game, really good damage, high DPS. Netrioid played that yesterday. If I remember correctly, though, at least game 1 when they played it, it didn't necessarily win for them. And so it's interesting to see it go back. That was one that was really well executed by the Leviathans to be able to dive it. And I see an Ullr, and maybe I don't think dive immediately, but then I remember Sott's playing it, and I think, oh, okay, yeah, he's going to dive anyway. And with some good axes that thread the needles between that and the AMC, I think that they're going to need some pretty good hard bodies for the front line of the Kings to make sure that Ullr can be controlled.
And I think this is a smart Cabrakan ban from the Camelot Kings. The Titans have locked down their 3, their solo, their mid, and their ADC. And Cabrakan, as I mentioned, I think felt so important to that composition working for the Titans in Game 2. So now it'll get taken away. Some initiators from the Kings now getting taken away by the Titans, the Ymir and the Horus. Great at providing not only positional advantages, but creating positional advantages in Ymir's case.
No, and the Ymir, especially into this, like, Ullr, hey, guess what? He's got to jump. Cool. Chiron and Olorun are just left out to dry if a Ymir wall throws out. And so it also then opens up a couple of other picks. Khepri, very notable, just because, again, another person who couldn't get over those walls. It feels like the Titans had a draft in mind. If the Ymir had been picked up there for the Kings, that probably, even if they get the Olorun, even if it's like, hey, your carries are in danger, they probably go for a different style of support or someone that can deal with it better.
Yemoja.
And instead, I like the shift over, where it's just like, cool, we'll ban this. It's a good counter pick against 3 of the 4 we've already picked up, and then we'll coast into it. It's interesting, though, that we managed to get through 4 support bans at the very end of it, and Khepri and Yemoja are still like the top 2 high priority guardians that exist in the game were still left over because of how specific some of these guardians can get specifically for genetics and Aror.
Yeah, what a world we live in. I mean, I guess the Cabrakan, specifically the Ganesh, would have added just enough. And then a bit more initiation here. Remember, it was the Ratatoskr paired with the Cabrakan. That was very important for the Titans.
Yeah.
Pele for additional jump in here, Gore. And then Khepri maybe now makes some sense. I mean, if your entire team is either under threat of being dove or going the opposite direction, and you don't have much tankiness outside of this Khepri, You need a Scarab's Blessing. Give yourself that second health bar, that second chance in these fights. You're still going to be squishy on 4 out of the 5 members, but you're still, I guess, health total wise, you're still kind of getting back to a tankiness levels with that second health bar. So I think Scarab's Blessing actually a fantastic pick here, Khepri rather a fantastic pick here because of the Scarab's Blessing.
Yes.
Gives the Titans a nice comp.
Especially when you start to factor in where a lot of the late game damage is going to be coming from, right? When you look at that, you see a Freya, and yes, technically Pulse then gives you AoE autos, but if you're not hitting Pulse Irradiate for all of your late game autos, then like you're missing out on a lot of damage there, and that turns it into single target. Yes, you're ranged, but you're still only hitting the one. Factor that in with the Stinger, factor that in with Muzen just in general, really. And you're looking at late game high single target DPS, and when Stinger comes out, everybody's usually looking at that one guy, so having that res is going to feel really solid. The downside is that when you look at all these gods, you know, I give Sot, just because he's Ullr and he's nuts at it, you know, benefit of you're going to probably control your lane both fight-wise and like minion-wise, farm-wise, just because of how well his clear is. I think AMC, you know, no matter who goes mid, he's a power clear. He's going to be able to maintain that wave in their favor. So even though I'm looking at it, and you might have, I want to say maybe slightly slower jungle on the Kings, I don't think that this Pele is going to be able to get as aggressive early on, maybe around that ult, just because AMC is still immobile, so you could still close that gap. But he's got a good slow, good damage, better clear, and I think that that's going to cause some trouble maybe for the Titans to try and get as online as quickly as they did last time.
I think Netrioid plays a massive role here in game number 3, not only because of what we saw in game 2 on the Freya. I mean, just got dove relentlessly, needed that Valkyrie's discretion defensively a good bit of the time. But you look at late game scaling and keeping up with the damage that the Tartarus Titans are going to put out. I think Netrioid's got to really step up to the plate here. Game number 3 between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. Let's break this tie with J-Mac and Trelly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tartarus Titans able to come back in game number 2 with a triple Hunter comp. Ran it down pretty early, pretty fast. Looking to repeat that now once again in game number 3. But this time the Camelot Kings have a couple of extra tools themselves to be able to maybe deal with that, give themselves maybe a little bit of extra physical damage on their comp as well. Once we start getting to some of these actual sieges, getting some play around the objective, because now they've swapped out the magical damage from BigManTingz and have slotted this as a Muzen in Trelly.
Yeah, and they switched up CaptainTwig and Variety. Now Variety is going to be taking that Osiris, and CaptainTwig is going to be on the Lancelot. That's going to change up your damage a little bit. Lancelot going to be doing a bit more, whereas Osiris is going to be a little bit tankier, right? I mean, that's always a good time, just switching up the, you know, not switching up the composition too much, but just the draft. And BMT on this AMC, I think a lot of pressure is going to be on, you know, this Stinger, right? It's got to be landing on key targets. There really is only one tank in the sense of Aror, but there's a few of these characters that do not want to be crippled. Still Aror, but also SOT and CycloneSpin definitely don't want to be hit by that Stinger when they're trying to be able to dash away or leap away. And Paul, once again, going towards that shell. Doesn't need the beads, doesn't fear too much CC, and not needing the Aegis this time around either. Just positioning alone should be enough. Because Variety has those AoE auto attacks, is able to clear up the full wave here. I think this matchup works a little bit better into the Ullr. Like, personally, the Lancelot has some struggles getting axed off. The horse always hurts, but Osiris, he just likes boxing, you know? He gets a little bit of tank stats early on, has a death toll, he'll be just fine in lane.
Paul even swapping up his starter this time. Still going with the shell, so the relic hasn't changed for the mid laner of the Titans. But instead of going for that gilded arrow that he started with last time, going towards the Mannequin Scepter. We've seen a little bit of this back and forth between these magical hunters on what starter they want to go with, especially with this Olorun. It hasn't become kind of clear cut anymore exactly which one you go towards.
Yeah, and this time around, Layers rotates over and was able to confirm that Totem of Coup. CaptainTwig wanted it, didn't have the damage to confirm. 2 shots of your 1 ability on Pele should be enough to out-damage really anyone this early on. And now, back to the mid lane the junglers go, trying to confirm these mid camps. With Paul having Mannequin Scepter, I think that the damage-wise on those objectives, on those neutral camps, is going to be extremely high. But BMT and CaptainTwig probably happy just to split them 50-50. We go right, you go left, look for the aggression. But Layers and Paul aren't going for the left mid camps. They're wrapping around.
CaptainTwig in danger, doesn't have the horse available to him, does find a nice knockback. And Paul even with some good damage, not enough chase for the Titans to continue. Just like last game, SOT still finding those axe combos onto Variety at this time, though. Variety a lot tankier. Can definitely soak up a few more of those than normal. And has the sustain to himself from that Death Toll to keep the boxing back up.
Yeah, this isn't the Soul Eater Lancelot start. This is Death Toll Osiris. He's going to sit a little bit tankier in lane. CaptainTwig not caring about that totem, riding straight towards this blue buff. Wants to get aggressive early on, fighting into layers in SOT, and then decided, I'm no longer going to do that. I'm just going to throw the ghost of a horse at you, and then back up and go for my own blue. What, is that the projection of a horse? It's not the actual horse.
No, I think he just sends a horse at him.
He doesn't get multiple horses. I mean,
I mean, it's just the one horse.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not, he doesn't actually send the horse.
Well, he shoots the horse out, and then the horse comes back whenever he needs to remount.
It's a boomerang horse.
Yeah. Oh, a boomerang. Now that you said it, it sounds so ridiculous, but yeah, I think that's exactly it. It is a boomerang horse. It's the horse that always comes back.
All right, I guess that's the case then. You send the horse out, and it always comes back, and CaptainTwig should be able to grab that poke, not go for the blue buff invade, but confirm Variety's blue buff for themselves, and checking out that gold lead just a little bit in favor of the Tartarus Titans. Too early to really call it out, but we see that SOT ticks over level 5, whereas Variety's got a full wave here. Would love to get that full wave cleared out without taking too much poke, but has to teleport, so even if you are taking a ton of damage in that regard, the Osiris isn't going to have too rough of a time up against this Ullr in lane this early on.
Yeah, brief pause in the action by the Tartarus Titans. They try and get CycloneSpin back into the game at least. Early on, nobody's gone down just yet. Have seen at least some decent poke going over into the solo lane. Saw a little bit over in that mid-jungle skirmish where CaptainTwig got a little bit low. But one nice little knockback, at least on that Lancelot, was able to keep him out of danger. And with this kind of slower paced early game that the Tartarus Titans are taking, I mean, when you got triple Hunter, you definitely want to run it down early, late game. You're not going to have that front line that you would have on a more traditional style of composition. What's kind of at least the timer for the Camelot Kings to be even at the least, that way they can at least be able to put a fight up against the Titans?
Well, I think the composition they've gone for here does have some decent late game. You know, you just have to keep Netrioid alive, right? As long as Netrioid is able to, not frontline as he was last time, because I think what happened was Netrioid rotated in, he's like, wait, I just went crazy. I can just frag these guys. I'm standing at the front of the team fight, and then Valkyrie's discretion got forced, and then he's like, okay, next time, like, I should probably not do that, and unfortunately, at that point, the Titans were too far ahead. So keep Netrioid alive, but also don't let him frontline. You know, let him get some auto attacks there, but provide the peel. If the Camelot Kings can do that, I don't think they're on a timer. But the Tartarus Titans know, hey, let's make sure that we focus out that ult from Netrioid, and then we can just collapse on him. Freya is extremely unsafe once that ultimate's down. Just make sure you're confirming your camps early on. Layers still wants to get aggressive, right? We've seen the blinks in over the walls. We've seen the fights at these mid camps. You got to watch that early aggression, but I don't imagine they're like, we lose this late game. I can't imagine that's a thought process there for the Kings.
No, the Camelot Kings are definitely a team where if they can make it to that late game, that is more often than not wherever they are thriving at. You know, as gone on record by the players of that team. Once the team fight is there, CaptainTwig knows his job, Netrioid knows his job. Every individual player knows what they need to do in order to win their team fights. And that's why once we get to that stage of the game, that's why we call it King's territory, because that's where they're most common to fight at. You know, when we think of play styles amongst these groups, you know, we talk about the division of North America and Europe and the SCC. Well, it's very similar with Camelot Kings, a European squad, up against majority North Americans in the SPL.
Yeah, definitely fair. As we see, Variety still boxing up against SOT. Does have the teleport available. Layers has the ultimate here where CaptainTwig does not. Gonna have to lure the afterlife over the wall, but the chase down after the fact could still be there. SOT's jumping in.
Jumps in. Needs a couple more shots. Variety able to sidestep away. And CaptainTwig might be the one who goes down. Axe toss just off the mark by SOT. And the bladed arrow just a little shy as well. Layers wants to stick around, but CaptainTwig has no ult. Not sure he can take this fight.
Yeah, Layers wanted to blink in, and BigManTingz has the rotation over. Will lose one of those camps, and finally, the jousting field gets recognized. Variety does teleport back in, so there could be a little bit of chase down towards the blue buff themselves. Yep, CaptainTwig riding it on the horse. Maybe doesn't realize that Layers is in lane.
Layers finds a knockup. Variety doesn't have ult this time. CaptainTwig does. Good knockback onto Layers, stuck in place. The joust is available, but he's not going to be able to use it. Instead, it's SOT turning it around. Beads are gone from CaptainTwig. SOT needs one more shot. Layers is one hit away himself. And Variety, nice and healthy on this Osiris. Keeps his teammate alive. and nobody goes down in the skirmish.
I cannot believe it. All it would have taken was Totem of Coup on the side of the Camelot Kings, and CaptainTwig had to get a little bit of extra MP5. That joust field certainly confirms first blood on the layers, but fight after the fact was not enough mana there. Now Paul stuck inside the rivers. Variety's here, but Scarab's Blessing is available as well.
Ultimate is up. That Sanctified Field will finally wear away. Variety's got 2 tethered. Aror locked down. The Camelot Kings are investing a lot to kill this Khepri, and they still cannot do so. Variety gets him right at the tail end of the pop, but there's no mana left for Aror, and no HP either. The Grand Joust goes through. Paul locked in place, rooted twice, but the damage from Layers is massive. SOT coming back in to help out the team, and Layers will find a turnaround kill.
Layers gets the turnaround kill, and SOT leaped in, wanted to go for a kill onto Variety, but just didn't have the team. 1 versus 3, not going to be the easiest fight, and now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Camelot Kings getting the better end of it. They did get that first blood bounty over towards Variety, and Aror able to stall that one out long enough so that Layers could return some of that damage with Volcanic Lightning. Now I'm looking at the junglers just heading back over to right lane, and SOT solo invading that blue buff. We'll be able to take it away, so Variety gonna miss out on some XP, gonna listen out on some MP5 as well, but as a death toll, shouldn't be too untapped in mana when CaptainTwig sits around the right side of the map. Given the fact that SOT didn't beat there, I don't imagine there's too much presence being put onto that side of the map, and actually, Paul and Aurora are getting aggressive. They're trying to invade this Greater Scorpion.
It will. CaptainTwig dismounts, knocking back 2, but he's pulled in by Aror, and well, with the bead still down for CaptainTwig, 1 abduct is all it takes to grab the jungler of the Camelot Kings. Genetics walking up. This Greater Scorpion still being fought over. It's a new fight, now 3 versus 4. As a rotation from BigManTingz from the Camelot Kings to try and stop this. This is a lot of fighting over 1 small objective. Blink on the backline from Layers, but he got hit by the Stinger. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade in that one, but it's still 2 kills that the Tartarus Titans have gotten in this fight.
Yeah, once again, Variety gets credit for that one, and once again, Layers gets credit for that kill. But still, CaptainTwig's on the way back in. He's fought this fight twice now. Jousting Field goes in, gets to the back line. Low health bars all around.
SOT jumps over the wall. Paul kills Variety, and CaptainTwig with beads gone yet again still will go down. CaptainTwig manages to find at least 1, but Aror and SOT are both so low. Throws out the horse, jumps away from the knockback. SOT is doing everything he can to live, but Aror gets taken out by Genetics all the while.
No way SOT finds a way to live here. Genetics has to stop the back, finds out the ward. The jump's got to be up, but CaptainTwig getting credit for that one, and now Layers is back into this fight.
Layers doesn't have Blink, nor did he have ult, so no chance he gets back in to actually stop that one from going through. Riptide will catch Layers back, and Variety has rejoined the fray. We are on the longest elongated team fight that we have seen so far. It all started with 1 pick on CaptainTwig earlier, and Layers gets just enough distance with the Volcanic Lightning to get away. But Genetics is on the hunt. Will this fight ever end, Trelly? Doesn't seem to be so for now. Genetics uses the last of his Omi to throw out the bubble, but will not find a kill. And now, after what feels like 3 or 4 minutes of continuous fighting, we finally get a break.
Aror did have to shell there, though. Layers was very close to dying to that wraparound from Genetics. So that is a net win for the Camelot Kings overall. 5-4 kills-wise. Gold also sitting in their favor. We touched on the fact that, the Tartarus Titans want to get active early, and that's what we saw. Remember, this all started from a Greater Scorpion invade. I don't know if you remember that. It was like 5 minutes ago, but the fighting...
I'm glad you reminded me.
Yeah, the fighting did not stop. It was just, okay, CaptainTwig gets picked. Now we're going to pull this objective. Oh, BMT's kind of low. Maybe Layers blinks in, trades out for BMT. Then Variety's going in at this point, trying to chase down. The rivers come up. Good Solar Scarab's Blessing. I said Solar Scarab's, like Scarab's Blessing. So much damage there now. Layers is on the rotation over to find Variety. Lord of the Afterlife is available. Probably not too much damage going over towards this lane, and actually, SoloOrTroll is going to have to jump out.
SOT on this Ullr, not as oppressive as he was in game number 1. Going up against a much tankier target in lane, so he doesn't have that same advantage that he had on Variety just prior. The Camelot Kings have been able to slow down this early aggressive play that the Titans have been wanting to play. When we saw them bring it out in game number 2, and by this point in, we were looking at 5,000 gold up for the Tartarus Titans. Lead and momentum completely in their favor. Complete flip of the script, well, at least in the case of the Camelot Kings who have control of this early game.
And now it's that Pyromancer spawning in at 10 minutes. In game number 1, the Camelot Kings were on spawn. In game number 2, Tartarus Titans were on spawn. This time around, neither one of these teams are pulling the objective right away. Layers is looking towards it, trying to see if there's going to be any sort of presence shown at the Pyromancer. But no vision down just yet. Looks like back to farming both of these squads will go. And now SOT he's been consistently clearing the wave and then roaming, trying to figure out if there's anyone else in the jungle, trying to find an axe toss any way he can get some extra poke and some extra damage underneath his belt. Hasn't been able to find too much thus far since the last fight that we saw. That took quite some time to actually end out. But we see Genetics is sitting around this Pyromancer, not really showing any presence towards it, but definitely wanting to look for a pull opportunity. You've got an ADC in mid for a reason. Now it looks like this is the call.
Pyromancer, Camelot Kings, 3 on it. Paul and Aurora nearby. Not much that Paul can do to seal it, but maybe a wraparound with Sanctified Field. They'll only catch Genetics out, but Genetics able to walk right on out. The Camelot Kings grab another objective for themselves, or they grab the first major objective, at least of game number 3. And they make out like bandits in the night, able to find their path out and not really have to fight much for it. Instead, maybe they can find a pick on Aror, whose abductor has been caught. Has to use the Scare's Blessing to stay alive, but how long will that last for him? Stinger comes back up for BMT, and now with layers coming in, the Camelot Kings not push too much further forward.
Yeah, that's going to be the win. Just get Scarab's Blessing down and back up. But BMT did have to beat that damage from layers, so there could be some regank potential on the mid lane if they are trying to get aggressive. The Tartarus Titans have access to Volcanic Lightning. Like, Layers is ready to go in at any moment, but there just hasn't been an opportunity. That Pyromancer pull was clean. Paul walks around with a Sanctified Field, but immediately Genetics drops the Rivers and says, we're out of here. We're not fighting after the fact. We got our objective, and we're looking to disengage. And right away, the Camelot Kings rotated over, checked Gold Fury real quick, and backed up. But now Layers and Aror, and now Paul might rotate over as well, have some presence towards this Gold Fury, but they're not looking for the Fury itself. They're checking these buffs, maybe looking to catch out Netrioid. That's a 3-level deficit, though. It's not going to be easy to find a kill here for Layers.
Loop is gone. Layers' health bar is gone as well. Volcanic Lightning using Eclipse the wall. Netrioid uses his ult as well. The Camelot Kings Hunter feeling confident to take an early game boxing match against a Pele is not something you typically see, but Netrioid's got the damage to do so.
Yeah, 3 levels up. I mean, that's a level 10 Pele. You can bully him all you want, especially because Aurora does not have Scarab's Blessing available. Did have to use the beads in the Valkyrie's discretion, though. That's the big win. If Layers is able to stall for a bit, come back towards this lane, could certainly look to be aggressive. SOT's been spamming a couple too many abilities and doesn't have the mana to sit in lane. Variety has been able to bully him out, and actually has no mana here. If they spot this out, CaptainTwig certainly should turn around and go for the dive, and it looks like Variety has spotted it out. But the MP5 from Blue Buff alone should be enough to make sure that CaptainTwig can't look to get any more aggressive. I mean, you're between towers at this point, even with no mana. It's a risky call to go for a Nua between 2 towers.
All stunned, stuck inside the river. Sanctified Field is out, but it's only to disengage and allow the Titans to live a little bit longer. Layers and CaptainTwig made their rotation in. Twig finds the knockback push onto just Aror. Variety has now joined the fray, but not much more damage to be had, especially with BigManTingz Stinger now on cooldown.
I mean, if that's me, I'm grabbing the Stinger. I don't care if I'm inting for it. I always want that.
Stinger, baby.
Yep, I'm going to tower line for that Stinger. Paul taking a lot of damage. Sanctified Field's not an option, but Aurora might be the first pick in this fight.
Has Scarab's Blessing. Holds on to it for now. Definitely going to need it. With Variety swinging away, it does get popped, and there are 4 members of the Kings ready to take down the bug. Aurora goes down, and the Tartarus Titans once again have lost their support. 3rd time this game.
Yeah, it looked like CycloneSpin was going to make that rotation over. I thought those Centaurus shots could have been clutch in this fight, but the fight is over. Pyromancer's gone. No one's got FG damage. We did see a Fire Giant pull at 15 minutes, but it was not confirmed and it was not continued. Left side of the map, however, is definitely where I do want to see the Camelot Kings use some of that presence. Roar's down for 3. At least get some vision on this side of the map. At least look towards that gold free. You're in a position where you could certainly bait in something from CycloneSpin or Layers, but it looks like the Camelot Kings aren't too stressed about it. The gold lead 3,000 in their favor, give or take, about 2,000 at the moment. But it could climb up ever so slightly if that gold freight was on the option. Looks like it's not going to be the case, and back to farming they go.
It's gotta feel so bad for some of the other members of the Titans that Aror's only been able to really use that Scarab's Blessing on himself. Just give how much dive has been to the Camelot Kings. So Layers doesn't get an opportunity to dive super deep in the back line or dive to a tier 1 tower, just because he doesn't have that benefit of that revive available from his support. And that's just been the name of the game for the Camelot Kings, is put the pressure on this Khepri. Make sure that Aror doesn't get to play this game, that he makes sure that he doesn't get to use that ult for anyone else.
Yeah, we are seeing, it's like night and day, the difference between Variety last game and this game in this lane matchup. I mean, the Lancelot with the blue stun and the Soul Eater star was getting absolutely bullied. Variety on this build with Sovereignty and Glad Shield, and now a Witchblade purchased. I mean, he's able to bully SOT. He doesn't care about Ullr Axe. Like, yeah, you got Fail Not online now, finally, but there's not too much damage coming through in this lane. It really does not matter. And actually, CaptainTwig did steal away that purple buff with the horse. The trusty horse came back, though, as he always does. And Aror is going to be the next target once again.
No, the Abduct got blocked. The Scarab's Blessing gets popped, and so does Aror. Stinger from BigManTingz helps secure the kill. He'll pick it back up for the reset. And the Camelot Kings, with really one new pick on the roster and a swap in positions for this Lancelot, have completely changed the dynamic of this team. And a Gold Fury that was started up by the Kings gets dropped. Paul gets picked up by the Whoop. Has Sanctified Field and will use it. But how much will that actually do for him? Jukes away from a little bit, but not from that last Valkyrie's discretion. Netrioid picks him off.
Yeah, the shell is not going to be enough to make you survive through that one. Variety finally makes the rotation into this fight, and you wouldn't guess it, but he's up against 2 right now. His health bar certainly doesn't show it. The Fury goes down, and even more aggression from the Camelot Kings. Pyromancer has already spawned back in. We're 17 minutes into this game. That gold lead finally did hop over that 3K threshold we were talking about, and now jumping up to 4. I would not be surprised if the Camelot Kings just start pulling that Pyromancer next. They have an AMC in mid lane for a reason. They got plenty of damage, and CaptainTwig galloping on over to make sure the second neutral objective in the last 2 minutes goes down in favor of the Kings as well.
Pyro getting low. The root from range is not going to be enough damage from Aror to steal that one away. So Pyro yet again goes to the Camelot Kings. And that now pushes us into the 5,000 gold territory for the Camelot Kings. 18 minutes in. This is the kind of lead that we were looking at in game number 2 for the Tartarus Titans, who were the primary aggressors. They were the ones finding all the picks during the team fights. But again, this slight change-up that the Kings have made in their draft and where they put these gods have really shaped up and have really shored up kind of the differences in a lot of these lanes.
Yeah, I just don't think SOT is able to farm as freely and bully Variety, because you haven't went for that hybrid style of assassin solo laner build, right? Where the Lancelot was trying to do damage, trying to be impactful in these team fights. Variety's full defense, and he's been extremely impactful. Player damage-wise, of course, SOT is going to be a little bit higher, but look at how much Variety can just bully SOT away from the wave. I mean, this man has the HP 5 from Sovereignty, is standing at tower line, doesn't even care about farm, just trying to poke out as much as possible. There's not going to be like too much opportunity for a solo kill, but once the axe is missed, SOT has to jump out. I mean, he cannot sit there and box with an Osiris with a build like this. It's just not going to happen. Genetics will be able to catch out Aurora with the Riptide, but not too much damage returning onto the Khepri. BMT happy with holding on to the Stinger in that regard. Not going to send it out willy-nilly anymore. It's time to hold on to that ability until you can get a confirmed kill. Since the Fury's down, since the Pyromancer's down, if we see Netrioid make the rotation over to right lane, Fire Giant's getting looked at. If not, I don't think there's going to be any more pressure on that side of the map up until these Furies spawn back in. And actually, Netrioid's been dancing back and forth, hasn't really committed to the rotation, if not. And now, finally going back over to left lane.
Now, but at least a brief break in the action with both objectives down, only Fire Giant left standing. Camelot Kings can take a moment to get their farm back up, get a little bit more of that golden hand for themselves. I mean, Variety's sitting on 2,600. He can go back and finish up a full item plus some. Maybe even waiting for that level 20 mark, though he's still a good ways off there. Netrioid 3 rings deep. and a Talon trinket available to himself means he's going to have a lot of damage, a lot of extra lifesteal to his name once that gets finished up. It was already tough for the Titans to deal with Netrioid during some of these smaller skirmishes, the couple that Netrioid has been a part of. Feels like it's going to be even more difficult, especially because there's no anti-attack speed of any kind on the opposite side, no Horrific, no Witchblade, no Midgardian picked up by the Tartarus Titans. How are they going to deal with this Freya?
I mean, it's got to be Layers. Layers has to get to the back line, force Valkyrie's discretion, and then walk away. But unfortunately for Layers, that's a 4-level deficit. We saw what happened last time with a 3-level deficit. It's not going to look much better. Paul gets Riptide back in, forced to sanctify field aggressively, and now we're seeing the 1v1 in the jungle.
Genetics in danger. Has the ultimate, will drop it out just to disengage. CaptainTwig, utilizing that ultimate of his own, will dash through with the Rivers to bring himself back to safety. And now we have a 4v4. Hunters on the way to make it a full team fight in the mid. Variety and Netrioid both have ults. Everybody on the Tartarus Titans, minus Paul, still holding on to theirs. Trebuchet in mid goes down. Neither team willing to commit to a dive under tier 1.
Yeah, this Primal Fury is not going to be spawned back in yet. As long as that left side Trebuchet gets value, BigManTingz takes a lot of damage, and here comes the Centaur shots.
Tars is good. Shell and the heals will make sure BigManTingz doesn't die to the Master Shot right after. So the Tartarus Titans able to push back the Camelot Kings. The Gold Fury going to respawn momentarily. Paul going back to base. And Netrioid over in lane is going to put some threat on this tier 1.
Netrioid ticks over to level 20 about the same time CycloneSpin does. Was able to return a ton of damage. Gets the Aegis out of BMT as well as the shell from Genetics. Fearing those Centaurus shots. A pick there could have meant a Primal Fury. Or, I mean, with the amount of DPS that the Tartarus Titans have, even a Fire Giant pull, it wouldn't have been easy. Of course, burning through Variety is not an easy task for any member of the Tartarus Titans, but a pick here would have been massive. So smart calls, and now some big power spikes have been hit for the Camelot Kings. We see BMT go back and finish up that Heartseeker, and now Genetics is heading over towards that Primal Fury. You can see SOT's not in right lane. He is here at this Fury trying to get aggressive with the rest of the team. Variety recognized it as well, and is hightailing it over here, trying to get over that left lane. But it doesn't look like Aror is going to pull this Primal Fury. It's pretty far up, though, and could be in some danger.
Dash away from the Riptide, so won't be picked out there. No beads available to the Khepri this time around. It's a shell and a fully upgraded Curstonk now. Available to the Tartarus Titans to deal with some of the sustain the Camelot Kings have. Aror dashes in, gets knocked back by CaptainTwig, knocked back by the Riptide, half health on the bug, but a slow disengage from the Titans. Netrioid is wrapping around, finds the whoop on SOT, but SOT has the jump. That'll get him out. But the health bars of the Titans are slowly being chipped away.
Yeah, that should be enough for the Camelot Kings to feel confident pulling this objective. Layers is still lurking, possibly going for the steal here, but not even close, can't get there in time. As Variety understands that there could be a Fire Giant getting pulled because of the amount of ADCs on this side of the map. Variety walks up just to make sure. It is now alone with 5 members of the Tartarus Titans, but taking not a lot of damage at the moment.
And he's going to hit the go button and just keep going, and so will CaptainTwig. Scare's Blessing gets SoloOrTroll on out of there. And the Aegis will buy himself a little bit more time, and the Riptide knocks him right back in, but it's not enough damage to follow up. Variety finds it. A root onto Aror, and Netrioid pops him down. Paul by himself, no Aegis. That's a double for Netrioid. Layers by himself on the backside of the fight. Cannot get in to save anybody. And the Tartarus Titans lose 3 for none.
Yeah, Layers had access to the Volcanic Lightning for an escape, but because they're going to the left side of the map, I don't imagine there's going to be any steal opportunity. Camelot Kings win that fight handedly. Off the back of Variety, just not caring. I mean, this Osiris has been able to W key, pick up a Witchblade, and just not care about any of the ADCs on the side of the Tartarus Titans. Even in Sanctified Field, Paul was trying to return damage. It did not matter. Variety is up against 2 at the moment. Layers and CycloneSpin, trying to keep them around so no one can back and defend that right Phoenix, and winning this 1v2 pretty handedly. They have to try and go in here, and it looks like that will be the call. Layers and Cyclone versus Variety, and Variety's winning that trade.
Yeah, Variety is 100% okay with this trade. He's already taken half of Layers' health and will resustain on the minion wave that's been sitting around that entire time. It doesn't look like Variety got in a fight to me. It looks like Variety may have just, stepped on a little pebble along the way.
Yeah, it sounds like that joke like my dad always used to tell me, like, oh, you think I look bad? You should have seen the other guy. And Layers was the other guy, and he took a lot more damage at the end of that fight. So Variety hasn't even upgraded Death's Embrace, by the way. Once the Death's Embrace comes through, the sustain is going to be absurd. I just don't see anyone on the Tartarus Titans finding a way to burst this Osiris for a couple more minutes. I mean, that's a 12,000 gold lead, XP in the same boat. Of course, late game, like they have the composition to burn through an Osiris. The itemization is just simply not matching it just yet. Variety got tanky before the damage could get online. Right side bird did go down while we were watching that 1v2. And now the Camelot Kings able to group up, push down left lane. Just send Variety down mid. Let him 1v3. It really won't matter at this point. Even if he got picked, I think the Camelot Kings in a pretty good spot to be able to push up that left side of the map. 4,000 HP, and I haven't seen it below like half since that first time he died.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Death's Embrace's percent health back to him, correct?
Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
Yeesh. 2% of his health on every single swing. I'm not going to try and do the math to figure out what 2% of 4,000 is. It's a lot.
It is a lot, and that's what we're going to be seeing healed whenever Variety gets towards that backline. With the horrific emblem as well, just stopping the DPS of the Tartarus Titans. So CaptainTwig will be in charge of grabbing that tier 2 tower in mid. Remember, Fire Minion's pushing down right side. Variety's not even going to wait for him, though. Just waltzing in, and this left Phoenix is under siege.
Variety, the very, very tanky Osiris, will be the one who holds up at the forefront of the Phoenix. All ultimates online across the board. All relics aside from Bracer and a measly teleport for Variety that he doesn't even need right now. A whoop onto 2, and Aror's health bar is not looking great. Layers finds some damage onto BMT, but Layers will go back in because he's got the Scarab's Blessing, but it will wear off just in time for Netrioid to find the pick. Ultimate from Paul to slow down the team fight. But it's 5 versus 4, and the 5 of the Camelot Kings are much healthier. Double dunk in the back by Variety. SOT has to use the Aegis, has to use the Axe Toss. It's a double for Netrioid. It's an extra one for Variety as he finds it right on the fadeaway jump into the fountain. The Camelot Kings, they've already taken down one Phoenix. They can go ahead and just walk right into the throne room. Aror and Cyclone do not have the damage to stop this one. Netrioid finds his third of the fight. Aror might as well go down to give BigManTingz one. It's a deicide in a Camelot Kings Game 3.
All right, so Netrioid certainly popped off on the Freya. 6-0, it all looked very flashy. But for me, man, Variety on this Osiris looked unstoppable. That was the switch up they needed. SOT's not going back to Ullr when Osiris is available anymore. You're not getting that early pressure. You're not sitting around corners waiting for Variety for the Axe Toss. He's bullying you. That's not going to happen again. Having an unkillable tank with 3 ADCs just feels so bad. I mean, Osiris is so oppressive as is to these ADCs. From ahead, just looked real solid.
I mean, it's one of those things that we did see when these triple hunters are coming up is when it was the meta, it was all about how do we stop it? Well, now that we know how to stop it, now that teams are adapting to it, it's okay, well, you caught us off guard with it, but if you're just going to keep running it back, we've got answers to it, says the Camelot Kings. Game number 3 goes their way, 1 game away from going to the finals. Can the Camelot Kings close it out? We'll come back for Game 4 right after this.
we'll see if Gormizer and I have mastered the umbrella throw between games 3 and 4. Because we're going into game 4. You ready?
That's how math works.
All right, 1.
You're gonna do yours. I'm gonna do mine.
Yeah,
I don't want to lose it though.
Well, we're gonna lose it. All right,
Okay.
1, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh!
Mine just went down.
Mine's all janky. All right, neither of us did, and that's the answer. Neither of
was
us have
flying so
mastered
much better.
the umbrella throw here at SMITE Summer Masters, where the Camelot Kings have taken game number 3 and put us on set point going into game number 4, and a chance at the finals on the line here for the Tartarus Titans if they're not able to win 2 straight games. We have ping-ponged back and forth here. Dominant game 1 from the Kings, Gore. Dominant game 2 from the Titans. We flipped the script once again and back to dominance from the Kings here in game 3.
And you know what? I think a lot of it, well, first off, it's always been first pick so far this set, which is a little interesting. But a lot of it this game, again, early on, starts out with some pressure. You get really, really good farm early, I think, from a Amus and Cobb. Again, pressure in mid. That Olorun's going to have trouble maybe overcoming. Also, variety is just kind of good. I don't know if we've said that. We talked about it a lot at the very beginning of the day. I think it needs to be reiterated.
No, I don't think we've mentioned
Turns
it.
out he is a very solid, and the Osiris worked out well for them. Same thing for Twig. I think a very solid game over there. And again, you can look at the kills pretty much matching each other. And again, very similar to game number 1. Early on, sub 10 minutes, where gold is technically in favor of the Titans, even though kills are going for the Kings. And then all of a sudden it takes a little bit of a time skip. You start looking about 10 minutes later, and it's a 10,000 gold lead plus. And then immediately it's nothing but Kings fights. And I think that a lot of that is what you had said, where it's just when they group up, the Kings play just such a strong team fight phase of the game. And I think that they had good enough laning phases.
Yep.
They got a lot of easy kills early on. The Titans, for a while, were able to match some of that, but it fell off pretty hard. And so it's not too surprising to see them come out on top. The thing I was most worried about in this game, and I think you said it as well at the very beginning, was this Freya. Because it had lost, I think, 2 of the last 3 games, including this one, that it had been in. So I was like, okay, is this going to look as good? Are they going to deal with it? I mean, even in game number 2, it was getting dove often.
Yep.
But this time around, you go 6-0-3. I feel like Netrioid was able to do a ton there. Variety, again, I think kind of leading the way. And really, it's this weird balancing point of like how much you were able to get done as the Kings and really how little the Titans were able to do because of how much you were able to kind of be oppressive on the map.
CycloneSpin core was far from oppressive on the map. 8,600 damage, only 3 or so thousand ahead of the supports, about half of everyone else, junglers and solo laners in the game. Again, not so much due to anything that has to do with CycloneSpin, just the nature of ADC sometimes. Actually, Barracuda talked about this on the Hunter role queue. Sometimes the game is just out of your hands. Right now the meta is you hang out, you farm up until the late teens of levels, and eventually you rotate into these team fights. By the time that Cyclone was getting into fights, this game was just so far in favor of the Camelot Kings. And so the Titans, a fantastic team at adjusting, making mid-set adjustments, answering back from losses, and now it's their chance to do the same again here in game number 4. Remember, best of 5 here, so set point for the Camelot Kings. They get 2 bites at the apple. That was the worst yet. Oh, and you knocked the second one off? That is brutal. Here, I figured it out. Oh, that's solid for me. That's good work for me. 2 bites at the apple for the Camelot. All right, we'll try it again. I won't go that. That is great. Anyway, Tartarus Titans, they got to win 2 straight here, Gore, against the Kings. And if the set is just going back and forth in the way that it has, adjustments and counter adjustments, you got to favor the Kings. 1 extra game in hand. Even if you lose this one, then you can adjust to the adjustments of the Titans. And should feel pretty good going into game 5 if we get there. And this is a big moment for the Camelot Kings because so many conversations around doing so well during the regular season, during the in and out standard phases of the SPL, phase 1, phase 2, but not getting over the hump in the tournament events. Now's your chance. 1 game away from making your spot to the finals. Can't let the pressure get the best of you in a moment like this.
When you have to go back and you look at it, actually an interesting one because the Dragons had been eliminated. I think the Titans knocked down the Kings last time in Masters. They got rid of the Dragons and the Kings. Dragons managed to fight their way back up. The Kings as well on the lower side of the bracket, but then they came back up against. I mean, this is the finals of the last Masters, and the Kings fell flat right there. It was in 4. And so if they're going to do something, this would be the one to try and maybe turn things around for them and have that, hey, we beat you in 4 this time around, revenge that could exist for them. But it does get interesting in the dynamic because, like you said, with a lot of what's been going on for the Kings, I think this is a really good win streak. But is it something like, again, how consistent are they going to be able to keep it? They don't eat many losses, so that's been impressive for them. But, you know, if you take 2 losses total in Phase 2, and then you come here and fall flat, right? Then that's all of a sudden, that weighs on you. And admittedly, there's some time before like Phase 3 and before we even start talking about Worlds and stuff, but like you have to think, okay, well, what are you going to do the next LAN in the event that something like that happens again?
Well, that's really when it kicks into high gear, right?
Yeah, when you have to, like, either your nerves are gonna fray you or you're going to be able to conquer them. They've been playing long enough that I'm sure they can conquer them. Here's the one that gets really fun, though, Dave, and that's just that because, like you said, they've been making adaptations. A good spot to be in if you're up 2-1, you lose this game, you still have the chance to adapt to whatever helps or whatever makes you lose this game and try to help yourselves. But I also think in an even better spot because I think they've done enough adapting at this point to be able to recognize what the Titans are going to try and bring out and go for a team composition from the get-go and from Bans from the get-go that are going to play into their hand.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to try to run back. The Titans were going to try to run, again, a triple ADC composition. It looks like we're returning, at least through the first 2 picks, so that doesn't tell us much. It's been support and jungle that have not been ADCs in the last few games for the Titans. Now with Paul, as hell yells her way into the pick and ban screen. Will be the pick here for Paul. And Gore, that automatically, I think, has to change the mindset of the Kings a little bit. Whenever there's a Hell on the other side, you're worried about the cleanse, yes, but also the healing that Hell is able to provide. And so anti-heal, playing around the cleanse, playing around the healing, now something the Kings have to consider with their last 3 picks.
Yeah, something that actually I really like this early on. First off, Paul plays the Hell really well, but I also think that with Daji being available and having been one of the very like high priority, like top pick junglers, Hell kind of distorts that because like, yes, you can still play her into it. In fact, we've seen wins against Hell from Daji, but that cleanse is just such a pain, right? To deal with, all of a sudden you have to worry about that. You have to think a little bit more about it. I think that in this case right now, they're kind of CC light on the Kings. I mean, King Arthur has a little bit, and I think there's technically some slows in Chernobog's kit, but like you're not looking at either of these heavily for like crazy CC. King Arthur is going to be zone control and damage with a teeny bit of CC in there. Chernobog is global rotations and damage and general things you want from a hunter. So I think that you're going to need to look for things that are more than single target just to make sure that you can get someone that's not Hell or someone with Hell and make sure that they stay cleansed. You know, we've seen some really, really good Hell plays into a lot of heavy CC on the other side. I'm thinking back when, what was it? I think it was the Kings versus the Bolts. Jake was on Ares, had like what would have been a 4-man pull, but then a beautiful, beautiful heal, I believe from Variety at the time, just cut it short and stopped it in its tracks. Things like that could potentially happen here.
Yeah, and then talk about heavy CC. You got it with the Hunbats now. Playing around that with cleanse is a bit more difficult. A few things that have to go right in order for Paul to get big value in that. So I think Hunbat's actually pretty safe potentially into this Hell pick, depending on how Paul and the beads come into play, things like that. Around that Fear No Evil. Jing Wei, very, very safe. You want to talk about safe picks, that's got to be it here. Something for CycloneSpin to be able to farm up, scale up later on into the game. And potentially a pretty smart ban. And still not shying away from the possibility of a double hunter composition, banning out the Ullr from SOT. On the other side, keeping genetics in check. That's been the second wave of bans, really, it feels like, from both of these teams. Keeping the supports in check has been that second phase. And this time, genetics, again, will have to look somewhere outside of the Yemoja in the air.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I was about to start talking about other gods that genetics has played.
Atlas was
not in my prepped list of gods that I was about to go through. I was going to talk about Terra and things like that. Admittedly, people who we haven't maybe seen as much, but that was part of the strengths of the Kings is being able to pull out those gods that we haven't seen a whole ton of and make them look really good. Genetics specifically has been very adept at doing that with this support role. And so now getting to see him on the Atlas immediately, you're talking about some, again, very good CC, right? If you're looking at the Hell, I think in terms of dealing with the cleanse, part of what you have to think is, am I pulling Hell? And if so, what do we have to lock her down? But I also think there's a part of it that you have to think of how quickly and reactable are you to CC here. If I throw down a Fear No Evil, you're just CC'd. And like, so for Hell to cleanse you, if she's in it, she's got to beads first before it. But, you know, things like a Naja ult, where you could technically have a little bit of time in there, things like that they're open up for your reactions. Daji ult is a really good example. That Palau is out for a while before you actually get pulled by those chains. So I think that now you've set yourselves up, you know, with the Fear No Evil. I look at Atlas, and, you know, while it's still single target, but being able to grab, actually it's technically not single target, but it's very difficult to get as many people as you want, I think, in that grab up close where you actually hold them. And so, like, you could pull people in. You have essentially like a mini Fenrir ult on a very low cooldown, plus now you have a Discordia Strife. I feel like they have enough to put some pressure on the Hell, like push her out of lane, whether it's kill pressure or just farm pressure, and try to take control of that lane, keep Paul shut down for a little while, and try to make it so that we don't even have to converse about the cleanses.
And Gore, I think the Kings now probably thrilled with this Discordia last pick. It's something BigManTingz has looked so good on. And what's more, Gore, you get the King Arthur Discordia combo with the last pick of the draft for BigManTingz here with the Discordia. And so suddenly Variety is probably feeling really good about his laning phase, should have the Discordia passive through the majority of the game, if not all of it, if Variety is able to play the way we know Variety can. But at some point, I fully expect BigManTingz to just have too many items online, deal too much damage, get that passive back for himself.
Yeah.
And so I love the way the Kings have drafted here going into game number 4. A win and move on game 4 for them, and then a lose and go home game 4 for the Tartarus Titans. And Gore, they have gotten some good initiation on their squad with the Ratatoskr. Good sustain, of course, with that Hell. Gonna need a lot from layers, it seems like, this game. A lot from Sot on that Osiris. That 1-2 punch between the Rat and the Osiris for dive, very important.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how the engage works for the Titans. Because like you said, Ratatoskr, the Osiris, we just saw what an Osiris in the right hands can do. Variety, I think, piloted that incredibly well. And so I want to say we'll see a good resurgence here for the Titans. But dealing with a King Arthur that has a disco passive on him the entire time becomes troublesome, not just in lane. I mean, that gets problematic the minute he leaves as well. Global pressure from a Chernobog. So any ganks that this Ratatoskr with a semi-global pressure, whether it's from solo or in jungle, doesn't really matter. Wherever he ends up, a Chernobog can meet to match that numbers advantage.
Well, Gormeister, do we have our first finalist, or do we have our first game 5 of the weekend? Those questions will be answered. Game number 4 starts right now.
A win for the Camelot Kings means that they move on to the final day of play to play in the grand finals at the least. A loss for the Camelot Kings means we go to a game 5. So maybe for those at home, a win-win situation. If you're a fan of the Kings, cool. If you're a fan of game 5s, cool in that regard there. The Tartarus Titans, though, have got to answer back. The triple hunter, I should say, composition.
Where's Cyclone?
Did not work out very well. I can't see him. Now, where is he?
Where's their ADC?
Wait, hold on. Did that tree just move?
What is going on?
Why is this bush moving around? Why's he got feet? When did we add a bush to Smite?
I'm sorry.
We've added the mist around. I don't remember adding a bush.
I had to, man. He was just hiding there in the foliage, just bushed up. Anyways, we do see a game 4 situation that could be a game 5 situation, or Camelot Kings could send it home. Variety gets King Arthur, which is wild. But this time, the Osiris that looked so good for Variety is now in the hands of SOT, who, if we're honest, he's got a pretty darn good Osiris as well. He hasn't played in some time. He's been playing different style of picks in this set, but he does have that Osiris in the back pocket. And SOT actually not going to get the teleport. Had to be forced into the beads because of the Fear No Evil. He feared the Fear No Evil, which means got to make sure you put some respect on that relic. But Paul going for the Aegis. Doesn't really care about the beads this time around. Has the cleanse. And is just going to hope that that is enough to make sure that CaptainTwig can't get any sort of kill potential in the mid lane.
Now it quote-unquote worked in game number 1 for Paul when he didn't go beads against a Fear No Evil and a Yemoja. Aror going to get picked up. Probably wishing that he had some beads. A dive in by CycloneSpin. Aggressively up into the duo lane. Genetics on this Atlas pick. We've seen what Atlas can do for many teams. You saw what it did for Gamma and the Valhalla Valkyries in their matchup against the Tartarus Titans earlier on this week. So the Titans have faced it a little bit recently. Should know how to somewhat deal with it, but I mean, how do you deal with that? You just get picked up and thrown around consistently by this pick?
Simply don't get picked up. That's how I would deal with it.
that easy?
I would just be different, and I would not allow for it to pick me up. BigManTingz, though, is taking a lot of damage in the jungle. CaptainTwig's on the way over, but actually body blocks him in the process. BigManTingz should be going down.
Genetics gets the pick up, but Layers gets the first blood. CaptainTwig thrown up by Aror. Slow comes through. Genetics tries to help him out, but when 3 people are surrounding your jungler, when 3 people are surrounding your mid, it's just that easy for the Tartarus Titans to grab the first 2 picks.
I didn't even see how BigManTingz got so caught out there. It looked like maybe going for the oracles, and then Layers and Paul did the wraparound. They did that same play last game with the Pele, just didn't have enough damage to finish off. This time around, wasn't enough damage. 2 kills, 1 in favor of Layers, 1 in favor of Paul. Tartarus Titans, they're coming out swinging. Layers is already sitting here at this red buff, just camping, waiting for it to show up as Paul's not pushing that wave. BMT's going to walk around the corner and actually might be going in the hands of Aror.
Now Genetics shows up, and that'll get Layers away from the red buff, at least for now, forcing a very early rotation from the support as BigManTingz doesn't get to have a whole lot of fun in his lane. He's got some partial waves stacked up along with the fresh minion wave that's shown up to be able to deal with. Genetics will at least go back. CaptainTwig actually using his blink, recognizing that Layers, the communication of Genetics wasn't on that side of the map, able to steal away a blue buff, and now puts a little bit of hurt onto SOT against Variety.
Yeah, trying to get there as quickly as possible. I like the call and make sure that, number 1, you take away that blue buff, and it looks like they have no idea. I mean, Layers rotates over. SOT was on the way for his XP, and Layers said, hey man, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's no buff here. Like, it's already been taken. So now, Variety's going to have a little bit of extra presence in that lane. Already did with the teleport, so you're able to back up whenever you need to, get a full item, come back in. Has been using a fair bit of mana. It looks like the totem will go the way of the Tartarus Titans. SOT can confirm that one and get a little bit of extra MP5. But with Death Toll, mana wasn't really the main concern of SOT anyways. Just the golden XP of losing out on your blue buff is what's going to really start to hurt. Layers is on this side of the map, was just getting the timer for blue and probably going to do some invading in the meantime. I don't imagine there's any way this Ratatoskr can dive tower here, but Variety's actually going in.
Use the ult onto SOT, but stun and a dunk in means an easy pick for SOT and the Tartarus Titans. 3 kills up now against the Camelot Kings. 1,700 gold, experience even. That gold lead very stark this early on.
Yeah, I don't think Variety knew that Layers was going to be that close. Just using the ult probably to get some poke, trying to relieve some presence in that lane, and then immediately blinked on by the Ratatoskr, giving Layers, actually SOT got credit for that. I was going to say Layers, his 2nd assist of the game and 1st kill overall. But with no teleport, stopping his back there will be pretty big. Variety should be able to push one wave under the tower at the very least. So we're looking at the left side of the map. It looks like Layers is going to sit around here just because blue buff spawning back in. Doesn't want to give CaptainTwig that opening. Doesn't want to give this Hunbatz another free blue buff invade. Besides that, not too much aggression. You know, fear no evil. Still a possibility. It is on the table currently. But a Transcendence build coming out of CaptainTwig, which means no Yoden's Wrath, no big CDR early on. Just trying to get some extra damage online for late game.
So how long does that kind of delay CaptainTwig from getting maybe a bit more aggressive in this mid lane? You know, typically when we see Transcendence, that's the jungler saying, hey, you guys have fun, I'm just going to farm for X amount of minutes. I mean, rushing it maybe kind of puts that a little bit further, and maybe that stops the question right away. Fear no evil used on 3, but now CaptainTwig has got to get away. SOT has the ultimate, Layers has the ult dunk under the tower, but SOT does not follow his jungler. So for now, it's just an ult expended by both junglers of the teams.
Yeah, I think that was a risky call to go for the dive underneath tier 2. Someone should be dying at that point, but CaptainTwig did use the ultimate to try and confirm that Scorpion and did not get it. So the Tartarus Titans were able to invade that greater Scorpion as well as get their own. So the only upgraded buffs are going to be on the side of the Titans for at least this spawn of those buffs. You know, in the matchup, the Hou Yi versus Chernobog matchup, we've seen it a few times. And more often than not, I say, you know, Hou Yi's going to win out lane. The Chernobog should just hide, not really look for any opportunities to fight. The last time I said that, though, Coast soloed Snoopy in the exact matchup. So I'm not going to say that Netrioid shouldn't look to fight. More so that if CycloneSpin's on point with the bounces, you know, there's not a good opportunity. Chernobog not the best 1v1 hunter unless, of course, you can force out the leap and use that ultimate to chase down. Just, I imagine Netrioid's playing the farm game. Gonna sit at that tower line, not stand in any of the triple bounce locations, and just say like, all right, you can clear first, you can evade some camps. I just want my purple buff and the wave. Like, that's all I require to get that fast track to late game.
I require very little in life, that being wave and purple. Stay alive.
Yep.
To keep maintained here in this dual lane. Netrioid slightly behind Cyclone though in XP. Dive in by Cyclone, but he'll miss the ricochet. Instead, use the Suns to help clear the wave a little bit as layers will go for a purple buff invade. So Netrioid doesn't get to have one of those two things he needs.
One of his two necessities to life. Netrioid, unfortunately, is going to miss out on that purple buff. And now layers heading over towards red, which is not available at the moment. You know, BMT, ever since falling early on, has been sitting at that tower line as well, trying to play for the late game. I know we've been harping on that a lot this side of the Camelot Kings. Don't mind going down a little bit. If they go down too much, we'll see what happened in game number 2, where the Tartarus Titans are able to take over. But at the moment, 2,000 gold at 7 minutes isn't terrible, but it's certainly a big goal lead this early on before objectives even spawn in. Remember, Pyromancer hasn't even touched down yet. We're still about 2.5 minutes off of that.
By Variety, who, funny enough, has the XP lead over SOT, despite the fact that Variety's the one who went down earlier in the fight. SOT just now ticks over to level 9, where Variety's just kind of been coasting in this right lane, even despite going down. Totemaku should go the way of the Camelot Kings, though. If SOT has anything to say about it, no, he won't, because CaptainTwig didn't decide to stick around for that little battle. Instead, it's Netrioid up in the sky. He will dive over towards mid, where Paul and Aror are waiting, but that might not have been the best option because he's going to lose out on his bees regardless.
Yeah, Dharma Pillars was dropped, and Netrioid was able to survive at the very least. I think that was the threat, right? Layers still does a ton of damage on this Ratatoskr. You want to back up and make sure that you keep your life to fight another day. But Variety, with the teleport, has been able to back freely, whereas SOT has the bead, so has not been able to back, missing a few waves whenever trying to get back in lane to finish those items. Variety teleported back in. That won't be available for a couple minutes. I expect to see just all-out boxing in the meantime, right? This King Arthur has the Glad Shield coming soon, already has the Sovereignty for some HP 5. And CaptainTwig hasn't made the rotation over to left yet. Like, CycloneSpin has been living at this tower line. Finally, you see CaptainTwig heading over to left, but it was spotted out by Aror, so Cyclone knows there's a Batz on the way. Don't step up too far. At the very least, Netrioid should be able to confirm that purple buff unless a steal from Aror.
Fear No Evil pushes 2 away, but purple buff still successfully stolen by the Tartarus Titans. So CaptainTwig using the ult can't even secure the purple buff in that regard. And the Tartarus Titans maintaining a nice little lead in this early 9 minutes of the game. I imagine this Pyromancer, once it's spawned in, Tartarus Titans will make their way over towards it. Because, I mean, we're sitting 2,600 gold up with only 3 kills, and all of those happened within the first, 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of little scuffles, just grouping up, throwing some auto attacks, throwing an ability or two. This time an ultimate gets dropped, but no kills resulting. I think you're right that the Titans would love to be on spawn for this Pyromancer, but they don't have a Hunter in the mid lane this time. They don't have a magical ADC. Paul does good burst damage, but you're not going to be able to burn through it that effectively. Probably a good call just to be walking around making sure the Pyromancer's not done, but you're not going to be making a pull on it just yet. And one thing I want to highlight, Paul has been consistently sitting in light stance, just waiting to cleanse if the Blink Fear No Evil comes through. Whenever Paul knows, hey, there's no way that CaptainTwig's around the corner, there's no way that there's a Batz here, he'll sit in the dark stance, look for some damage. But whenever there's a chance that CaptainTwig's around, just sitting in light stance, I imagine, finger hovering the cleanse button, just ready to be able to use that ability, get out of the Fear No Evil, and pop Aegis when necessary. Given the build, Warlocks into Book of Thoth, that's already a ton of HP. I don't even think CaptainTwig can match that just yet, damage-wise. Needs a Brawler's Beat Stick online first.
Seems to be what he might be working towards after this Transcendence. Has some decent stacks on it, at least for now. Where Paul has finished his Warlocks, now working on that Book of Thoth to stack it up. Snappa mirrored in the call for BigManTingz on the opposite side, so not going to go towards the double stacking route on the Discordia. The layers decide to try and exert some pressure. Solo laners losing out, at least in the XP department in that 1v1. It's even in the mid, even in the dual lane. if you're Layers in this case and you want to try and push that envelope just a little bit further for the Titans, where do you make that mark?
It's just difficult for a Rat to try and find a kill into this composition because BMT can always jump over the ult and stay at tower line. BMT is never walking out too far. And Netrioid, you saw the one gank attempt. Netrioid just goes up into the sky whenever he feels that there's a Ratatoskr around. So unless Variety is putting himself super far out of position in this lane, I just don't see any avenues to look for a gank. A Gold Fury pull, though, certainly could be something that Layers goes for, and all of the Titans are already in position to do so. Netrioid could check this using the ultimate, but no one's even close. And unless, of course, Genetics charges that Gamma Ray burst up from a distance, this first Gold Fury will go the way of the Tartarus Titans for free.
No answer back from the Camelot Kings. The Tartarus Titans on similar pace to what they had in game number 2. It got brought up, but it really is true. What we've seen so far is a dominant game 1 from one team. Next game, flip the script. It's the opposite way. Flip the script in game number 3 and do it again in 4. As SOT very tanky on this Osiris against 2 physicals. Doesn't take too much damage. But it's the Camelot Kings who have picked up the Pyromancer. SOT trying to go for the steal. Does not get it this time around. Camelot Kings finally grab an objective to close up this gold.
Yeah, close it up a bit, but CycloneSpin's in left lane. Netrioid had to fly in and miss a wave and some Harpies over on the left side of the map to do so. I imagine the gold and XP that you're losing just off the back of CycloneSpin should be able to net the Tartarus Titans a win throughout. I mean, if Netrioid's flying in for a kill and the Pyromancer, maybe a bit different, but this Ho Yi already feeling pretty oppressive in the 1v1. It should be able to continue power farming over in that left lane. One Trebuchet available thus far. It is on the side of the Titans and it's in that left lane, which Netrioid would have to deal with if they ever send it out. They aren't going to leave it. They aren't going to send it out just yet. They're going to leave it back on that left side of the map, possibly around for an objective later on. There's really a lot of different plays that you can go for when you have access to the Trebuchet like that. But since Pyromancer and Gold are down, I don't imagine too much being forced at the moment. Just sit back, farm. If there is any opportunity, you know Layers will be the first one to try and go up to the sky and find it. But the Camelot Kings recognize, hey, this Greater Scorpion keeps getting taken. We're going to be on it on respawn this time around.
Yeah, they will get it this time. A little bit of a fight for the Chalice. Tartarus Titans will get that one. Trebuchets have been at least making some decent plays throughout the last few games so far of this first set. Nothing major usually, just able to at least grab a tower, help take a Phoenix. Earlier on, I believe that was in game number 1 that helped out the Camelot Kings. And the Tartarus Titans trying to set up for who knows what, getting aggressive by a red buff that's not even up at this point. And Layers will see CaptainTwig around, but not going to see a fight there. So for the Camelot Kings, they've got time to wait. Pyromancer, Gold, both down. Fire Giant out of sight, out of mind for at least a little while. Is there a place where CaptainTwig can maybe go to get some action rolling for the Kings?
I mean, I thought the best option would be on to Paul, but now Paul's going into that breastplate. Already had the fully stacked Warlocks and Book of Thoth. Not going to be too far out of the boat as well. So it's certainly not going to be easy. I think that the Camelot Kings are just in cruise control, right? That they're sitting back farming, confirming their buffs when they can, but any sort of aggression they're trying to avoid. Genetics does get the dash silence out, taking a ton of damage, and here comes the Golden Apple.
Golden Apple's good. Genetics tries to go back for a pickup onto Aror, but Genetics is losing his health, needs some backup, and gets it! The entirety of the Camelot Kings have rallied around their support. Netrioid picks up a double kill during the fight. And that's the picks that the Camelot Kings needed to get back in this.
Wow, CaptainTwig with a beautiful rotation in. Variety gets the hamstring to make sure that Aror can't dash out of that one. 2 kills back for the Camelot Kings. Unfortunately for them, no real objectives to fight over. Nothing to force given the opportunity. And a clutch ult in from Netrioid. I don't think that the damage was that necessary. It seemed like the kills were on point, but getting 2 last hits there is going to grow great for getting your ADC online, getting back into this game. Actually did tick over to level 15. Still about half a level down from CycloneSpin, who really hasn't rotated out of lane too much, but that gold is definitely going to go in favor of this Chernobog, getting online just a little bit sooner. Oni Fury should be spawning in here shortly, and Camelot King should feel a bit more confident now that they've got some kills under their belt.
Let's see if they make that fast rotation over. Variety doesn't have his teleport up, so he's going to have to go back to base or make the long trek over if this team wants to set up for that objective. Meanwhile, for Tartarus Titans, no teleport available to SOT either. Blink and Beats is the call for the Osiris solo. a fully upgraded Sunder for Aror. Now that Sundering Blast online. We've been seeing this relic pop itself up quite a bit as of recent. Maybe it seems to be a bit of an answer to the shells that keep getting picked up by these teams.
Yeah, the shells, just whenever you have a single target Guardian, I think the Sunder into the grab from Aror can set up a ton of damage. Layers hits a knock-up can set up for it as well, and it can explode to the opposition, so it can be a really nice pickup when you're trying to burn through these tanks. Aror gets grabbed and thrown on the tower, and here comes Fear No Evil.
Fear No Evil holds him in tower for a little while longer. Variety picks him up and slams him down. Not a chance that Aror makes it out when the entire force of the Camelot Kings rally together to take out the support. And the Camelot Kings are now tied up the kills and maybe looking for a little bit more as Variety swings into the backline, but now has to swing the opposite way because there's just a little bit too much fire returned towards him.
Yeah, SOT almost picked up by Genetics, but just going to be knocked up. While Layers is posturing towards left lane, not really caring about this fight in particular. Maybe looking for the purple buff invade. Oni Fury spawned in during that fight, and Aurora's already back up, so I don't think it's going to be pulled by the Camelot Kings. It's actually CycloneSpin who's already on the way. Variety's the only chance to confirm this one.
Variety's got to use that overhead swipe, and it's not going to be enough. As the Camelot Kings lose out on that objective, Tartarus Titans will get something, but CaptainTwig will at least take a tier 1 tower. He'll let the minions finish the job, and that will mitigate some of the gold that did come from that Fury. But now for the Tartarus Titans, they had a nice lead. Can they extend it back? Netrioid does get caught by the knockup from Layers, and all the beads in the world are not going to save you from the damage that comes through from Layers and Cyclone.
Yeah, staying in that wall a little bit longer might have benefited, but you know, pre-beats of the knockup, the Suns were just doing too much, and Netrioid goes down. Now it looks like a little bit of a chase down here from the Camelot Kings as Pyromancer could be something to be looked at, but Oni minions are pushing up, and Layers and CycloneSpin happy to just grab the tier 1 and left and continue pushing. Unless someone from the Camelot Kings comes to stop this. Genetics is on the way, but you send someone over to left, that opens up the Pyromancer. CaptainTwig's around, Fear No Evil is available, but it's already being pulled.
Does toss out the Sacred Monkey, which will hit a couple of players and deter the Titans from going on to the Pyromancer. So slowing things down once again. The name of the game of the Camelot Kings to try and slow bleed this game out. But at the moment, they're the ones who have been bleeding. A 3K gold deficit separating these two teams. Tartarus Titans up in that regard. XP fairly even across the board. Maybe a 1-level total difference between two teams, but Camelot Kings, when they realize that they've got an opening, they're going to take it. Pyromancer stolen away from the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, the Kings grab that one and get out. Drop the Gamma Ray Burst just for some extra DPS. CycloneSpin made the rotation over. The Pyromancer was certainly on the cards for the Titans. Whereas Netrioid's like, I'm going to push the wave. I can certainly fly in if you guys need me, but try not to need me because I'm 2 levels down currently to this Ho Yi. And I would love a fail not online before I make that rotation in. So now, that gold lead, a little bit smaller, about 2,500 in favor of the Tartarus Titans. It's back to the waiting game. I mean, there's no real objective to be pulled. CycloneSpin, once he takes level 20, might feel a bit more confident going over towards Fire Giant and trying to DPS that down, and actually is posturing over towards the right side of the map. Remember, there's no Pyromancer open, so that means Tartarus Titans are looking to make a bait here, looking to make a play towards that Fire Giant, and see who's going to come in from the Kings to try and stick this one over. Netrioid's still over on left, and actually CaptainTwig hovering on left lane as well, trying to find a gank that's never going to come because everyone else is at Fire Giant.
Fire Giant pulled by the Titans. Variety stopped by Aror. The Titans have not committed to the fire, just pulled it to bait. The Kings in. We got Netrioid on this side of the map now for the Kings. But all of that from the Titans will just get them to the Greater Scorpion. Now back to fire. Variety and Genetics are here. BigManTingz a little far away. CaptainTwig and Netrioid have got to make a nice little trek back in from the mid lane. Keep your eyes on CaptainTwig and the Fear No Evil that's available. The Fire Giant has not been leashed. And now the fight goes in. Aror low on HP, but Fear No Evil holds him in. The Gamma Ray Burst also doing some good damage, but Variety is in danger. Variety somehow barely lives through, but Netrioid goes down. Variety goes down. BigManTingz picks up SOT, and CaptainTwig low in health in the backline. Ricochet off the mark by Cyclone to find the bounty he was looking for, and it's a 2-for-1 trade for the Titans.
But Paul is doing so much damage. It's not going to be the worst trade in the world. You're in a 3-for-4 situation, but as long as Paul's here to sustain up the rest of the Titans, once Aror comes back, we could see another Fire Giant pull. Genetics is aware of that and sitting around the corner trying to get some vision on this objective. And it looks like BMT didn't go back as well. It doesn't have too much mana, but enough to stick around and try and be disruptive. CaptainTwig has returned as well. It's a true 3v4 at the objective, and SOT's going to be dead for 10 more seconds.
Fire Giant started, down to half. CaptainTwig can't find a way in. Ultimate is gone from him, and so is most of his health. Paul is chunking on this health. Cyclone taken away at the last little bit of the Fire Giant's health. Only Genetics is in range to try and stop this one, to try and steal it, because Layers has found BMT in the backline. Variety has teleported back into the fight. The Fire Giant goes to the Titans, but Paul is gone. Aror has a sliver of HP left, and Variety will chase this one out to make sure that the elephant is punished. Layers makes up to the sky, but the pounce by Cyclone holds out for only a moment. After Aror goes down, Layers barely makes it out himself. And it's 2 dead on the Titans for the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Fire Giant buff on SOT, Layers, and CycloneSpin, as the Camelot Kings aren't looking too healthy either. They are going to back up, effectively winning that fight, but Fire Giant's still on 3, and more specifically on SOT and CycloneSpin. Having it on your ADC and a good tank is always going to be beneficial. And now the Tartarus Titans are heading over towards that Primal Fury. They can go for the pull here pretty shortly. It's not going to be too contested because Genetics still has not went back to base. CaptainTwig still has not went back to base. 22 minutes in. Now it's time for the Tartarus Titans to try their best to take down some of these towers. Tier 1 in right still stands tall. Tier 1 in mid still stands tall. There's a lot of gold that can be grabbed for the Tartarus Titans if it goes uncontested. I imagine the Camelot Kings, though, have to be feeling pretty confident. Take a look at the relics on the side of the Tartarus Titans. Pretty much everything is down. In fact, everything except for Cyclone's Aegis is down for the time being. So if the Camelot Kings did want to force a fight, at least at one of these Tier 2 towers, now would be a great time to go for it.
They're going to lose out on a Tier 2 in the dual lane. Camelot Kings now only down to their towers in mid and solo. And this is where the gold lead can start to balloon up a little bit for the Titans. It's at 4,500 now. But there's a good chunk of gold still sitting on the map for them to take. In response, Camelot Kings have a similar amount of gold that they can grab for themselves, should they get an opportunity to do so. The Tartarus Titans have been on the gas pedal for quite some time and have no signs of pumping the brakes anytime soon. Camelot Kings put up a soft defense at the Tier 2. Layers going for an invade in the jungle, but not going to find any success.
Yeah, as they've been going for these towers, some of those key relics have been showing up off cooldown. It doesn't look like CaptainTwig has any want to look for an ultimate here, at least until that Heartseeker is finished. A lot more DPS would be coming out of the Hunbats in that case. Netrioid was able to push up left lane a fair bit, but didn't even grab that Tier 1 tower, was not willing to walk that far up in lane. Put himself susceptible to a gank. Having the Nightmare to run away is always good, but if everyone's sitting there around you, there's really no place that you can go to try and hide. As we are 24 minutes into this game, and there's still 3 more towers that the Tartarus Titans would love to go for, try and get some extra gold in their pockets, but they're going to have to hold off just a little bit longer.
It's 5,500 gold lead up for the Tartarus Titans in game number 4. Their backs against the wall. They're 1 game away from going home, but it seems that they want to push it to that game 5. In our first best of 5 set of the weekend, Tartarus Titans are poised to push it the distance and really give us that treat. I mean, this is the rematch from Masters 1. This is the rematch from the Grand Finals in spring. And so far, the Tartarus Titans are going to take it a little bit further than what we had last time. It was a 3-1 for them over the Camelot Kings back then. This is a new Camelot Kings. This is a new Tartarus Titans. At the pace that it's going, Charlie, we might be pushing to that last game.
Yeah, it's a new meta, right?
Oh, yeah.
We saw the Triple Hunter Comp 1 didn't work out last game, but Tartarus Titans have been able to find some success. They've got their Fire Giant. They're still trying to push and crack the base, but I just don't imagine Phoenixes are on the cards right now. There's still 3 more towers, 1 Tier 1 in right, and the 2 Tier 2s up in mid and right, respectively. You got to give a little bit of respect to the Fear No Evil. I think CaptainTwig's been on point with being able to land them If Paul ever lives through these fights, we always look at the sustain round, because if you're not winning that first engagement, you're certainly not winning that second engagement, because at that point the Titans are full HP. They have a hell for a reason. So Camelot Kings moving forward, looking at defense alone, they have to consider how much Paul's doing. Is there a curse on pump? Can we fight this? And if we don't win the initial fight, we got to get out. Like, we just have to take our losses and go.
Now, one thing to remember for these teams is, yes, a loss means that their quote-unquote, tournament life is over, but that's just for first and second place running at the very least. A loss from the teams today means that they'll instead take part in the best of 3 tomorrow for the third place match instead. So, still some fighting to be had regardless, but no team wants to go down in the semifinals. They want to make that run to the finals and get the most that they can out of this tournament and getting themselves mentally and physically ready to get prepped for phase number 3 and get themselves on the fast track towards Worlds. And a win in phase 2 of Masters would be a great boost to the mentals of all of these teams.
Yeah, we got about 1 minute and 5 seconds left on that FG buff, and the Titans still have 3 towers to go through. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of grouping here on the right side of the map. Remember, CycloneSpin and SOT, the only 2 that have the Fire Giant buff on this side, was Layers still has it as well, but Paul and Aror died with that buff, never really got to use it. Camelot Kings are grouped here, though. They're sitting around the corner. They're not going to give up this tier 2 tower for free, but it looks like Layers is sort of posturing around the backside, trying to find a blink opportunity. Might be able to go up into the skies. This right side tier 2, you got about 33 seconds to go, and they want this down.
There is a lot of damage available to the Tartarus Titans. A lot of sustain available as well. And only a few answers to it. Some anti-heal on the main damage dealers, even on the support genetics. He's picked up Divine Ruin and Cursed Ankh. If the Titans can live through the first fight, the first portion of the skirmish, they should have enough sustain to live through. You can see any amount of damage that's thrown towards these guys being healed right back up. And that's the go button for Aror. He drops Storming Pillars to zone the team fight, but there's not a lot of damage through. Instead, it's a Fear No Evil by CaptainTwig to push back the Titans, but that's still not enough. Paul can just heal Aror right back up. I don't think CaptainTwig wants to walk in there.
Yeah, CaptainTwig definitely wants to back up. The Fire Giant buff wore off. And if CaptainTwig didn't take that much damage, Layers is on the wraparound here. It looks like the Camelot Kings are going to retreat, give up that tower, and decide to fight another day. I mean, you're in a position where if you get picked there, your Phoenix might be getting looked at. You have the wave, and Paul can keep it alive. Fire Giant won't be spawning in for a couple more seconds, so Camelot Kings do have time to regroup and head towards that objective. But it looks like the Tartarus Titans aren't even going to posture around here. They are going to back up, spend a bit of that gold, get some last tier items online before this Fire Giant spawns in. And this is what I've been waiting for. Netrioid does have the ability to just push up left lane and ult in once the Fire Giant gets pulled. Hasn't really been doing it just yet. Would love to upgrade that last item. A kin size could help the DPS immensely. But it's going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of gold before Netrioid can max out that build. And actually not even going to go over towards left lane, heading back over towards Fire Giant. 3 minutes from it being in hand, so a clean pull here would mean no EFG. Just depends on how long this dance goes. Remember, CaptainTwig had a nice ult last time, but only got the beats from Aror. Everyone else sitting just fine.
Fire Giant pulled. CycloneSpin with a tad bit of crit to close out his build. And that little bit of crit is helping do wonders against the Fire Giant. The Tartarus Titans have grabbed it. Aror, the lone front line in the back. CaptainTwig does not get the ultimate that he was hoping for. Does not get the turnaround that the Camelot Kings needed. It is 3 for 1. Netrioid avoids the ricochet, but is losing the boxing match against SOT. A dunk on in by him and Paul will take 4 off the map. And it's only BigManTingz left to get stunned over the wall, jumps over the dart. But now he's got to deal with the damage that Paul has out, and there's just too much. It's a double kill for Paul, a deicide for the Titans, and with only 20 seconds left, the Tartarus Titans can push up this tier 2 and maybe more.
Yeah, they have the trebuchet, they've got the minions with the sustain from Paul. It's going to be up to genetics to try and keep the Titan alive. I don't think that's going to be the call, J-Mac. 4 versus 1 here shortly. It's going to take a bit of time, but with the sustain from the team, I think we're going to Game 5.
Game 5 on the horizon for the Tartarus Titans. Once again, they have thwarted the plans of the Camelot Kings. They are not going to be able to get to Grand Finals that easily. 4 seconds on Variety, 0 on CaptainTwig. Jumps in, but no ultimate available. Means the Tartarus Titans push us to to game number 5.
I mean, I think Layers on this rat has been so oppressive this whole set. Even the games they lost, the global presence has just been such annoyance to deal with. Paul on this hell. I mean, I saw him die once, and I was like, okay, so that can happen. Will that ever happen again? And the answer was no. Just superior team play. And this time, the Tartarus Titans, they're not going to get rolled through. They wanted to push us to Game 5. They wanted to give us a show, and they certainly are. Given the momentum, we've been seeing a little bit of adjustments. You know, game switches up. Win, a little bit of adjustments, game switches up. It's time for the Camelot Kings, right? It's their time to make some adjustments.
Maybe you were right on this Ratatoskr. We'll see if the Kings maybe feel the same in regards to that jungle. Put something on a little bit different for Layers and a new look for the Kings and the Titans. As we go to game number 5, we're going to take it to a quick break and come back.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first Game 5 of SMITE Summer Masters between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. We are not unused to going the absolute distance in these sets, but they've only been best of threes up to this point. Now in a best of 5, we go all 5 in our first semifinal of the day between the Kings and the Titans. But before we get there, I need to remind you about the Heavenly Light event that's going on right now, and more importantly, the Tier 5 Izanami skins. The Queen of Cards Izanami is your last chance to pick it up. One of the coolest skins I've ever seen in-game. The effects update as you get kills and you get involved in the game. And so I'm never really able to make full use of it because who am I kidding? I don't get kills on anyone, much less on Izanami. But you at home, God, you guys are just so good at Smite. You can absolutely make full use of this skin. So make sure to jump in, check out the Heavenly Light event and the Queen of Cards Izanami Tier 5 skin. It's your last chance, so don't miss out. And thanks again for the art team for putting together a pretty sweet skin there for Izanami. But we go on to game number 5 here. Camelot Kings up against the Tartarus Titans. And Gore, we are back and forth once again, which means the Kings are going to win game 5, and we're going to head on over to our second semifinal of the day. But these teams have just not been able to stop taking games off one another. I mean, none of them are all that close. This one, like, a little bit closer than the past games, but still not super in the weeds, right? It's like early and often from the Titans, and they just run away with it.
And you know, it's very interesting because like you joke about it, but like first pick every time has been winning so far. This entire set, it's just been 4 games in a row, like you said. Game 1 maybe a little bit more back and forth, but since then, game 2, game 3, now game 4, early lead into kind of the opposite of what we've been experiencing. I mean, we for the last like week and a half essentially of play up until today, it has been a lot of 20 minutes. You've got 3 kills, maybe 4 if you're lucky, and you know you're waiting for those big team fights to drop. Or if you're watching like the Warriors versus Bolts game 1 yesterday, you're waiting for any team fight to actually happen. Maybe just any fight at all. It doesn't even need to be a team fight, just something. I think that the dynamic these two have now hit, where again, yeah, you know, like you jump to this, it's like 18 minutes, 6 kills, I should say. But you're really in a good spot, I think, in terms of control from these teams. You're getting a little bit more leeway earlier on. This one, I think, stays even, much like you had highlighted, for a longer period of time. And then the Titans just kind of win. Like, I mean, they just start doing better in team fights. They have more control. This hell is just an absolute nuisance to have to deal with. And it was one of the things we were worried about on the desk coming into this, and turns out that it was for good reason, because it's going to do just a little bit too much in Paul's hands. And it makes sense now when you go back and look at some of these bans, specifically the first 2 games. The Morrigan Hell and ESET were banned out, and I think for good reason. Letting that Hell through, even though it didn't get picked up in game number 3, was just problematic for the Kings.
Paul really likes this style of build, double stacking items, so you leverage your early game for late game scaling a bit into Breastplate of Valor, so you still get some value, especially with Book of Thoth anyway. You're getting the mana, you're getting the CDR, and then physical protections from Variety and CaptainTwig and Netrioid, who are going to be jumping on you all game long. Pretty smoothed out damage numbers here go across the board. 16, almost 17k damage done for Paul. His healing on its own, though, completely negates BigManTingz. Like it covers the other mid laner. He did enough to make it so that Discordia was a non-factor, or it did enough, almost enough, to cover Twig and Genetics in terms of damage. And well, you know, if I'm looking at Hunbatz and I'm looking at Ymir, I'm not looking at them necessarily for just their damage impact. I think that that's a really big deal to see that 13.5k healing come up for him, because that plus the 17k is essentially 30,000 affected something, whether it's damage that his team is now negated or damage he has dealt out. And so that's a lot of impact for a single character to have, and it shows just how good Paul is at this pick. And so to game 5 we go now, Goremizer, and it has been aggression that has won the couple of games for the Titans, and more calculated scaling up for the Camelot Kings that have won the day. So anyway, congrats to the Kings as we go back and forth here. They're going to go ahead and win game number 5 and move us on to our second semifinal of the day. I say jokingly, but it is going to have to be a trend break now from the Tartarus Titans. They were always going to have to win 2 straight, but that's not something either of the 2 teams have done yet in this set so far. Kings did get 2 chances at it, as we mentioned going into game number 4. But in these best of 5s, it is always cool because you get to watch a more extended X's and O's chess match style of gameplay around the picks and bans specifically. Couple mainstays though. Say again.
Nothing.
Okay.
I was gonna nothing.
Fair enough.
No, nothing exact. No, not starting to sing a song or anything.
Lancelot.
I know what song you were singing.
Exactly. See,
we've sung it before in the past. Anyway, a couple mainstays through picks and bans score throughout all 5 games now. The Nemesis, the Chiron, both heavily prioritized. Ratatoskr has been in and out of picks and bans. Then I think smart to just go ahead and take the hell away from Paul going into game 5. Lancelot and Cupid, though. Talk about juggling first pick priority. Seems like when the Kings have first pick, they want this Lancelot. Titans have loved this Cupid first pick. They'll get the Osiris there as well. A couple solid starters there for the Titans.
I think is really interesting is like just again like scrolling back and looking through the bans and the picks for like game 1 and game 2. Lancelot, like you said, Khepri was very important, so not surprising to see him come back. But Cupid was left by the wayside. No, he was banned out in game 1, and then first pick game 2, and then banned out in game 3, and then banned out in game 4. So it's just interesting to see where some of these priorities are coming from for these teams, what they want to deal with, what they don't want to deal with, and where they're allowed to maybe put some of that priority. Things like the Morrigan are such a huge deal because it's like, hey, you were willing at the beginning of this set to say that's worth a ban. And if you're going to now opt for this Ratatoskr, lost 2 games to it, beat it 1 game, is it worthwhile knowing that now you have to go up against a pick that Paul is really adept at and is really strong with, has helped win a world championship on this god, like things like that. I think that the Kings are going to have to just deal with.
If I'm remembering correctly, Gore.
Yeah.
This is nothing to do with what you just said, and I'm sorry, because you did make a very good point. This is our first Game 5 of the year in its entirety. I don't think at our first Masters we had any Game 5s in that event. Well, a couple 3-1s. This is our first Game 5 of SMITE competitive here in Season 9 in its entirety, and it's the Titans and the Kings. I think 2 teams that we would probably
expect a lot of sense, right?
to go all 5 games. And so it does make sense here in our first semifinal of the day that we have gone the distance between the Kings and the Titans for the first time this year in Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. The Morrigan, the Atlas. A good now double pick for the Tartarus Titans. We love that pick for Paul. But it also, as we always say, makes the Kings now think twice about every pick they're going to draft from here on out. Can we deal with potentially that transformation going over to Paul? Because there are a couple good options early here, Gore. Not that one guaranteed transformation potentially every single time, but a good deal of options for Paul depending on the scenario.
Yeah, and it's always that weird one. When we talk about Morrigan transformations, I always I want to go out on the limb of saying like, hey, here's some weird ones that could happen. Like, I like the idea of the theory of I can turn into a Khepri and res someone on my team. Is anyone ever actually doing that? No, not by any means. In this case, it means you've got a Lancelot. It means you've got an AMC if you so want them. The Stinger, I think, is very important. You've got a second Fields of Love. You've got a second Osiris. Like, it's sometimes the frontliners. It's sometimes some of these big impact team fight ultimates. And I think that having that capability is going to be massive. A Stinger being able to choose a single target, or for a Fields of Love, or for Lancelot here with the Jousting Field, being able to just create a giant area that is difficult to fight in, if not just impossible for you to deal with. Then I think you can also factor in like your Osirises, maybe the Artios, your Atlas in here, like things that are going to give CC. So it's like we're CC heavy, start the team fight with a lot of picks, then fall back into like an assassin style. It just makes her very versatile and very flexible and very fun.
Gore, and specifically Paul on the Morrigan, this is a very storied player-god combo. I was going back and looking over some of Paul's old games for a content piece that everyone at home will get to see a bit later on this year. And a lot of the older high-stakes matches that the Tartarus Titans, or depending on what the org Paul was playing under at the time, when you're in a high-stakes game, Paul loves to go back to this Morrigan. It is a tried-and-true playmaking style of pick. And think back to even Worlds, even though they lost 3-0 to the Leviathans. In that Game 3, Paul on the Morrigan kept things in. It was Paul against the Leviathans, it felt like. And so you go to Game 5 semifinals, Phase 2 of Spring Masters here, and you give Paul one of his. The story, the lines write themselves here, Gore, and I have high hopes that Paul is able to get it done.
I'm gonna see if I can do you one better. Instead of just going back to this last Worlds and thinking about because it was a 3-0 loss. Go back to the Worlds before.
Yeah, before that.
Where it's a 2-1, or 3-1 win, 3-2 win. Wow, math is hard. Numbers 3-2 win, and a lot of the plays that he's able to make. Don't tell them that. They're not allowed to know how small these numbers are. It's going to be interesting to see if he can, again, make that repeated performance happen here where it matters. Because like you said, it's a pattern breaking. It's been Kings, Titans, theoretically Kings here, right? It's been first pick exclusively winning this set so far. So you're now in a position where you're kind of fighting against the tides. Again, just a pattern. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but I think this Morgan can help give them the strength they need.
How concerned are you about the physical stack that the Camelot Kings have gone for here? You got the Stinger for some prot shred, of course. Is that enough, though? When you got a Heimdallr, an AMC, and a Lancelot, you're hoping Artio can do a lot of it, I guess, score, and I guess Khepri for a little bit of it. Do you think the Kings are fighting against their own composition in a way? Do you think itemization is too easy for the Titans?
A little yes, a little no. I think that they're in a good spot because, like you said, Stinger already is going to be very helpful for him. I think Lancelot's going to deal with it. But when I look at the Khepri, when I look at the Artio, I'm looking at people that, I think Artio can itemize into things like Stone of Binding, things that allow you to have maybe some prot shred that let you get things out there if you really need the extra. But on top of that, you've just got a ton of CC. If you're looking for lockdown, this team's going to have it for the Kings. Just an Artio, add in the Khepri. I think that it keeps the carry safe enough that even if it takes longer to kill somebody, they'll still get it done.
Our first Game 5 of the event, our first Game 5 of SMITE Season 9 in general. Camelot Kings, Tartarus Titans, finals on the line. We'll kick it off with J-Mac and Trelly.
The good news is there's no more math involved with the set. You don't have to worry about I need to win X amount of X games. It is one game left, a final matchup between these two teams to determine who goes to the finals and who goes home, drops down to the third place match instead. Will it be the Camelot Kings? Will it be the Tartarus Titans? Last Masters, it was Titans who took it in the grand finals in 4, and now they're going to have to take it in 5 if they want to reprise that role for themselves and knock out the Camelot Kings yet again. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug in the final game of our first best-of-5 set.
Yeah, with the game on the line, with the set on the line, the Camelot Kings go into a 3-Fizz comp with prot shred from the AMC and the Khepri respectively, so they do have some ways to deal with a full Fizz stack defensive squad. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto BMT and Netrioid to be able to get this damage online. CaptainTwig going to have to be one of the core initiators here for this team, as well as Variety. He's going to have to position so well. The Tartarus Titans, I mean, they already highlighted on the desk. You got Paul on the Morgan, a great transformation with the Raven here. Double Raven can always be some detrimental dive. I don't envy the position that BMT is in because probably going to be one of the main targets of that double dive. AMC just so immobile. But if you get the bees out, you can circle yourself in some honey. If you step on this, I'm going to know you're here. The stealth can certainly be alleviated by some of the AoE damage here from the Camelot Kings. And actually, CaptainTwig starting the Aegis, putting a little bit of respect towards the damage dealers of the Tartarus Titans, not wanting to get too far out of position, just realizing, hey, I've been bursted before in a situation like this, and I want to make sure I've got that damage immunity.
Double root good by Variety. Heal helps up CaptainTwig, and now it's Layers on the run. Doesn't have his immunity to help him out this time around, but does find the double slow on the turnaround 180. So the Camelot Kings will not continue the chase in the jungle. Maybe, however, back towards the totem. A little bit of a skirmish. Root lands onto SOT. CaptainTwig, though, has already expended his abilities to try and go for this. So First Blood should no longer be on the horizon for either team. They'll disengage with the totem down.
Yeah, I think the 2v2 certainly in favor of Lancelot and RDO, but Layers and SOT were able to juggle the aggro well enough to survive. They lose out on the totem, of course, but no one dies. No First Blood was used, and you get the Aegis from CaptainTwig. Not going to be the biggest deal. Paul was sitting there at those mids, and it looks like CaptainTwig didn't want to go for the old gamble, while BMT was able to cover the ones on the left. So a little bit of extra gold in pocket for the mid laner. I just want to see some aggression in that mid lane. BMT and Paul have been sitting back for too long. Too many games they've been sitting at that tower line. But with an AMC in the Morgan, level 5, seems like a much more likely time to get active. Layers is actually on Paul's red buff, so SOT gonna have to fight for his own blue here. Can really only go for the last minute steal. and it won't go through. Variety gets credit, takes that blue buff, and get to ride the horse away.
Shouldn't be too bad for SOT, at least being on an Osiris. Not going to use an insane amount of mana to clear that up. We do have an attempted steal by Aror at the purple buff, but won't find it there either. So for the Camelot Kings, they can secure all of the buffs on their side of the map, plus the blue buff on the Tartarus Titans side. That's nothing insane this early on into the game. But CaptainTwig only being level 3 versus Layers level 4. I think you bringing up the mid lane is also very important for Paul. He has been sitting back for a while. Morgan, plenty of great transformation targets available to him this game as well.
Yeah, it really just depends on, are you looking for safety? Because if so, the Lancelot can get you out of trouble pretty easily, but the Robin's got 2 forms of CC immunity and some great engage/disengage. Team fight-wise, Fields of Love, you're never going to go wrong dropping a second one of those down. So, again, it's all going to be up to Paul where you want to put that pressure. Where are you looking to get aggressive? And which one of these transformations are you going to go to? If you are CaptainTwig, trying to kill Paul, that's the main question I'm asking myself. All right, if I'm looking to kill the Morgan here, which one of the 5 possible transformations is he going to go into to disengage from this fight? Even at this situation where CaptainTwig doesn't have beads, Paul could transform into Netrioid, just send you through the realms. That's also a viable strat to just get out of dodge or look to get aggressive. And I think that's one of the strengths of this pick, is you never really know until late game if they've been consistent with going to one different transformation. CaptainTwig and BMT sitting around mid lane, or SOT, once again going towards the beats, not going for that teleport, doesn't have the access to the teleport, can't get back. So sitting under tower, a little bit weak, means the CaptainTwig should be able to rotate over to the blue buff once again and put some more pressure onto it.
CaptainTwig dash to the camp, but that's his mobility down. Does have ult, and Aror will pick up CaptainTwig, throws it back, and forces that ultimate out. But there are 4 here. 4-man stun out of Variety has slowed down this fight. The first transformation will be in towards the Lancelot. Paul riding up on the horse will dismount in the back line. But now there's 4 of the Camelot Kings here. This could be turned around back onto the opposition as Layers is low. Layers hit by the Singer, overhead kick, and a Mystic Rush to get himself on out. Somehow, we have 8 players on one side of the map, Trelly, and nobody is dead.
Yeah, but the blue buff goes down, and that's what's important. That's what all the fight was for. I think Genetics popping that meditation was super clutch for the Camelot Kings. That could have been a complete disengage, but Aror is going to take a little bit more damage, get into the cripple field, hit a nice pick up, and we'll be able to walk out. And I think Paul actually did confirm that Greater Scorpion, so the 4-man grouping for the invade, and that's absolutely nothing. Paul steals that one away, and the Camelot Kings leave empty-handed. The gold is in their favor a fair bit, as you do see the XP lead also in favor of Variety, but SOT does want to go up and not able to steal that one, so both teams get their upgraded buffs.
Get their respective Scorpions, and the Camelot Kings can now reset themselves. Again, 8 players on one side of the map. A lot of fighting, but no deaths this time around as we approach the 6-minute mark, and Variety can at least pick up that Breastplate of Valor for himself, head back into lane, so he's got his defense to fight up against SOT. Layers waiting around. Oh, the Chalice coming up. I was like, what is he waiting for here for a moment? I forgot. Now that we have hit 6 minutes, Chalice is up. And that one can go over to Layers very quickly, so the Titans can start stacking up for that Trebuchet.
Yeah, Aror was sitting around in left lane, more so sapping some farm, wanting to grab away these Chalices and possibly look to steal some away if the Camelot Kings were able to confirm any of them, which way they weren't thus far. Looking at a matchup where it's Heimdallr v Cupid, not too much aggression. Sometimes you see Fields of Love drop just to see if you can get a relic or 2, but usually it's just, okay, Bifrost out, see you later. I'm sitting underneath my tower. I don't expect to see too much aggression on that side of the map from really anyone. It's all about this solo lane. SOT has fallen a level behind just because of those blue buff invades, and once again, it's right about that time where blue buff spawning in. You see a Lancelot riding over towards that blue buff, and Variety just being an absolute bully underneath this tower. SOT hasn't been able to be as effective on this Osiris as he would like to because of how much of presence has been on this side of the map.
Yeah, another grouping. Everybody but the Hunters, or I should say at least the dual lane Hunters, are here. Blue buff is at least the target for Twig and BMT. They'll claim that one with no real fighting this time around. Tartarus Titans not willing to step up against the Camelot Kings. So they'll get another successful blue buff invade. And Charlie, this is some of the most grouping that we have seen so far in gameplay in general. The fact that we've had one actual fight and now a near-miss fight this time around, this early in the game, but still such cautious play by both teams.
Yeah, and I think the Tartarus Titans aren't afraid to take these fights. They just recognize Genetics has Khepri ult, man. Like, even if we found a pick at this blue buff, it's probably just getting rezzed. There's no reason for us to go for a 50-50 situation where we're trading because they'll get first blood bounty and we get just a Scarab's Blessing down. It's never worth it in that regard. Camelot Kings will be able to grab the vision on this side of the map. The talk of this early game, the talk of the level 10 fights has always been which team's ahead at that point, which team's looking at Pyromancer. At the moment, very small gold lead, pretty much just the blue buffs in favor of the Camelot Kings. So I would think they're in position to try and go for a pull on that objective. And also, Paul is not on an ADC. BMT can shred down that objective extremely quickly while also providing some burst for that Pyromancer. Paul just can't match that without transforming into someone. So just make sure you're keeping your eye on that right side of the map. Once 10 minutes rolls around, Camelot Kings could be going for a play.
It's going to be in towards the tier 2 helmet for Genetics in his second item. Typically when we see any kind of Guardians, at least from support role, go towards this, it's things like Lotus Crown, but no real healing on this squad to be provided through unless you count Variety's one conal heal that he has towards his team. So I am interested where Genetics is going to be going with this item. He does have Sovereignty picked up early on, no Gauntlet of Thieves available to him, though the only source of real big magical damage would be Paul. As of now, SOT stuck under the tier 1 tower, 3-man rotation over, and surely somebody has to go down this time around. Stun, no good. But the grand joust is, and CaptainTwig comes up with the first kill. But the Tartarus Titans respond immediately with a Gold Fury of their own. And Netrioid has nothing to say about it. He'll go back to lane and let this one go.
Yeah, letting the Gold Fury go down is an interesting play there from the Kings. Wanting to get extremely aggressive, wanting to get a kill onto Variety. CaptainTwig does get credit for it, but a death onto SOT is really what the Camelot Kings were after. Giving up Gold Fury, though, means a lot of their hard work they've done trying to get ahead gold-wise and XP-wise in this fight is going to be vastly nullified. Greater Scorpion Invade does go in favor of the Kings, and that gold lead will climb up to about 1,000. So some good presence by the Tartarus Titans to recognize on the left side of the map. Hey, we can pull this for free. Auror's just going to zone while we pass it back and forth. And Netrioid not feeling confident enough to go up for a possible steal. But really, I think Pyromancer is going to be what we look at still. It was a Gold Fury was looked at and taken, but no contention, right? It was absolute free this time around. I imagine an actual fight should take place at that Pyromancer once the Camelot Kings are able to group up and head over towards that direction. No real vision on the objective, but plenty of wards around, more so from the Tartarus Titans.
Camelot Kings with their slight level lead on the right side of the map, and their 1.5 level lead for Genetics over Aror. Does give them a little bit of a slight advantage in some of these team fights.
Time to ride.
The Contagion early pickup from Variety. This is very early in the build to see just an anti-heal item like this in general. Typically, you know, things like Divine Ruin and Brawlers, those get picked up early by their respective classes. But seeing this much physical defense and this much anti-heal picked up early on, Camelot Kings grab the Pyromancer. Aurora can't steal that one away with the ultimate. But how do you feel about this Contagion pickup?
I think that Variety just wants to brawl in the back line. There's a fair bit of sustain throughout the Tartarus Titans, with Aurora being able to pop that Meditation, the Death's Toll, and Death's Embrace later on from SOT, and the possible transformations, not to mention the Hearts from CycloneSpin. So I think Variety's just getting that in preparation for late game. Not something that he needs this early on, but Fizz Prots are going to help you up against Layers and SOT, and Variety's been tanking up this tower a fair bit, so just throwing any little item in there is going to work in their favor.
Dismount by CaptainTwig. Blue buff was secured by the Titans this time around. And SOT is being chased in his tower yet again. There's no Gold Fury for the Titans to grab this time around. It's just a pick onto the solo laner. The Camelot Kings, they've got some beef with SOT, and they're making sure to take out all their aggressions in the solo.
Yeah, they do. They have been bullying that solo lane. Wait, I was like, wait, what?
I was about to say, 12 minutes in, that is nuts.
I mean, yeah, I think it was just a toss over. Actually, okay, now I see. Genetics was hitting the totem. I was going to say, there's no way.
Okay.
I was like, there's no way. Without even Netrioid, you're pulling out fire. I didn't even realize that he was throwing over towards that totem, but just helping out variety, you know? Take a little bit. You got a shield, so you can take a smack or two from the Fire Giant just to help out with that totem. As we see the Camelot Kings climb ahead that gold lead even more, about 2K, pushing up towards 3 in their favor. Paul hasn't been rotating out too much. You see like an invis popped with some Doom Orb zooming over to the left towards the right. Layers is going for the red buff invade. It's going to be successful. This is only a level 10 Raven. The rest of the Titans are going to zoom away, and Layers immunes that damage, not wanting to get chased down by CaptainTwig. Twig just channels the back. That's the end of that one. Unfortunately for BMT, you're losing out on your red buff, but you'll be just fine. You're an AMC anyways. You're sitting fine in lane.
Will be Jade Emperor's crowned by both of the supports this time around to reduce some of that physical damage that's so abundant on really both sides of the map there. The only difference really between the supports builds as of now is a fully upgraded meditation by Genetics versus the tier 1 that Aror is holding on to. So more sustain, at least for Genetics and the Camelot Kings during these fights comparatively to the Titans. But as we start moving in towards this mid-game, Pyromancer still down for 2 minutes, Gold Fury down for another minute. SOT again under tower just because of how much bullying has been thrown his way. This sets up for another potential Gold Fury skirmish. The Titans were able to grab it last time because there was a 3-man rotation to kill SOT. Yeah, they killed SOT on the Kings, but then they lost Fury. This time around, Camelot Kings should be a bit more privy to this.
Yeah, I mean, the Gold Fury starts to be worth more as the game goes on. You definitely want to put some vision over towards that Oni Fury, and letting it go for a gank on a solo lane is not something I imagine the Camelot Kings are looking forward to. Layers is heading over towards purple buff, blinks in, takes it away, and uses the overhead kick to back out. So Netrioid loses out on that XP, but Layers is only level 11 here. Whereas CaptainTwig 2-0 on this Lancelot, sitting at 13, should be more impactful in these fights as the game continues. I'm keeping my eyes on Variety. Once Variety makes his way over towards this team fight, which the RDO is doing now, I imagine this Oni Fair will be pulled in. It's all going to be up to the Tartarus Titans. Do they want to step up to this? Do they want to get aggressive? They haven't started the poll yet. In fact, I think they're more likely that they're looking for a pick here.
See if they can spot anybody out as they de-ward on the left side of the map to try and cover all entry points towards this Oni Fury that has respawned. The Tartarus Titans not really making any moves over that direction. Pyromancer's gone, so there's no consolation prize this time around should that Fury get pulled now. And with the fact that Variety has rotated over, it is going to be a pull of the Oni Fury. SOT and Aror will be the first two to the fight. But this Oni Fury is melting to the double hunters. Ultimate in by Aror. Tartarus Titans steal the Fury away from the Camelot Kings. All the time in the world they had to wait. And once again, it is an Atlas ultimate burst that steals it away from the team.
I mean, BMT was so far away. Swarm, it takes a bit to fly. That was the best confirmed tool, but BMT had to wait for it to travel its full distance. By the time it was sent out, Aror was already confirming that one. And I understand the confusion. You don't want to be barrel stuffing for confirmation on that objective. The minions are definitely going to stop Layers here, so having to walk through the tower means that Variety is going to force a few damage and Mystic Rush down. Variety's got the chase, but I don't think that Layers is in too much danger. The Blink's not quite available, so never mind. He actually could be in danger. CaptainTwig can close this gap.
He's riding right back through. Dismounts the horse, goes in with the Grand Joust, hits Layers, roots him in place right after, but a good pull by Aror will stop CaptainTwig from finding that pick on towards Layers, and CaptainTwig almost going down. Paul with the fadeaway will get the turnaround kill for the Titans, finally put his team on the board. And Variety will just clear out the wave while Genetics and BMT stand over by the blue buff. Dash in by Aror is caught, and now Aror is in danger. Fields of Love stop only a little while, but it's an ultimate from Netrioid, a revive on top of him. And when he comes crashing down, it's 2 dead for the Tartarus Titans.
CycloneSpin doesn't have the dash available, is getting pulled back in. Double relics and should fall down here. BMT, credit for that one. And now it's time for the Camelot Kings want to go for this tier 2 tower over and right. They have the minion wave. Meditation was already popped, and Layers and Paul are not looking to defend this one. It started with a good escape there from Layers, being able to run away, and Aror came in so clutch. I'm pretty sure Layers dies to the damage of CaptainTwig if not for that. Could turn into a Pyromancer or an FG pull depending on how confident the Kings are feeling. It's looking like a 17-minute Fire Giant pull, but Paul is coming in. He's got Invis.
Double Hunter There's not a lot of items online. Paul will find the stun on Variety, find the Dark Omen after. Variety is low, but gets a pretty hefty heal back. And the Fire Giant still being targeted. The Gray Burst goes through. The Camelot Kings need a couple more shots to take it away. The Fire Giant does go to the Camelot Kings, but Genetics' life will go down. Can everybody else make it out is the question. Variety low in health. SOT tanking up the tower, but the Tartarus Titans have given up the chase.
Players had Blink. I thought Variety would have been toast there, but I guess just too much sustain. So the 17-minute Fire Giant play does end up working out for the Camelot Kings. And surprisingly, the Titans aren't even pulling Pyromancer. Now they're going to pull the Pyromancer. They recognize they have some time to go for this call. And now the Camelot Kings, with Fire Giant under their belts, are able to group up, get their buffs on the left side, and start chipping away at these towers. Remember, they already got tier 2 a while ago. I mean, they were able to pull that, but besides that, ton of gold on the map currently, ton of structures to get down first. Primal Fury won't be up for some time, but we're going to have a solid 3 minutes for the Camelot Kings to group up and try and pick this map apart.
And they'll start with tier 1 in mid. BMT be able to break that one pretty easily just by himself. Netrioid in the left should be able to deal with tier 1 tower with the help of CaptainTwig. So for now, the Camelot Kings spreading their attention across the map in multiple lanes. Now we'll start making their full group up towards the left side. Another minion wave on its way besides just these 3 archers, but they'll only need the 1 archer to take his life down for a tier 1 tower. For the Tartarus Titans on potential siege defense, we're going to have to answer back to the Camelot Kings. They'll slow them down at least for a moment.
Yeah, 20 minutes in. It's not easy to tank up these tier 2 towers, and certainly not easy to tank up those Phoenixes. The Titans are stepping up towards this. They are feeling confident, trying to keep this one alive. CaptainTwig sends a bit of damage off, and Aror trying to pull in. Not going to be the case. Still not going to be too easy. SOT made the pivot into Emp Armor, and that's helping out a ton for trying to tank up this tower.
Tower down to half. 5 fairly healthy members of the Camelot Kings. Only the supports on either side missing out on too much of their health. But as you say, that Emperor's Armor pickup by SOT is paying off in dividends for his team as these minions barely get a chance to stand inside the tower. The Honey drop down is doing good damage to the enemy team. The Hunters are not able to get good enough damage onto the tower, and the Camelot Kings will have to retreat. Fury coming up, though, could be an easy consolation prize.
Yeah, but it looks like Layers and the rest of the Titans are surging forward. They're not going to let a Fury go down for absolute free. Variety backed up. Not going to be available this time for the Primal Fury if the Tartarus Titans are looking to get aggressive. The horse here might be able to catch out Paul's invis, but Twig picked the wrong way. Paul went over towards the jungle. That one's going to be a free escape. So far, not too much aggression after that Fire Giant. It's going to wear off in about a minute, so that really risky call has not paid off for the Camelot Kings that much. Now it's time for the Fury to be pulled. Primal Fury, that is. Aror able to steal away last time. They should be able to wait out the Gamma Ray Burst and then take down this Primal Fury, so that should be relatively free. Now the second time grabbing this tier 2 tower and left, that one should also be free. The Tartarus Titans are just going to group up elsewhere and try to get as much gold as possible, set up for that next Fire Giant that should be coming here soon.
Will be 30 seconds till that buff wears off. The waste of the Camelot Kings. They'll go back and spend up some of their hard-earned gold. Heartseeker picked up by BigManTingz, a big power spike for the Muzen Cobb, who is already doing some decent damage this game. But it's been a low damage game, Charlie. I mean, we're sitting at 9,600 for, or not even that, for the RDO. Everybody else sitting at 6,500 or less across the board. The Camelot Kings will take their time to try and get set up for the Fire Giant. Wards in pocket for a couple of members, BMT and Genetics. And they should be able to get control around the pit.
Yeah, they have their map state, and that's what the Camelot Kings are looking for. They just want to push back the Tartarus Titans as far as possible and get as much gold in hand before the Fire Giant fight does begin. Looks like CycloneSpin's still over and left. Got the tier 1 tower. Is now just going to be able to group back up with the team once this FG spawns in. I mean, you got to look towards Paul. He's sitting 2-0 right now on the Morgan. Just finished Polynomicon and has the flat pen build online. Should be able to do a ton of damage if you're getting to the back line. But both of these ADCs, BMT with the Honey, able to reveal stealth so easily, and Netrioid can simply see you when you're invisible. Got to make sure that Paul, if he is going in, is not being spotted out by the opposition. CaptainTwig riding the horse here, looking for someone to step up as Variety is very deep in the enemy jungle.
Finds the root on Paul. Paul gets to transform into the quick Cupid, and then the beads by Variety to continue his chase. Heart Bomb is on top of him, but he's gonna have to back himself away. CaptainTwig taking a lot of poke too. And the Camelot Kings started with a great initiation, but now they're gonna have to back themselves away from this fight. They were starting up on the Greater Scorpion. They'll go ahead and grab that as their prize for this fight. But Paul beads down, Variety beads down, but teleport up.
Yeah, Genetics did have the meditation if the fight did ensue, but it looked like the Camelot Kings happy with just backing up there. You get the beads from Paul, you get the ultimate down, and that's about it. Variety also had to use the beads during that engagement, but Variety's just a bit tankier than Paul is at the moment, so losing out on the Morgan ult is definitely something the Tartarus Titans are unhappy. Now the Pyromancer is spawned back in. Camelot King should be able to grab that one for free. Auror's trying to frontline as much as possible, and Variety's doing the same as well. Genetics will pull this Fire Giant, so second FG of the game pulled at 23 minutes.
It's gonna be the Titans to try and walk in, but SOT got plucked, had to use his beads. The Stinger dropped down. BMT will be able to pick that up for the reset. Eats the Heart Bomb damage, almost drug that one into CaptainTwig. Camelot Kings can take a moment to reset themselves. Meditation is up if Genetics needs it, but it doesn't seem that he's going to use it for now. Even Netrioid going to go back to base for the time being to reset himself and get prepped up for the next Fire Giant dance.
Looks like it will just be the full-on reset, so that ultimate that you got down from Paul, that was all well and good, but that's going to be back up here shortly. The beads still down for another minute or so. You were able to grab SOT's beads during that engagement, but besides that, not too many avenues for the Camelot Kings to get aggressive. It's probably just going to be the old pull Fire Giant, wait for someone to pull in, and hopefully Variety hits a clutch stun into Stinger combo. That has been what the Camelot Kings were trying to go for. They just didn't have the damage to burn through all of SOT's HP. Now, though, all grouped up once again. Genetics is going to make the pull, but it seems like not just yet. Waiting to see. Actually, Netrioid is going to be the one who pulls this because of the Death's Embrace. Won't be taking too much damage, but it's going to burn slowly.
Pick up onto Variety, stuck inside the Fields of Love, rooted, but picked back up by his teammate Genetics with the Scarab's Blessing. Keeps them alive. And the Camelot Kings will once again have to disengage. Variety has to go back to base, re-heal back up, and come to the fight. We've once again reset ourselves back to even.
Yeah, I mean, once the Fields of Love goes down, Variety didn't have beads, so that's going to be an easy pick. Luckily, Genetics was just watching out, had the Scarab's Blessing on point, and I expect to see the same exact thing occur, but this time Variety will have beads up, and CycloneSpin will not have access to that ultimate. Fire Giant's burning quick, and Paul gets some big damage on a CaptainTwig.
Twig, Grand Joust's on out, Paul chases on in, and this fight is going bad for the Camelot Kings, but it's going worse for Paul. Down to a third HP, Variety gets to the backline, and Genetics finds the pick onto SOT. Variety frontlining, has that Heart Bomb, and it stops both the frontliners. But for now, Aror and Cyclone able to get themselves out. Paul, who was at a quarter HP in that fight, gets himself back to base. Variety once again resets.
Variety has to go back one more time before the Kings feel confident pulling that objective. Honestly, that was a beautiful fight for the Camelot Kings. The re-engage was there. The cooldown meditation was popped, but the Odysseus bow from CycloneSpin chunked everyone down to below half, and they were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't chase this. Maybe we just play confidently and go for the Fire Giant after the fact. Variety, once again, trying to frontline in this fight, has the beads available. I got my eye on CycloneSpin's Fields of Love. If that comes through again, this RDO might be shredded through.
Variety picked up, but no follow-up damage this time. Fire Giant at 30% health. The Camelot Kings will not make the commit to the fire just yet. BigManTingz goes back to it. Him and Netrioid batting away at the HP. Fields of Love goes through. This is a coin toss, but now that it is gone, the Camelot Kings have found one. They found layers as well. CycloneSpin jasses out, but Aror doesn't get the same luxury. Cyclone as far as he can go, but CaptainTwig is closing in the gap. Grand Joust is back up. The root in place. The dash in. The knockback damage is there. And CaptainTwig has found 3. The Camelot Kings are 2 kills, 1 bird, and 1 Titan away from taking Game 5, from sending themselves into the Grand Finals. Paul has got to come up with a miracle play on this Morgan. Finds the stun, gets knocked back, cannot transform. The Aegis only delays the inevitable. SOT goes down. It's the deicide for the Camelot Kings. They'll be your first team to move on to the grand finals of Summer Masters.
Well, the Camelot Kings plan was very clear. Go to that solo lane, put SOT in the dirt time and time again, and make sure he doesn't get that blue buff. After that, the gold lead was there, and the Camelot Kings, a couple shaky fire giant pulls, consistently dealing with, okay, Variety almost died, let's save him, go back to base. Okay, Variety almost died, but we got to pick this time, go back to base. Third time's a charm, they get the objective, and they win the fight handedly after the fact.
Camelot Kings, #1 throughout the entirety of their phase, always have these struggles when they're coming into these tournament plays, but so far, it's playing fairly clean when given the opportunity to do so. They move on. They find themselves a Game 5 win in our first best-of-5 set of the day and of the weekend. That's it from us on the cast. We'll take it back to the desk to break it down.
My goodness, our long sets continue, and the trend continues here between the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. We go back and forth and back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth. Oh, and then one more back here for the Camelot Kings in game number 5, and our first finalist of SMITE Summer Masters is locked in, the #1 seed Camelot Kings. They make their way through the bracket, make their way through the Titans, and now await the winner of our second semifinal of the day. Gore, again, another convincing game from the winner. This one a bit slower paced, but by the time we got to like critical mass objective burn time, Camelot Kings had just scaled up. This was a very quiet Camelot Kings style of gold lead buildup that then turns into objectives later.
I mean, look, this is a matchup, like, they faced the Titans twice. They were able to beat them twice in the regular season. They've looked good against every other SPL team, except for a couple of slip-ups. And again, this one, I think that they just came into it, and like you said, they play a draft that fits them, in a style that fits them, in a farm way that fits them. Maybe a little bit of focus on SoloOrTroll early on, but you know what? Sometimes you got to do that, right? To give yourself the advantages,
positions you got to do that.
You've got to be able to find it. But like you said, I mean, even here, right? You're 16.5 in. You've been finding a little bit more pressure, but you're not super far ahead, right? You're keeping yourself slowly but surely in the lead. Then you take that was what, a 6-minute gap of timer, and then all of a sudden you've got a 4,000 gold lead. You're finding these fights a lot more comfortably, things like that. You get great reses from genetics on the Khepri. You get really good damage out of the 2 hunters. And you know, the question you had posed at the end of the desk was like, are they playing against themselves having this much, and do they have enough broad tread? That fight was insane for them. That fight, I think, showcases more than anything.
Didn't even get the full build anyway.
Yeah, how little they maybe were worried about that one. Even with the Sov on the other side, even with an Emperor's Armor there for Sot, there just wasn't enough to deal with them. And then you factor in, and I think have to give the shout-outs, not just to genetics with the Khepri saves, but also Variety. I think on this Ardio, and just Variety in general, but definitely the Ardio as of late, has just been phenomenal. And I think being able to show up and have that amount of CC, granted, you look at those healing numbers and you don't think that that's massive, but realistically, it is just enough, again, that it feels pretty impactful throughout the team. I think the impact that this was able to have alongside Twig specifically on that Lancelot was huge.
Kings make their way back, and this time find themselves in the grand finals. It's a team where trophies have just escaped them, right?
Yep.
The regular season MVPs, and it's a team who has not shied away from that. They recognize that, and they make their way back to a grand finals again. Gotta feel great for the Camelot Kings fans. Then you look at the other side of the bracket, Gore. Oni Warriors, Jade Dragons, could be a very competitive set there as well.
Yeah.
And you know, I won't talk too much on the way the bracket was laid out, but I will speak to the fact that if you want to win these tournaments, you're going to have to beat the best teams anyway, right? And so let that be what it is. And the Camelot Kings, they beat the Tartarus Titans in 5. The #1 seed makes their way to the grand finals nonetheless. Of course, on the other side of the bracket is where we end up looking towards the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Neither of those two teams had an easy road through their groups and into the first couple of rounds of games either, Gore. Oni Warriors looked the most clean yesterday of all of our teams, maybe with the only 2-0 win.
And a lot of it was really surprising because, you know, I remember casting it with Myth, and we're sitting there, and we're like, in game 1, it was like, they just aren't fighting. Like, it's not like they're doing anything. Like, they're going up, they're burning an objective faster than anybody, and then they're backing away. I mean, they were playing, I would say, similar to the Kings overarching style of let's focus on what's going to get us a lead. Who cares about getting the kills or the team fight? If we can get the Fury or a Pyromancer, get ourselves ahead. I think that the Warriors kind of adopted some of that mentality, played it really well against the Bolts. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see how they can handle that. And then you have the Dragons who just like to run it down sometimes. And they did game 3 yesterday, just do that.
Yeah, one more set remains on this semi-final Saturday. Remember, best of 5s all day today. All 2 sets we've got today are best of 5s. The Kings take us to 5 in our first set, and the Tartarus Titans unfortunately fall out of this tournament. But hey, a top 4 placing, not bad at all when the league is competitive as it is. And the Titans team, if you look at a team that's readjusted from the start of Phase 2 to now, I mean, it was not smooth sailing to start off the phase for the Titans. Recentered themselves, found compositions that worked. Very competitive. One individual game away from the grand finals here during SMITE Summer Masters. So I don't think Titans fans have much to worry about.
No, not at all.
A team that always tends to connect things at the right time of year, and Phase 3 will be the next target for that team.
It's actually interesting because I was thinking about this recently, and it has a little bit to do with what you were saying, not a lot to do with Masters as a whole, but like successive teams, right? You know, when you look at it, there's a lot of writing on like the World Championship. I think that this is something that even if you're looking at the Titans, if you look at where they are, you know, technically in a 3rd, 4th matchup tomorrow morning, but compare that to where they were like 5 weeks ago when we were like, what is going on? Like they just plummeted from their point in the standings. I think that that's something that even though you're not going to maybe climb as high as you want, you can still say, cool, there was marginal success from where we were to where we are. I was thinking the same thing around World Championships, where it's like, if you've been to like the World's Finals 8 times, that's impossible at this point, but if you've gone there, let's say 4 times and you've made it, like you're always the runner-up, similar to unfortunately the Dragons who have almost always fallen short, it's still like successful. Like there was one team better than you.
You're serving it to me on a silver platter. The Cincinnati Bengals story. You weren't expected to make it to the playoffs at all, and then you won a few games. Suddenly you're in the finals. You lose, but there's nothing to be sad about. You had a great season. We will see the Tartarus Titans back in the 3rd, 4th place matchup tomorrow morning. But who will the Camelot Kings play in the grand finals tomorrow? The J Dragons or the Oni Warriors? We will find an answer to that question in our next set coming up right after this.